I am a security guard by profession, but my wife is a school beauty. As a talented person, in order to pursue my wife, I decided to go undercover on campus and become a school security guard. But I didn't expect a drunk girl to suddenly jump into my arms, forcing me to almost lose control. She was not only beautiful, but also had a temptation that I couldn't ignore. I scratched my head and decided to get fit and take on the challenge. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. I am William. Today is the worst day. I have been working as a security guard for a month, and today is the most troublesome day. The drunk girl in front of me, sobbing with her head down, really upset me. I gently pushed her and said, "Classmate, go back to the dormitory quickly. It's almost 12 o'clock. "I won't." She looked up. Her tearful look made me feel helpless, and then she started sobbing again. I frowned slightly. The smell of alcohol was too strong. I really didn't know how much she had drunk. "Then please stop crying, okay? You're such a pretty girl. It's such a pity to have such a messed up face from crying." As soon as she said this, she stopped immediately. A trace of alertness flashed in her eyes, and then she stared at me seriously. "I'm the most beautiful woman in the world." Her words almost made me spit out blood. But after a closer look, although the girl was quite drunk, she was really pretty. Thin lips, bright colors, a high-nose bridge, fair skin, and a seductive figure. When such a woman gets drunk, her allure increases exponentially. As I was observing her, she tilted her head to look at me and suddenly giggled. "Hey, look carefully. You are quite handsome as a little security guard." I couldn't help but complain in my heart. How could a drunkard like you say such a fact that is known to the whole world? "Okay, go back quickly. It's almost 12 o'clock and I have to get off work. I don't have time to waste here with you." As soon as I finished speaking, she suddenly leaned towards me. In an instant, I felt the softness of her chest, and my whole body felt numb. Her seductive thin lips were so close to me, as if she was about to kiss me at any time. I was startled and realized something was wrong. I quickly pushed her away and looked around. Although I knew there was no one else in the school except the two of us, I still felt guilty. After all, my purpose of coming to the school was not simple. Originally, I was the boss on the battlefield, living a free and easy life without any worries. But a month ago, my master suddenly put forward a condition. "Do you want to know your life experience? Promise me one condition, and I'll tell you." I agreed without hesitation. So, I became a security guard of this school. The real task that my master gave me was to chase after the school beauty, Lisa. As long as I caught her within 3 years, he would tell me my life story. Although I don't like this kind of task, since I agreed to it, I can only bite the bullet and do it. But today, I suddenly encountered this kind of thing, and I was really overwhelmed. Just as I was thinking about this, the girl in my arms leaned towards me again. I held her helplessly, and when I looked down, I found that she had fallen asleep. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I had to hold her in my arms. Suddenly, an angry voice came from a distance. "Let her go." I was stunned and turned around, only to see a young man walking towards me aggressively with a gloomy face. "I told you to let go of Dora. Did you hear me?" Only then did I realize that the girl in my arms was called Dora. However, I didn't let go but hugged her tighter. Seeing that I didn't let go, the young man was furious. "Damn, are you tired of living?" Looking at this man, I sneered in my heart. This guy turned out to be the famous rich second generation in the school, Marlin. I remember my security colleague once reminded me that there were 3 people in school who should not be messed with, and Marlin was one of them. Relying on his wealthy family, almost no one dared to mess with him at school, and even the teachers would take a detour when they saw him. "I'm warning you one last time. Let her go. Otherwise, I'll let you know how you'll die." Marlin's tone was harsh, but I just sneered. "Then let's see. What if I don't let her go?" Marlin was completely furious when he heard this, and veins popped up on his forehead. He obviously didn't expect that someone would dare to talk back to him. Tonight, he was supposed to take Dora out to play, but she got drunk and ran away, so he chased her out. "You give her to me." Marlin stared at me, shaking with anger. "No," I answered calmly, then took a few steps forward. "It's getting late. I have to send her back to rest." After saying that, I turned around and wanted to leave, but found that I had no idea where she lived. Marlin suddenly stopped me and said coldly, "I'm warning you for the last time. Let her go." I didn't take his words to heart and continued walking forward. This undoubtedly made Marlin even more angry. After all, in this school, from the principal to the students, no one dared to ignore him like this. "You don't know who I am, do you?" He sneered. I replied without turning my head. Marlin. Everyone knows him. This answer completely angered him, and he yelled, "Fuck you. You are so arrogant even though you know me." As soon as I finished speaking, he rushed over and blocked my way. "You little security guard, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will break your legs." This made me laugh. Seeing his expression, I was so angry that I wanted to laugh. Chapter 2. When Marlin slapped him, there was a ferocious sneer on his face, and he cursed in his heart. "I told you not to mind my business. I'll beat you so badly that your mother won't even recognize you." But just when he was about to slap me, I kicked him hard. This kick hit him in the stomach and sent him flying 4 or 5 meters. He fell to the ground and rolled several times before he stopped. Only then did he react from the pain and stood up angrily with a scream. "Fuck, you bastard, you dare to hit me." I smiled coldly. "I'm going to hit you." After saying that, I walked quickly towards him, raised my leg, and kicked him again. This guy really makes me hate him. He always curses and even dares to greet my mom. How can I let him go? I kicked him 3 times in a row, all in his stomach. Marlin felt his stomach churning. You're done. You dare to hit me, Before he could finish, I stomped my foot hard into his stomach, and his words turned into a scream of pain. "I'll let you be arrogant." I was merciless and kicked him one after another, completely ignoring his begging appearance on the ground. "Brother, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." He was no longer arrogant at all and started begging for mercy. Seeing him like this, I didn't plan to continue. With a cold snort, I said, "Don't let me see you again in the future." After that, I turned around and left without even looking back. However, Marlin lay on the ground, watching me leave, and took out his phone angrily. He opened a phone interface and saw me holding Dora and walking under a streetlight. He sneered, quickly switched to the camera mode, pressed the shutter, took several photos in a row, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Dare to offend me? I'll make you die without knowing how to die." On the other side, I started to have a headache. Dora in my arms was already sleeping soundly. I called her several times, but she still didn't wake up. How could I, a grown man, go to a girl's room at this moment? In the end, I had no choice but to carry her into my duty dormitory. When I put her on the bed, I didn't expect her to wrap her arms around my neck and tighten it. In an instant, I was pressed against her soft chest, and I was surrounded by her body fragrance. That was not all. She suddenly turned over and pressed me down on the bed. I was instantly pinned down by her and could not move. Oh my God! I panicked and tried to break free, but her long legs held me firmly under her. Her body was soft and warm, and with every movement she made, I could feel my body getting hotter and hotter, especially when I saw her slightly parted lips. The temptation was hard to control. Just when I couldn't help it, what I didn't expect was that she let go of my hand and actually started taking off her clothes. I was panicking. How could this be possible? If her clothes weren't put on properly, I wouldn't be able to wash them tomorrow. "You can't take it off, put it back on." I hurriedly stopped her, but it was too late. By the time I finished speaking, she had already taken off her top, and one hand went around her back to grab the button. I couldn't help but be stunned. The full feeling in front of me made my whole body hot. Dora lay down again, her arms around me, and I was hugged tightly again, and my whole body was pressed in her arms again. At this moment, every nerve in my body was vibrating, and I had no control over myself. However, just when I was about to suffocate, I suddenly remembered that I couldn't go on like this. However, she held me tightly, and my face involuntarily swayed on her soft body, and the corners of my mouth even touched her skin several times. Finally, I broke free, and I was in a worse mood. I had to leave quickly, otherwise I might not be able to control myself. However, just as I was about to leave, my phone rang, and I received a voice message. "William, you haven't finished work yet? Come back quickly, or your dormitory will be demolished." I was stunned. Could it be Marlin who did it? My face instantly turned cold. After turning around to cover Dora with a blanket, I immediately rushed to the staff dormitory building. As soon as I got to the corridor, I heard the sound of something being smashed in the room. I was so angry that I almost exploded. After walking into the room, I was stunned. There was a girl in a leather jacket inside, smashing things with a baseball bat. "Fuck, who are you?" I asked. The girl raised her baseball bat and said fiercely, "I'm your aunt." Before she finished her words, she raised the stick and hit me. "You damn hooligan, wait for me to be beaten." Seeing her crazy look, I thought to myself, there must be something wrong with this girl. Chapter 3. I dodged the baseball bat she swung at me and was about to ask her why, but I didn't expect her to kick me again. The kick was at a tricky angle and very fast. I couldn't help but secretly think it was good. I quickly grabbed her ankle and said, "Stop." She widened her eyes in anger and said, "Stop it. I'm going to beat you." She swung the baseball bat again. I grabbed her wrist and stopped her. "You're crazy, right? Did I provoke you?" "You provoked me, you bastard. Let me go." She struggled even harder, which made me laugh. Today's situation was really full of ups and downs, one wave after another. Just as I was thinking this, the girl's other hand suddenly pushed my chest. "I can't heal you anymore." I was furious and pushed my chest to block her push. Then I kicked her hard and pushed her against the wall, putting her legs on my shoulders. Her long legs were held up, and she was in a split position. Although she struggled hard, she seemed to be fine. The girl blushed and struggled. "You bastard, let me go." I laughed. "Big sister, do you know what you're doing now?" She glared at me. "Bah, who is your big sister?" I was helpless. "You were robbing my house, and I didn't call the police, but you still called me a hooligan." "Are you crazy? You are sick. Your whole family is sick," she replied. I angrily said, "Damn, I have such a bad temper." Then I pushed back. "I didn't provoke you, but you treated me like this. Do you mind if I give you some back?" As soon as I finished speaking, I began to look at her. Although she was not as beautiful as Dora, her figure was more attractive, with long, plump legs and good texture. I unconsciously put my hand on her leg, and it felt great. She was obviously panicked and struggled even harder. "What do you want to do?" "Don't mess around." I responded with a smile. "Don't mess around? What can I do?" After saying that, I pushed again and pressed my body against hers. I'll fight you." She seemed to be irritated and opened her mouth to bite me. I quickly dodged and quickly grabbed her neck. "Stop it, I don't know you at all." "Tell me why." She was stunned for a moment, then spat. "Don't you know what you did?" I was stunned for a moment. "Just tell me, what is the grudge between us?" She stared at me for a while, then said, "You clear Xiaoru's name?" I was stunned. "Xiaoru? Dora?" She nodded, and I asked again, "Then who are you?" "I'm her best friend, Christina." After she finished speaking, she struggled fiercely for a few times. "Let me go." I let her go, and she took out her phone and pulled up a photo. "Is this you?" "Dora in the photo." I responded calmly. She was drunk. As a security guard, I couldn't just ignore her. I sent her to rest. Christina was stunned, then said angrily, "Bullshit. I waited for her in the dormitory for a long time, but she didn't wait for me and went to find you instead." I sighed inwardly. It was indeed that I was delayed for some time when Dora and I came out of the room. I didn't send her back to the dormitory. I took her to the duty room. I didn't even know where she lived. This made Christina stunned. Then I said, "Marlin sent you the photo, right?" She nodded. I shrugged and said, "Do you believe that scumbag?" Christina realized that she had made a mistake and said awkwardly, "I'll go back and take a look first." After that, she ran out in a hurry. I watched her run away, cursing in my heart. "You made my dormitory such a mess, and then you just left without caring about anything. How can it be so easy?" Just as I was about to tidy up, I heard a chaotic sound of footsteps in the corridor, and I frowned. Brother Xian, that kid should have been dealt with by Ms. Han by now. Haha, Christina has been practicing Taekwondo since she was a child. How could that security guard be her opponent? Then Brother Xian, what are we doing here? Humph, you dare to ruin my good deeds. How can I let him go easily? Carry him away and make him wish you were dead. I walked out of the dormitory after hearing these words and saw 7 or 8 figures walking towards me, led by Marlin. I couldn't help but laugh. Knowing that they were talking about me, I wasn't angry, but rather happy. This was exactly the labor I needed. I smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Marlin was startled when he heard the voice and turned around to see me. "You, are you okay?" I chuckled. "Young Master Yang, how could anything happen to me? Or do you think something will happen?" I deliberately knocked my leg on the ground, hinting at something. Marlin subconsciously took a step back and bumped into someone. He immediately resumed his sneer. Tiske, I didn't expect that crazy woman Christina didn't come. It'll save you some suffering." He originally wanted to let Christina deal with me while he would just sit back and reap the benefits. But now that he saw that I was fine, he immediately changed his mind and his smile turned cold. Chapter 4. Ha! You came at a really inappropriate time. It seems you will have to suffer more. I sneered and stared at Marlin. Marlin, provocative laughter was heard. "Ha! You idiot. Don't you see there are so many of us?" His men also echoed him, their eyes full of contempt, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. I didn't panic at all and hooked my finger. "Don't talk nonsense, you just want to deal with me, right? Come on." Marlin was stunned. Then he became more proud. Since you are so anxious, I will help you. He waved his hand and ordered his men to step forward. Go. Teach him a lesson. I remained as steady as a rock, waiting for them to approach with a calm gaze. The first big man came over with a fist. If you offend our brother Xian, you will be in trouble. However, just as the fist was about to hit me, I quickly kicked him and sent him flying into the wall, barely giving him any chance to react. The rest of the people were stunned. They obviously didn't expect me to counterattack so quickly. Seeing this, Marlin yelled, "Why are you all standing there? There are so many of you, and he's only one. What are you afraid of? Go ahead." As soon as I finished speaking, those people regained consciousness and rushed towards me. As they approached, I kicked another person away and then kicked the third person again, and he stopped only when he hit the wall. I didn't stop and continued kicking, knocking them to the ground one by one. Each kick made a heavy sound, and the few people who fell to the ground groaned in pain. The rest began to fear, with regret in their eyes. They finally realized that Marlin had provoked a tough guy who was no match for them. Finally, only Marlin and I were left standing. I walked up to him and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, this scene seems familiar." Marlin swallowed his saliva. His calves were trembling, and his face was pale. What do you want to do?" I reached out and patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Young Master Yang, your family is quite rich, right?" He was stunned for a few seconds and finally begged in a low voice, "Brother, I was wrong." I shook my head slightly. What's the use of being wrong? Just saying it is not enough. You have to show some expression. Marlin said nervously, "Brother, I don't have any money today." I snapped my fingers and said directly, "Easy, pay with your phone." I took out my phone and quickly counted the number of people. There are 8 of you in total, 10,000 each, and you have 50,000. That's not too much, right? Marlin almost cried, but still nodded. Yes, not too much. After the transfer was completed, I put away my phone and prepared to leave. At this time, those people actually wanted to leave. "Hey, did I let you go?" I said coldly. They were all startled and stopped immediately, waiting for my order. I chuckled and pointed to my room. "Go, clean my room." They looked at each other and finally walked into my room silently and started cleaning. During the cleaning process, they felt aggrieved, and they didn't expect to be punished like this. With a few quick movements, my messy dormitory was cleaned up in a short time. After they left, I lay back on the bed and had a comfortable sleep. However, when Marlin and his gang walked out of the dormitory building, they were filled with anger. "Brother Xian, are we just going to let this go?" Marlin snorted coldly. "How can we just let this go? I'll take care of him tomorrow." The next morning, I walked out of the dormitory building yawning, but was stunned at the door. 3 beauties stood in front of me, especially the girl standing in the middle. Her beauty made me unable to look away. The combination of her short and delicate hair, fair skin, deep eyes, and exquisite facial features was simply stunning. But to my surprise, she looked cold and obviously unhappy. I was slightly stunned and greeted in a low voice, Teacher Chun, good morning." Lisa looked at me coldly, her tone filled with anger. "Morning? Not early. We have been waiting for you for 15 minutes. I was moved, realizing that I might be in trouble. Dora and Christina standing behind her were obviously not good-tempered people. "William, I came to you today to ask for an explanation." Chapter 5. Ask for an explanation? I raised my eyebrows and chuckled. "What a fresh word, Mr. Chun. What do you want to ask for an explanation?" Lisa's expression suddenly became more serious. "I want to ask William, why did my students sleep in your bed yesterday?" I was slightly stunned, looked at Dora and Christina behind her, and then calmly responded, "Teacher Chun, you can't say that. That's not my bed. It's the bed in the duty dormitory." Lisa was stunned, then said coldly, "Then William, can you explain to me why my student is lying on the bed in the duty dormitory?" At this moment, Christina hastily added, "Besides, Xiaoru's clothes have been taken off." Lisa's eyes immediately became sharp, staring at me like a knife. Seeing this, I smiled slightly and asked, "Teacher Chun, do you know what your students did last night? Do you know what time she came back?" "She was drunk last night." Lisa was stunned and turned to ask Dora and Christina, "Is this true?" Dora's face was as red as fire, and her hands kept fiddling with the corners of her clothes. At the same time, I continued, "Maybe Teacher Chun doesn't know that your student Christina smashed my dormitory last night." Christina immediately said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. If you weren't a hooligan, why would I smash your dormitory?" I couldn't help laughing. "Are you mistaken? Which eye of yours saw me being a hooligan?" Christina angrily retorted, "Look, Xiaoru has taken off her clothes. You said you didn't act like a hooligan. I was speechless. How could I have the time to take off my clothes? If you hadn't smashed my dormitory, I would have had time to do other things. Christina was stunned, and then she argued. Anyway, you were the one who took off Xiaoru's clothes. I ignored her and turned to look at Lisa. Teacher Chun, let me tell you what happened. I narrated the whole thing in detail. Although I am a security guard, it is impossible for me to know the situation in every room. It was too late that night, and I couldn't knock on the girl's door, so I arranged for Dora to go to the duty dormitory. Dora was drunk and unconscious, and I took care of her for a while. While I was busy dealing with this matter, Christina smashed my dormitory directly, causing me to rush back. I finally asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Chun, do you think I have time to do other things?" Lisa lowered her head in shame. Her face was no longer stern as before, but instead looked guilty. "I'm sorry, William, I really didn't ask clearly." I smiled and waved my hand, saying, "It's okay, Teacher Chun, you don't have to be embarrassed." Then, I turned to Christina and said, "Christina, I remember I made it very clear last night. Why are you still looking for me to accuse me today?" Christina blushed and stammered. I saw Xiaoru took off her clothes, so I was speechless. I looked at Lisa, turned around and left, muttering to myself, with this kind of brain, I really don't know how he got in. Although my words were not loud, they were loud enough for the three girls to hear. Lisa and Dora did not react. Only Christina could not help but yelled angrily, "Hey, what do you mean? Stop right there. That's enough." Just when Christina was about to explode, Lisa glared at her fiercely, then looked at Dora. "You too. Write me 1,000 words self-criticism when you go back." The two women looked at each other, stuck out their tongues, and nodded in agreement. At this point, I found a place to eat some breakfast and then went to work. However, I didn't know that in the principal's office, Marlin was pinching his waist and scolding me. "Principal Jia, isn't this employee going too far?" Marlin just reported what happened last night to Principal Jia, but he was portrayed as the embodiment of justice, and I was the villain. Principal Jia didn't completely believe Marlin's words, but after all, his background was too big to offend, so he reluctantly said, "Yes, it is indeed excessive." Marlin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Then Principal Jia, do you think this kind of employee should be fired?" Principal Jia hesitated for a moment and finally replied, "I'll go find a security director and we'll deal with this matter later." Marlin nodded, looking proud. Principal Jia called the security director, who arrived soon. Seeing Marlin present, he behaved extremely respectfully and showed obvious flattery to Principal Jia. After listening to Marlin's statement, the security director Shuo Renhua slammed the table and said, "Principal Jia, fire him. This kind of employee must be fired." Principal Jia frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure on his face, but did not refute. Marlin took the opportunity to agree. "Yes, Principal Jia, I think so too. We should resolutely eliminate such employees." Principal Jia checked his phone and received a call, so he went to the cubicle to answer it. Shuo Renhua then took out his phone and sternly instructed the security department, "Call the person who was on duty last night to the principal's office." Marlin proudly, and Marlin also smiled with satisfaction. It was me who answered the call at the security office. Wasn't I the one on duty last night? Knowing that something was wrong, I immediately went to the principal's office. Chapter 6. When I walked into Principal Jia's office and saw Marlin sitting on the sofa, I knew in my heart that this situation was definitely not a good thing for me. However, I was not afraid at all, and I sneered in my heart. Shuo Renhua saw me coming in and snorted coldly. "Are you the security guard on duty last night?" I glanced at him calmly and nodded. "Not bad." He slammed the table and said angrily, "I really didn't expect that there would be a scum like you in our school. It's shameless." I was stunned, then glanced at Marlin and sneered in response. "Why? Marlin is dissatisfied and is reporting? Do you want to take revenge on me?" Before he finished speaking, Shuo Renhua slammed the table again and roared, "Why did you take away a drunk female classmate last night? What was your plan?" I was about to speak, but he didn't give me a chance and continued to scold. "You actually beat up Marlin? Tell me yourself. What kind of behavior did you have?" I didn't answer immediately, but chuckled and decided to sit down and face them calmly. "You still have a nerve to sit down?" Shuo Renhua was furious, staring at me and roaring, "Stand up." I remained as still as a mountain, unmoved. Shuo Renhua looked at me and trembled with anger. "People like you must be fired." Marlin immediately agreed. "Yes, he must be expelled, and I think this matter cannot be let go like this. We should let all the teachers and students in the school know. He turned to look at me with a malicious smile on his face. Then all the girls in the school will learn from this. I glanced at him coldly, feeling disdainful. Manhwa continued angrily. Student Yang's suggestion is good. We should even investigate further and send this kind of person to jail. His words made Marlin smile smugly, but I remained indifferent. At this moment, Principal Jia walked out of the cubicle. Renhua immediately stood up and said hurriedly, Principal Jia, it's him. People with such bad behavior don't deserve to stay in school. Principal Jia was concentrating on his phone, but when he heard this, he turned to look at me, frowned, and looked a little uneasy. Marlin immediately took the opportunity to sneer and whispered to me, Boy, if you dare to ruin my business, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Making you lose your job is just the first step. The next step is... He finished, leaving behind a meaningful laugh. I looked at him, and my smile gradually cooled. Marlin was furious and roared, What are you laughing at? Are you stupid? How dare you laugh in this situation? I whispered back, I actually have a good temper, but why do you always come to provoke me? Marlin's anger was aroused again, and he roared, Principal Jia, this kind of person must be expelled. Before he finished speaking, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips, and he felt that he had taken the initiative. However, Principal Jia's expression became extremely complicated at this time. Obviously, he did not completely agree with Marlin's words. He hesitated for a moment, and suddenly made up his mind and said in a deep voice, He cannot be expelled. This sentence stunned Marlin and Renhua. They looked at each other, obviously not expecting Principal Jia to say this. What? Marlin could hardly believe his ears. Principal Jia said sternly, I said you can't be expelled. Then, he ignored Marlin and walked straight to me. William, he said in a gentle tone, I will give you an explanation about this matter. I smiled slightly and crossed my legs. Principal Jia, I'm afraid you haven't fully understood the truth yet. Principal Jia nodded. Yes, we only listened to Marlin's one-sided statement. In that case, I continued, you should investigate it carefully. I changed the subject and added, what Director Shuo said just now is right. People with bad behavior cannot be tolerated in school. I paused, my eyes sharp. Once this matter is thoroughly investigated, we will naturally know who is the person with bad character. Principal Jia nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, when the truth comes out, we will make those who are really problematic pay the price. At this time, Marlin finally realized what happened. He was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously, Principal Jia, what do you mean? Before he could finish his words, Principal Jia turned around and shouted, Shut up. Marlin was shocked that the principal would speak to him like that. Chapter 7. When I turned around and saw Marlin's eyes, I knew that this person must be no ordinary character. Even Renhua began to release hostility towards me, which made me smile secretly. Marlin's eyes rolled around, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He stammered, I think this gentleman is right. Before he finished speaking, I raised my hand to interrupt him. What Director Shuo said just now is very reasonable. After the matter is investigated, we will do as he said. I stood up, patted Principal Jia on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Principal Jia, shouldn't the position of security director be replaced by someone more responsible? After hearing this, Principal Jia nodded repeatedly. Okay, don't worry. Renhua's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly explained, Principal Jia, I just made a slip of the tongue. I walked up to him and whispered, Slip of the tongue? That's easy for you to say. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, right? I tapped his shoulder gently, but with enough force that Renhua almost fell to his knees. Then I turned to Marlin and glanced at him coldly, and saw that he shuddered involuntarily. I sneered, turned around, and walked out the door, but I knew in my heart that Principal Jia would definitely give me a satisfactory answer. Back in the duty room, I couldn't help but yawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and I replied impatiently, Come in. Dora, who was standing at the door, lowered her head, looking a little shy. Master Lu, I'm here to thank you and apologize to you. Her appearance made people feel pity for her, and she was even more charming than when she was drunk last night. My thoughts were a little scattered, and I sighed secretly. Just then, Christina's voice interrupted me. Hey, I'm here to apologize to you too. I turned around and saw her standing behind Dora, with her hands on her hips and a look of disdain in her eyes. Seeing her like that, I instantly lost all interest. I stood up, waved my hand, and said, Okay, I don't care about it. Christina snorted coldly. How can a grown man take this to heart? I frowned slightly. I just said that I didn't take Dora's matter to heart, but you don't mean that I don't take it to heart. She immediately got angry, pinched her waist, and said loudly, "Are you still a man?" I waved my hand. "Stop it. You smashed my dormitory. Even if I were the prime minister, I would never forgive you." She spat in frustration. "Yeah." I raised my eyebrows and said, "Can you find a man with your status?" "What did you say?" Her voice immediately rose several decibels. I quickly raised my hand and said, "Nothing." Then I stood up and said, "I should go eat now. You guys should go too." Christina rolled her eyes and said, "I'll treat you tonight. I'll treat you to a big dinner. Are you satisfied?" I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you're not afraid of me eating you out of money." She glared at me with disdain, pulled Dora, and said, "Okay, let's go." Seeing them walking away, I shook my head and smiled. These two girls are really interesting. In the evening, I changed into casual clothes and went out with the two of them. I thought Christina was taking me to a fancy meal, but when we arrived at the destination, we found out it was a food stall. She raised her chin proudly. "Eat it. It will be even better if you can eat me out of money." I was speechless and ordered the dishes silently. During the meal, I spent most of the time listening to the two people chatting. Through their words, I learned the reason why Dora went drinking with Marlin last night. It turns out that Dora's father worked in Marlin's family company and had not been able to receive reasonable compensation due to a work-related injury. Marlin took this opportunity to approach her, and she agreed without much thought. However, she didn't expect him to touch her during the meal, so she took the opportunity to escape. After hearing this, I looked at the angry Christina. She slammed the table and said angrily, "I'm so mad." She looked at me and said excitedly, "Why do you only know how to eat? Aren't you angry when you hear something like this?" I lowered my head and ate while answering, "You can't eat anger." She was so angry that her teeth itched, and she shouted, "Eat, eat you to death." Suddenly, Dora's cell phone rang. After she answered the call, her face suddenly turned pale, and she stood up hurriedly. I want to go back." Christina asked anxiously, "What happened?" Dora's eyes turned red, and she said anxiously, "My house was robbed." Chapter 8. Robbery? I was concentrating on eating. When I heard Dora's words, my movements paused slightly, but I quickly returned to my original rhythm. I thought to myself that this matter seemed to have nothing to do with me, and continued to finish the remaining dishes. Christina was stunned when she heard it, and said angrily, "How dare you rob in broad daylight?" I almost spit out my food when I heard this. If this girl was born in ancient times, she would be a chivalrous woman with a clear conscience. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Doesn't she know that this kind of thing happens all the time now? A good horse is often ridden, and a good man is often bullied, I thought to myself. Dora's father was obviously an honest and good man. He couldn't even defend his own rights for work-related injuries, and almost lost his daughter instead. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but frown and began to wonder if this happened because Marlin didn't succeed with Dora. Although I was making basic judgments, on the surface, I still pretended to be deaf and continued to eat my braised prawns. Christina didn't notice my reaction at all and asked Dora what happened. Dora sobbed and said, "My father didn't get any compensation after he was injured. Our family is poor, and we have to borrow money from outside. Those creditors smash things when they didn't get the money. Woo, Christina, what should I do?" Hearing this, Christina said angrily, "What else can I do? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I'd stepped in, I would have solved the problem long ago." Although Dora is Christina's best friend, she doesn't want to rely on Christina's family background to solve the problem. She knows that as her best friend, she doesn't need to rely on background at all. Christina eagerly, knowing that she could only ask her for help. Christina has a bad temper. She is unquestionably willing to go to great lengths to defend her friends. After listening to Dora's story, she stood up, glanced at me, and almost laughed herself out of anger. I didn't know when I fell asleep on the table. I was sleeping soundly and snoring softly. Master Lu," Dora called softly. "Do you want to ask him to come with you to help hold the situation down? I despise people like this who only care about their food." Christina wanted to kick me in her heart, but she came here to apologize today, so she let it go since she had misunderstood me in the past. She knew in her heart that this guy was still energetic when he was eating just now. Why did he suddenly pretend to sleep? He must have heard Dora talking and was afraid of trouble, so he pretended. Humph. Sharu, let's go now. Christina pulled Dora out. Dora hesitated for a moment and looked at me, who was sleeping soundly. Should we wake up Master Lu? We are here to apologize and can't leave halfway. Christina responded disdainfully. It's already this time, and your family is in this situation. Why bother with him? Wait until the problem is resolved before talking to him. While pulling Dora away, she kicked me calmly. Ouch! Christina couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Her face turned pale. Dora asked hurriedly. Christina, what's wrong with you? Christina covered up awkwardly and said, It's okay. We'll go to your house now. I was surprised that her foot stepped on my iron plate leg. I usually practice Taekwondo, and my leg strength is not bad, but she failed to make me react. It seems that she will have to use her fist to deal with me in the future. As soon as the two of them left, I lay on the table, unable to help but smile in my heart, thinking, you want me to suffer a loss in silence. Let's see if you can succeed. Actually, I was pretending to sleep. After closing my eyes, I could still hear the noises from 2 miles away. I couldn't just sit there and watch Christina plot against me. When I heard the sound of her feet coming towards me, I immediately concentrated my strength on my legs and used my iron shirt skills to make her feet feel as weak as if they were stepping on steel plates. She might be the son of an official. Although I don't know what her father does, she might be able to deter those thugs. But if she didn't reveal her identity, it would be difficult for her to handle the situation with her mediocre skills. Thinking of this, I started to feel uneasy and stopped eating. Christina's impulsiveness made me worried. After all, if she didn't mention her background, those people might not buy her story at all. I was going to continue eating the rest of the food, but the worry in my heart made me unable to eat. I came to Tiananmen University to uncover the secret of my life experience, and the key was in Lisa's hand. But now it seems that I can't just stand by and watch. I have to follow them and make sure they are okay. I looked helplessly at the remaining dishes on the table, cursing myself in my heart. I am born to be kind to women. Why do I care about these things? However, since I've made up my mind, I still have to go and take a look. Chapter 9. I just stood up and prepared to follow Christina and Dora to lend a hand in case of trouble, when suddenly the owner of the food stall appeared in front of me and blocked my way swiftly. What are you doing? I asked in confusion. The lady boss smiled and said, Boy, it's fine if you pick up one girl, but you pick up two. Picking up two is not enough. Now you want to eat a free meal. I was stunned for a moment, then realized that the 2 girls didn't pay the bill when they left. I was dumbfounded and couldn't help laughing at myself. What kind of treat is this? I was so unlucky that in addition to being a volunteer bodyguard, I also had to pay for them. I quickly searched my pockets, and my face suddenly changed. I realized that I didn't bring any money. I ate this meal for nothing. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and cursed in my heart. This is too unlucky. You really want to eat a free meal? The lady boss said disdainfully, Young man, why don't you learn good things? You learn bad things quickly, but you don't learn good things. I said awkwardly, Madam Boss, I really don't have any money. I'm a man of my words, and I'll definitely come back to make up for it later. At this moment, a tall man came over and said with a smile, I think this guy is a real person. How about this? You do your thing first, and I will make up for it later. If you feel embarrassed, come here to help for 2 days, and we'll be even. I said gratefully, Thank you, brother. I'll leave first. Considering that Dora and Christina were likely in danger, I knew there was no point in not explaining, so I quickly thanked them and turned to leave. The lady boss looked at my back as I left, then turned to her husband and said in dissatisfaction, Honey, you are too kind-hearted. I knew at a glance that this guy was not a good guy. He cheated on me for food and drinks, and he cheated on girls. I saw that a long time ago. The man smiled and said, Everyone has inconveniences sometimes. I don't think this guy is what you said. He looks fine. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. If he doesn't come back, I won't play King of Glory anymore. The lady boss responded without hesitation. Okay, if he comes back, I won't play StarCraft anymore. I just walked onto the street and suddenly stopped. I had wasted some time apologizing to the boss lady, and in the blink of an eye, I couldn't even see the shadows of Dora and Christina. What should I do? Dora said something happened at home, but she didn't tell me where she lived. I didn't have her phone number either. Although I have her contact information, I guess she would be shy to give it to me, but Christina would definitely mess around. My heart was in a panic. I took out my cell phone and quickly dialed a number, thankful that I had Lisa's phone number. She has a good relationship with Dora. If she comes to me to blame for Dora's matter, it is obvious that their relationship is not ordinary. I was secretly glad and pressed the dial button. As I listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, I suddenly hesitated and my heart tightened. What if Lisa asked me who I was? Excuse me, who are you? How do you have my cell phone number? A cold female voice came from the other end of the line, sounding as refreshing as iced black tea, which made me feel panicked. I'm William. I almost couldn't help but slap myself. Why on earth could I be so nervous? She's just a female teacher. How could she make me lose my mind? William? Are you Master Lu? Lisa was obviously stunned after hearing this. How do you know my number? The other female teachers in the office pricked up their ears at the same time. Lisa blushed slightly and walked out quickly. Wow, Teacher Lisa actually had a man calling her. Could he be her lover? A female teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses said in surprise as she watched her leave. What ears? Did you hear, Master Lu? You should be talking about unlocking the door. A young male teacher immediately retorted. He seemed to have a crush on Lisa, but because of this, he felt a little distant from her. However, when he heard that Lisa had a lover, he was naturally unhappy and couldn't help but refute. Teacher Lee, I'm afraid you want to pursue Lisa. You should seize the chance. The female teacher with glasses teased with a smile. I listened to the question on the other end of the phone. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurriedly responded, I have something to do. Let's talk later. Chapter 10. Teacher Lisa, I will explain it clearly. The key is, do you know Dora's address? Or a phone number will do. As I said this, I began to feel a little uneasy. Lisa's voice on the other end of the phone turned cold. William, what do you want to do to Dora? If you dare to do anything inappropriate, I will immediately apply for you to be expelled from school. Her words were full of suspicion and vigilance. I was a little anxious, and my voice couldn't help but rise. Teacher Lisa, well, Dora and Christina just treated me to a meal, and while we were eating, Dora received a call saying that her house was smashed up by thugs, and now Christina has also been there. You know Christina's temper. I was worried that they were in danger, so I called you. Lisa was silent for a moment, obviously hesitant, and then asked, Are you telling the truth? Teacher Lisa, do I need to tell such a lie that will be exposed? Besides, your two students left in such a hurry that they didn't even pay for the dinner. As a result, I can only agree to work as a handyman for 2 days. I am really innocent. I was a little angry and couldn't help but swear. Lisa's tone slowed down, and she began to believe me a little. Okay, if what you say is true, I will believe you this time. Dora's address and phone number, but remember, if you really have good intentions, I'll thank you. If you have bad intentions, I'll never let you go. I cursed in a low voice. Damn it, I'm still suspected for helping you? Lisa, sooner or later I will take revenge on you. If it wasn't for knowing my life experience, why would I stay here for 3 years? But then, I felt helpless again. Oh, I'm really bewitched. I actually like her. Anxious, I immediately called a taxi and sped away, our destination being Pengxia Street. There's a place called Pengxia Street in almost every big city. The houses are old and dilapidated. Most of the people living here are poor and do not have enough money to buy new houses. Most of the houses here are left over from the last century, and the living conditions are extremely poor. But for the poor back then, this was a coveted place to live. Pengxia Street is facing demolition, and many people have already started to move, and the residents on this street have been living an unstable life. Although this is a good thing for them, they're not at ease. Dora's home is on Pengxia Street, and her family is very poor. Her father, James, is a worker, and her mother, Jessica, sells breakfast on the street. It is not easy for them to support Dora to go to Tian'an University. Dora not only studies hard, but also helps her mother sell breakfast. She is recognized as a good girl in the village. However, accidents never happen. Dora's father was injured in a work-related accident, but has never received any compensation for the injury. This was undoubtedly a further blow to the already struggling family. In desperation, Dora's father borrowed some private money, and today, the creditors came to collect the money. What? Just 5,000 yuan? What about the interest? The bald leader sneered. He was a local tyrant in the Pengxia Street area, specializing in collecting protection fees. Dora's parents had never seen such a scene. James turned pale and immediately handed over an envelope. This is the agreed interest, 1,000 yuan. But the bald man didn't even look at the envelope. He sneered and said, Is this little interest really worth it? Give me 10,000 yuan, and then the interest will count. He knew that 6,000 yuan was the limit for James, but in order to force them, he asked for 10,000 yuan. Jessica was not willing to be outdone and stood up and said, This is unreasonable. It's clearly a 3-month repayment with 1,000 yuan interest. How can it become 10,000 yuan? This is unreasonable. Oh, I owe you. The bald man sneered. took the IOU and looked at it, then changed the 1,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan with a stroke of a pen. Now, this is the amount. Give me your choice. Seeing this, Jessica was furious and pointed at the bald man and said, "You are going too far. How can you change the interest rate? I will sue you." The bald man looked at her and sneered. "Sue? What can you sue if you have no money? If you don't pay, your home will be in ruins tonight." At his command, several thugs behind him immediately waved sticks and smashed the furniture in the house crazily. Although these things were not expensive for the Lee family, they were hard-earned. James and Jessica were powerless to resist and watched everything in their home being destroyed. At this time, Dora's home became a mess. Chapter 11. The Lee family is so pitiful. They didn't get compensation for their work injuries, and now someone is taking advantage of their misfortune to rob them. I stood in the distance, watching the Lee family's house being smashed, and my heart was heavy with grief. The neighbors were all watching the excitement, but no one dared to help. Everyone knew that the Lee family was always easy to talk to and never caused trouble, so they must have offended someone. These hooligans had no sense of justice. Seeing that the Lee family was so weak, they started to bully them. It seemed that the Lee family owed someone money, but how could they have thought that the Lee family had no money at all? A neighbor finally remembered Dora and quickly called her. Although everyone sympathized with the Lee family, no one was willing to take the risk. After all, Dora was a student at Tiananmen University, and maybe she could be useful. Why hasn't Dora come back yet? Doesn't she really care about her parents? Don't these neighbors think of calling her? This thought flashed through my mind. Just then, I noticed a black Cadillac not far away with several people in it, one of whom was Marlin. My heart sank, knowing that things were far from as simple as they seemed. Marlin had long been eyeing Dora. When he learned that her father was in trouble, he immediately saw his opportunity and began to plan a conspiracy. He decided to let the bald man act as the bully, and he himself would become the savior of the Lee family by means of Hero saving the beauty, and thereby gain Dora's favor. Originally, Dora accepted his invitation, and Marlin thought everything was under control. However, Dora was very clever. She sensed Marlin's plot and escaped by using the excuse of going to the bathroom. This completely disrupted Marlin's plan. I heard the conversation in the car and sneered in my heart. Marlin had ill intentions. No one expected that he would be so unwilling to give up. He restarted his plans again and again until he wanted to attract Dora's attention by being a hero and saving the beauty. Oh no, Dora and Christina are back together. Marlin's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned. He originally planned to wait for Dora to come alone and then rescue her, but Christina also came. Marlin already knew Christina's identity. She was one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Tiananmen University. She had a hot temper and was good at martial arts. She was not someone to be trifled with. He originally planned to face Dora alone, but now with the appearance of Christina, the situation has become complicated. He was furious and filled with resentment. Why did this bastard bring Christina here as well? Haha, young master is so lucky to meet 2 beauties at once. One of his men joked. Marlin was so angry that his face turned blue and he shouted angrily, "Shut up!" The other subordinate didn't dare to speak anymore. He could see that Marlin was not happy, so he hurriedly and carefully asked, "Master, are we still going according to the original plan?" Marlin frowned. "Christina and Dora are here together. Things are a bit complicated. Should we notify the bald man to withdraw?" Although he said this, he was still unwilling in his heart. He had put so much effort into all these plans. How could he just give up like this? "Master, if we let Baldy Lou withdraw now, it will arouse their suspicion." One of the brave men said, "It is better to do it once and for all. Baldy Lou doesn't know Christina and will definitely not buy into her account. Then we can act as heroes to save beauties, and maybe we can win the hearts of these 2 beauties." I was shocked when I heard this. Marlin's plan became more and more complicated. He not only wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, but also hoped to completely impress Dora and Christina through this incident. However, the subsequent developments were far from as smooth as he had expected. Chapter 12. Marlin's heart was moved when he heard his men's words. Although his family didn't want him to get close to Christina, he knew that the real worry was that he might lose control. If he could succeed, his family would be happy, so why would they blame him? He thought to himself, Christina's beauty and figure are impeccable. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could succeed? But Marlin still didn't believe that Christina would be easily manipulated by him. After all, she was Dora's protector, and the three most untouchable people in the school had bowed their heads in front of her. However, he also knew that this was an opportunity that could not be missed, as it could be used to get rid of the threat posed by Christina. Dad, Mom. Dora saw her parents being pushed to the ground by the thugs, and tears flowed down her cheeks with pain and anger. She ran to her parents and tried to help them up. Baldy Lou was waiting anxiously. If Dora didn't show up, everything in the house would probably be smashed to pieces. Although Lou Tuzi is a gangster, he is just a small character in front of Marlin. He personally took action this time just to please Marlin and gain a firm foothold in the circle in the future. Just when he was getting anxious, he finally saw Dora and another girl walk in. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Dora is so beautiful. Her temperament and figure are impeccable. No wonder Marlin favors her so much. But he noticed that there was a girl next to Dora whose long legs were so long that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He thought to himself, could this be Dora's sister? Since Marlin was talking about Dora, this girl might be an opportunity to help me cool down. At the same time, Christina and Dora took a taxi. Although Christina came from a family of officials, she had strict family education and never pursued luxury. Her thoughts were interrupted by Dora's reminder. Christina, we seem to have forgotten something. Master Lou's bill has not been settled yet. Dora's tone was a little nervous. Christina sneered. That guy was just pretending to sleep. He hid far away when he heard something was wrong. I was planning to teach him a lesson, but now he doesn't even have his wallet. It's best to let the boss lady catch him and see what he will do. Dora blushed slightly, realizing that she was a little embarrassed. Christina, we want to apologize to William. We can't make it so awkward. She looked out the window, looking a little uneasy. I knew Dora wasn't someone who would easily reveal her feelings, especially at a time like this, so she had been cautious with me from the beginning. Even after I misunderstood her, she sincerely apologized, which surprised and comforted me. Misunderstandings between people can often deepen the rift, and she obviously didn't want to put me in this predicament. Dora, such a big thing happened in your family. Why are you still thinking about this kid? Christina's tone was a little provocative, and her eyes were playful. Are you interested in him? This guy doesn't look like a good person at all. He has shifty eyes and dares to tease me. I felt something in my heart, as if I understood what she meant. Christina had always been hostile to me, probably because of the previous friction. She didn't like me, and even at this time she couldn't help but make fun of me, with obvious hostility in her eyes. Dora's face changed when she heard what Christina said. She caught Christina's words. Christina, have you ever suffered from him? Her tone was teasing and inquiring, and she was obviously guessing what had happened between us. Christina's face changed instantly, and she put on a defensive posture. Did I say that? She immediately denied it, looking a little cunning, not wanting Dora to continue questioning. Of course I did. Dora responded slowly, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. What's going on? William also. She didn't finish her words, but I knew she had already drawn some pictures in her mind. Dora's face flushed, and I felt helpless. Christina's personality was always unpredictable, and she was not the kind of person I imagined. But Dora's guesses were a little outrageous. Christina angrily interrupted Dora. What are you talking about? It was you who was seen naked by that boy. Do you think I will let this guy take advantage of me so easily? 3 black lines suddenly appeared on her face, and she was obviously annoyed by Dora's speculation. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking that these 2 girls were getting more and more naughty. Actually, nothing happened between us, just some small misunderstandings. But the ambiguous relationship between them makes me speechless. The atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. The driver was obviously not used to such a conversation. Although he did not intentionally eavesdrop, the topic entered his ears. He coughed dryly and reminded us to say less inappropriate content. Dora blushed and lowered her head. She obviously realized that this kind of conversation was not suitable for public places. Christina didn't care and continued to laugh, completely ignoring the eyes around her. I sighed silently, thinking that these 2 girls have completely different personalities. Dora is gentle and reserved, while Christina is open and open. Although there are some frictions in their relationship, they also get along surprisingly well. Chapter 13. After we arrive at our destination, I saw that the entrance to Lee's house was in a mess and several thugs were smashing things crazily. My smile disappeared instantly. Dora was so anxious when she saw this scene that she burst into tears and rushed over. Dora, go back quickly and don't stay here anymore. Jessica turned pale when she saw her daughter appear, and she felt that something was wrong. This family is unfortunate enough. If this group of thugs turns their target on Dora, the consequences will be disastrous. Mom, I won't leave. Why did they smash our house? How have we offended them? Dora asked loudly and angrily, with confusion and pain in her eyes. She had seen creditors before, and the people in front of her were obviously not the ones she remembered, so she speculated that the neighbor might have made a mistake. Haha, it's only natural to pay back debts. You borrowed money from me, so you have to pay it back in full. If you don't, you'll have to pay the price. Baldy Lou said with a big laugh, his tone full of threats. You're talking nonsense. We never borrowed money from you. Dora retorted angrily, her eyes full of doubt. The creditor owed us money and transferred the debt to me. You hand over 15,000 yuan and we will leave immediately, otherwise, Baldy Lou said arrogantly, his eyes full of malice. $5,000 is the principal, $1,000 is the interest. Why do you need 15,000? Did you fail math? Dora also read the IOU and knew in her heart that this was a trap. She didn't expect their methods to be so cruel. Baldy Lou sneered and took out the IOU. Little girl, take a look at this IOU. He raised the document in his hand proudly. Dora saw it at a glance. You are doing something? This is rogue. Baldy Lou said with a smile. We have reached an agreement. Do you want to go back on your word? Let me tell you, if you don't pay me back, I will kidnap you to pay off the debt. Little girl, you are pretty. If you can accompany us brothers, we can forgive the debt. You can't touch my daughter. She's still a child. Dora shouted angrily, her eyes bloodshot. Dora was her baby, and anyone who wanted to hurt her was her bottom line. A disabled person with only half a leg dares to challenge me. Baldy Lou laughed disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. In fact, he knew in his heart that he would never dare to touch Dora because young Master Yang valued her, and if he touched her, he would be asking for trouble. However, he was still wondering why young Master Yang hadn't shown up yet. Dora did not back down. She pointed at Lou's nose and said angrily, You are breaking the law by doing this. Do you know that? If you dare to do anything excessive, I guarantee you will go to jail. Baldy Lou disagreed and said with a smile, Little girl, you are too naive. The police chief here is my brother-in-law. Who can arrest me? At his command, several thugs immediately rushed towards Dora, ready to attack. At this moment, a figure flashed by, and a thug was knocked to the ground in an instant. I looked forward, and it was Christina. She was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, with a heroic temperament, a firm gaze, and a hot body, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. I want to see who dares to touch Xiaoru. Christina said coldly with full aura. She had long been fed up with the behavior of these thugs, especially the bald man. She had felt uncomfortable since she saw him, especially his obscene eyes, which made her even more angry. Although she is studying at Tiananmen University, she has always dreamed of becoming a soldier or a police officer, but her father strongly opposed it, so she had no choice but to give in and choose her current path. But she has never forgotten the passion for justice in her heart. At school, she often stood up for her classmates and fought against those arrogant bullies who took advantage of the weak. Now, she finally had the opportunity to stand up for her friend. Christina's movements were as fast as lightning, and she easily knocked down a gangster. She was full of pride, and her taekwondo skills were almost unmatched in the school. She didn't expect that it would finally come in handy today. Baldy Lou obviously didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent. His eyes swept over Christina, and his heart was in turmoil, but he still refused to admit defeat and taunted, I didn't expect that you are a flower with thorns. Do you really think you can scare us? Really? Then try it. Christina's tone was cold and fearless. Although Lu Tuzi was a little shaken, he still walked out with a look of contempt. He felt that the girl in front of him was just a little girl and was no match for him. Little girl, if you can catch my punch, I will turn around and leave immediately. Lu Tuzi's face was full of obscenity, and his eyes kept wandering over Christina's body. Chapter 14. This harvest made Lu Tuzi in a very good mood. Not only did he please young Master Yang, but he was also able to get the ultimate beauty, Christina. It was really killing two birds with one stone. His eyes were full of lust as he looked at Christina with a sinister smile. Little girl, be careful. I'm going to show you how powerful I am. Christina sneered, showing no fear. Don't even mention one punch. I don't care if you hit me 8 or 10 times. Her eyes were cold, and her voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Baldy Lou did not back down. He grinned and prepared to fight. Dora knew Christina had practiced some boxing and kicking, but she understood that practice and real fighting were two different things. Can Christina really handle these muscular thugs? Dora was worried and said anxiously, Christina, let's call the police and ask them to deal with them. She looked around nervously, feeling uneasy. James and Jessica also knew Christina, and they knew she had some tricks up her sleeve, but facing so many men, they couldn't help but worry about her. But they knew that calling the police seemed to be of no use. Baldy Lou seemed to have some connection with the police. The police station was nearby, but he could get away with every evil deed. James immediately said, Christina, don't call the police, just drive these people away first. Christina shook her head, her face full of determination. I will knock them down first, and then call the police to clean up the mess. Her tone was full of confidence, and it was obvious that she had full confidence in her abilities. Baldy Lou was slightly shocked. He did not expect Christina to be so confident. Do you really think you can summon the police at any time? He sneered in his heart, but did not show it. He just stared at her vigilantly. He actually knew a little about the police department, but he didn't take Christina seriously, thinking she was just a naive girl. Do you really think you can beat me? Baldy Lou sneered. Christina's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she stood still, taking a taekwondo stance. Just try it and you'll know. Her movements were swift and neat, full of aggression. Baldy Lou was excited by Christina's beauty and confidence. He did not take her seriously, but looked down on her even more. He took a step closer, with a provocative look in his eyes. Can you block my punch? Christina sneered in her heart. She had seen this kind of people many times before. She was not panicked, but quietly gathered strength in her heart, ready to meet his attack. Baldy Lou swung his fist, aiming directly at Christina's face. Christina did not flinch and punched him back. When the two fists collided, a dull sound was heard in the air. Christina was slightly stunned. Her fist was held down by the opponent. She gritted her teeth and did not step back, but tried to resist Lou Tuzi's attack with her own strength. However, Baldy Lou's strength should not be underestimated. His fist was as heavy as a hammer, slowly pressing down on Christina's chest. She tried her best, but still felt suppressed. At this moment, Lou Tuzi suddenly had an evil idea. He felt that he had finally found an opportunity. As long as he took the opportunity to overwhelm Christina, or even take advantage of her, he could make a fortune. However, he did not notice that a small stone flew quietly under his feet and hit his leg accurately. This part is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even a slight attack can cause severe pain. Looking at the situation in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. Why does Christina practice Taekwondo instead of Chinese martial arts? What she had learned was only half-baked, and she was not suitable for competing with this bald thug. Taekwondo could exercise the body and keep the figure, but it was obviously not enough to face an expert like this. I know that if a guy like Baldy can win by force, Christina is obviously no match for him. In this situation, cleverness is the key to success, not head-on confrontation. If she continues like this, using force to fight, she will definitely suffer. I just got here. Luckily, I didn't miss this scene. Dora and Christina are fine now, but that bald guy actually dared to touch Christina. Did his head get caught in the door? Although this girl has a hot temper, she is still a flower after all. How can she let such a person take advantage of her? I was furious and could not tolerate such a thing happening. Seeing that the bald man had evil intentions towards Christina, my anger immediately ignited. Although I don't like to take action, in this situation, I still decided to intervene. After all, I can't let this happen. After all, this girl shouldn't be treated like this. I waved my hand slightly, quickly picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it over calmly. Chapter 15. The stone was actually a natural hidden weapon. With a sudden kick, the stone flew towards Lou Tuzi like a meteor and hit him right in the leg. Baldy Lou knelt on one knee due to the pain and almost hit Christina's thigh. Christina looked at Lou Tuzi, who suddenly fell to the ground in confusion, and asked coldly, "What are you doing? Are you giving up?" Her tone was impolite, and it was obvious that she had not expected this scene. Dora, who was standing next to him, was sweating nervously, but when she saw Christina easily knock Lou Baldy to the ground, she couldn't help but applaud with joy. James and Jessica were also surprised. They didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl could defeat the mighty Lou Baldy. Marlin and others in the car were also stunned by the changes in front of them. They originally expected that Lou Tuzi would easily deal with Christina, and they would then come to the rescue, but they did not expect that things would go completely differently. One of his men asked in confusion, "What happened to Baldy Lou?" Marlin's eyes suddenly locked onto a familiar figure, and his face turned pale. Oh no, it was William who did it. Let's go. If he sees us, we'll be in big trouble. The other men were puzzled. One said disdainfully, I can knock this guy to the ground with just one finger. Another followed suit and challenged, I can easily crush him to death. But seeing Marlin's face getting uglier and uglier, they began to realize that something was wrong. Marlin was so afraid of me, which meant that his ability was extraordinary. A cautious subordinate whispered, Young Master Yang, William is so far away, it's impossible for him to hurt someone from a distance, right? Marlin calmed down a little and thought, although I'm strong, I'm not that serious. If Baldy Lou really has a disease, maybe that can explain everything. Just as Marlin was hesitating, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Lisa. Her appearance stunned everyone. Lisa has a slender figure and pretty face, and unique perfume smells like her favorite cologne. She had always doubted what I said and decided to come and see for herself. She saw the smashing at the door of Dora's house and was furious. When she saw Baldy Lou bullying Christina, her chest was heaving with anger. Lisa, Dora, and Christina are not only teachers and students, but also close friends. For Dora's sake, she decided to come forward and settle the score with me in person. If it was an ordinary student's complaint, she could have notified the Academic Affairs Office, but today she had to act personally. Although Lisa is capable of easily dealing with Lou Tuzi, she has always been low-key and never reveals her true strength unless she has no other choice. She hadn't originally intended to take direct action, but wanted to see if I could solve the problem. However, when she saw me standing there, she felt relieved, realizing that I was not what she had imagined, but someone she could rely on. If I couldn't solve the problem, it wouldn't be too late for her to help. Before she could reach me, she saw a stone flying out from under my feet and hitting Lou Tuzi's leg accurately. Lisa has excellent eyesight and couldn't help but smile softly when she saw the accuracy of the stone. Obviously, we're not ordinary people, and everyone has their own secrets and stories. At the same time, Marlin glanced around and saw Lisa, and he felt uneasy. Marlin knew that Lisa's background was extremely powerful. Although he did not understand the forces behind her, he was clear about one thing. It was best not to make an enemy of her. Lisa's arrival means that all his plans have been disrupted, and all previous actions may be in vain. Chapter 16. Marlin was very nervous. He knew he couldn't show weakness in front of these men. If he showed fear of me or Lisa, it would definitely make them look down on him. In order to save face, he had to stay calm and not let others see any sign of uneasiness. He secretly thought that it would be best if Lisa could leave and no longer care about this matter. After all, as a teacher, she was respected in school, but outside she was just an ordinary woman who might not have the courage to fight if she saw a fight. I had no intention of intervening, but the situation before me made it impossible for me to stand idly by. Baldy Lou obviously had no intention of giving up, but Lisa still didn't notice. Her eyes were always on me, as if she was taking this opportunity to sizing me up. I could feel her gaze, and I knew in my heart that she might not be as cold and heartless as the outside world said. Lou Tuzi's men were slow to react. Seeing their boss suddenly kneeling on one knee, they hurried forward to help him. However, Lou Tuzi was so angry that he suddenly jumped up and shouted to the outside of the Lee family's gate. Who is plotting against me? Stand up. The thugs around were all stunned. Apparently, they were also wondering, could it be that Baldy Lou really met a master like in the martial arts drama, who made him lose his composure like this? They began to secretly wonder whether Baldy Lou was making excuses for himself because of face issues. Baldy Lou was roaring and tidying up his clothes, obviously in a very anxious mood. At this time, I saw the expression on Christina's face and knew that she didn't understand what was going on. She thought she had knocked Baldy Lou down with her own strength, but in fact her success was closely related to the mysterious helper. Christina sneered and responded disdainfully. Didn't you just say that as long as I block one of your moves, you will leave? Why did you regret it? This is a man's promise. How can you break it casually? Is the sperm duct blocked? I secretly praised her wit and courage. Baldy Lou was clearly in a dilemma. He felt very embarrassed, but couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, Christina did block his attack. He decided not to argue with Christina anymore, turned around and said coldly, "Little girl, you dare to plot against me. Your accomplices must be nearby, right? Come out. I want to see how capable you are." Christina smiled proudly and said, "I am an upright woman. Why would I plot against you? You're just making excuses for yourself. Today I will let you know that men cannot break their promises easily. Her words made me appreciate her courage even more. After all, she was not one to give in easily. Baldy Lou decided to save face and punch Christina without hesitation, but she easily dodged, and the two began a fierce confrontation. After a few rounds, Christina gradually realized that Lou was much stronger than she was. Every punch seemed to be able to knock her away, and gradually, she felt powerless. She was anxious. The movements in front of her eyes became more and more blurry, and the bald man's fist was getting faster and faster, almost hitting her. Just when she was about to be knocked down, Baldy Lou suddenly kicked her in the lower abdomen. Christina's heart tightened, and she had no time to react. "Master, can you bear to see me get kicked by him like this?" She cried inwardly. Although she was not aware of the help from others, now she could only hope that the mysterious knight would show up again. Just then, Dora saw Christina's predicament and cried out in surprise. Before she could cry out, I was already standing behind Christina. My presence made her feel relieved. Christina was also surprised to find that she originally thought she had no way to escape. But at this moment, she saw a familiar figure from behind, and her heart was instantly filled with a sense of security. She shouted in surprise, "William!" The fear in her eyes instantly turned into joy. I gently held down Baldy Lou's feet and said calmly, "Christina, don't worry. Our Chinese martial arts are the best in the world." My words calmed her down and made her full of confidence in me. "So handsome, so handsome." Christina's eyes lit up. Seeing me blocking Lou Tuzi's attack without moving, she felt a surge of admiration and praise in her heart. Dora pulled Christina to bring her back to her senses from her infatuation, and her cheeks flushed. She had a very bad impression of me at first, thinking I was a pervert, but now, at the critical moment, I came to her rescue like a god. Baldy Lou obviously realized that he couldn't break through my defense. He glared at me angrily and decided in his heart that no matter what, he must get rid of me today. However, Christina reacted and shouted at the thugs. "What? You want to use your numbers to bully the few? Am I just a decoration?" She was ready to take action for me. Chapter 17. I smiled slightly and looked at Christina, thinking to myself that this girl is quite interesting. She used to treat me as an enemy, but now she is helping me. "Christina, don't take my job. I am a professional bodyguard." I reminded her with a smile that security guards and bodyguards are similar to some extent. So how could I let her take over my job? I didn't use my palms, but my kicks were as fast as lightning, and several thugs who came forward fell to the ground in an instant. I heard Christina exclaimed, "Wow, this is not Foshan's shadowless kick, right? Are you the descendant of Huang Fei Hong?" I couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this girl must have watched quite a few of Huang Fei Hong's series. Although it's good, knocking down a few hooligans is nothing. But the stone just now can show something. Lisa commented calmly, looking at me with a hint of meaning in her eyes. Obviously, she had realized that it was enough for me to be here today. However, Lisa was obviously not satisfied with just knowing my abilities. She wanted to know more about my background. She thought to herself, what kind of person am I? With such skills, how could I be an ordinary security guard? It must be something more complicated, so she planned to investigate further. Before she turned and left, she said, "By the way, William, Christina, and Dora treated us to a meal, but didn't even pay the bill. If you agree to do some odd jobs, I'll help you with it." She had a half smile on her face, and it was obvious that she had some ulterior motives. Marlin in the car was watching me fighting with those thugs, and said angrily, "See, William's skills are so powerful. Who among you can be his opponent?" His men also gasped in fear, and finally understood why Marlin was so afraid of me. It turned out that even if they joined forces, they were still no match for me. Fortunately, they did not act rashly, otherwise the result would be like these thugs, falling to the ground and unable to move. Marlin apparently didn't care about their reaction, though, because right after he noticed me beating up a couple of the thugs, it occurred to him that I might have seen him. His face changed, and he immediately started the car and ran away as if his boat was on fire. He must have found me. "Hurry up." Marlin hurriedly ordered his men, and the car quickly disappeared on the street. His men were a little puzzled and asked, "Young Master Yang, we didn't open the car windows. How could he see you?" They began to think that Marlin seemed to be overly nervous with me. Marlin paused, realizing that he might have been overthinking it. He snorted in shame and said, "You all know what to say and what not to say." He was worried that if his father knew that he was scared like this by a security guard, he would be laughed at by his family. The men nodded and whispered, "Young Master Yang, today's incident will not be reported to the old man, but what should we do?" Marlin was obviously unwilling to accept this, and he secretly decided to remove me from Dora's life. Although he is protected by the principal in school, he is not afraid of the law in the outside world. Instead, he feels that the law can be used to his advantage. As long as I make a phone call, the police will come, and then everything can be turned around. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had some bad ideas. But now that Lisa is gone, I don't have to worry so much, he thought to himself, feeling a little proud. Actually, I didn't notice Marlin's car. I just saw that his car logo looked familiar. After all, Marlin had been flaunting his status on campus from the beginning, driving that Cadillac. The behavior of a rich second generation like this could not hide his luxury car and ostentatious personality. I have been in Tiananmen University for 3 years, and I know that there are only 2 Cadillacs in the school, and one of them belongs to Marlin. Knowing this, I also guessed that Marlin might be behind what happened today. But right now, I don't have time to worry about Marlin. Now that he's gone, it's even better. After all, I still have to deal with the trouble at hand, and deal with these thugs first. I turned to look at Baldy Lou. His end was destined to be more tragic than he could imagine. My hands had become like the 9-in white bone claws, and the power was transmitted through my palms to Lou Tuzi's feet, instantly causing him so much pain that he didn't even dare to scream. "Have mercy, young master, have mercy," Baldy Lou shouted in pain, his voice getting louder and louder. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was not so easy to deal with. His begging for mercy made Dora and Christina couldn't help laughing, especially Dora. Seeing that I felt more and more relieved, her eyes were shining with admiration. If you can always be my support, then I won't have to worry about these people anymore. Dora looked at me with her watery eyes, and it was obvious that she was going to rely on me. Christina wasn't so blunt, but the admiration in her eyes was clear. From the beginning, when she didn't like me, now, I'm almost a hero in her eyes. I snorted coldly and gently kicked Lou Baldy away. He fell heavily to the ground and never got up again. Chapter 18. Baldy Lou wanted to get up, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw Christina had stepped on his stomach. "How dare you get up without my master's order?" She sneered and increased the force of her feet, making Lou Tuzi's pain worse. He couldn't help but start shouting in pain. Standing by, I watched all this and couldn't help but feel helpless. No matter how powerful Lou Baldy was, he wouldn't dare to act rashly when he saw me. Who dared to do anything in front of me? Christina walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and said in surprise, "William, you should call me master. How could you forget my last name? Others will misunderstand you." I was a little stunned and asked, "When did I say that?" Dora also asked in confusion, "Christina, why didn't I hear your master say that?" Christina smiled and said, "Don't you have good hearing? Didn't the master just tell me to watch the martial arts from the side? Besides my dad and teacher Lisa, who else can make me obey?" Since I agreed, of course I recognize him as my master. Dora and I were a little stunned. Christina's explanation was so logical and well-founded that I didn't show any opinion at all. Okay, stop talking about this. I was too lazy to argue with her, so I turned to Baldy Lou on the ground and said, "Listen, do you want to leave with your arms and legs intact?" Baldy Lou's face changed, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he immediately responded, "Of course I am willing. Hero, I will agree to any condition." I sneered. "First of all, Dora owes you 5,000 yuan. Show me the IOU and return the money to the Lee family." This is the Lee family's shock feat. Baldy Lou panicked, thinking that this little money was nothing. At most 6,000 would be enough to settle it. He nodded quickly. "I agree. Don't think you dare to do anything to the Lee family just because I'm not here. If anything happens to the Lee family, I will settle the score with you. You'd better pray that the 3 members of the Lee family are safe. If something goes wrong, no matter if it was you who did it or not, you will be responsible." Although Lou Tuzi was dissatisfied, he finally had to bow his head and said, "I agree, but this money alone is not enough." I looked around at the broken furniture. "Dora, help me figure out how much I'm going to have to pay for this stuff." Dora was a little annoyed. Although these things were the result of her parents' hard work, even if they were sold, they would only be worth $1,000 at most. She thought to herself that it would be good if she could settle this account. However, Christina gently pulled her and seemed to have some plan. I couldn't help but admire her, and I took out a small pink notebook from my pocket and started to write down the details. "Master, I'll take care of it," she said with a smile, like a businessman in her heart, and she was quite witty. I couldn't help but have some improper thoughts. It seemed that training a beautiful apprentice could be a great pleasure in life. Christina was recording. She muttered, "This plate is worth 5,000. This stool is 8,000. This table is 32,000. These things are really not cheap." Baldy Lou almost fell to the ground, looking incredulous. These pieces of junk are actually worth so much? Are they priced in Peruvian currency? I couldn't help but admire Christina. She was really smart this time. Dora looked puzzled and asked, "Christina, are these 5,000 or 8,000 real?" "Of course it's real. These are all precious antiques." Christina pointed at the plate excitedly. "This is the Chilean plate used by Empress Dowager Cixi." "Is this true?" I couldn't help but laugh, secretly admiring in my heart that Christina is really an expert at misleading people. Dora still didn't understand and asked in surprise, "Are these really antiques?" "Of course. This plate was used by Cixi, and that stool was definitely sat on by her." Baldy Lou's expression changed several times. Anger welled up in his heart, and he finally couldn't help but ask, "What about this table? Was it also used by Cixi?" "That stand," Christina said proudly, "that's different. That was used by Wu Zetian." Baldy Lou almost exploded. "Why are you exaggerating so much?" I watched this scene with a little laughter in my heart. Christina is not only smart, but also able to mobilize the atmosphere. She is really a disciple worth cultivating. Finally, Christina proudly reported the total amount of compensation, a total of 100,851 yuan. Baldy Lou almost went crazy. These pieces of junk cost more than 100,000? Is this the summer resort of Empress Dowager Cixi? At this moment, a cold cough came from behind. Lou Tuzi shivered with fear, looked back, and immediately realized that he had to listen to me. Chapter 19, let me make the decision. 100,800 yuan is too much. How about a round number, 100,000 yuan? I glanced at Baldy Lou and sneered. Otherwise, the two elders of the Lee family might get hurt and have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Then you'll have to pay more than the 100,000 yuan. Baldy Lou's eyes lit up, and he obviously understood what I meant. He suddenly realized that if he really went to the hospital, it would cost far more than 100,000 yuan. So he smiled bitterly and asked, "I don't have that much cash here. Can you transfer the money?" "Of course." I turned to Dora with a smile. "Give him your Alipay account number and transfer the money directly. It's very fast." Dora quickly reported her account number. Originally, the balance in her account was less than 100 yuan. Not long after, 100,000 yuan was quietly deposited into her account. Her eyes almost lit up when she saw the money. "Bald Lou, you better not have any bad thoughts. Remember my words. If you dare to have any bad thoughts, I will kick your bald head like a ball," I said coldly, and after the transfer was completed, my tone became even harsher. Baldy Lou couldn't help but run away with his head in his hands, and quickly fled the scene with a few of his men. After leaving like a gust of wind, James and Jessica hurried over and thanked me profusely. Jessica looked at the interaction between me and her daughter, seemed a little puzzled, and asked with a smile, "Brother William." This title made me feel a little embarrassed. I originally thought I was quite mature, but I didn't expect to be suddenly called Brother William. However, I knew she was Dora's mother, so I didn't mind and responded politely, "Hello, Annie." Seeing that I was well-educated and well-mannered, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that if Dora could really marry me, she would feel relieved. She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Brother William, have you and Dora known each other for a long time?" I smiled in my heart, thinking that she was doubting my background, so I simply explained, "My name is William, and I go to the same school as Dora." "Is it a class or a grade?" Jessica looked at me, as if confirming something. At this time, James looked at Jessica with some confusion, thinking to himself, I just helped the Lee family a lot and saved their daughter, but she still kept asking questions. She really should thank me. I noticed their reaction and smiled and replied, "I'm not a student. I'm a security guard at the school." "Security?" Jessica's enthusiasm faded instantly. She originally thought that I might be a rich kid, but it turned out that I was just a security guard, and she immediately lost interest in me. Although she is not a snobbish person, she always hopes that her daughter can marry into a good family. At this time, Lee's neighbors also came in one after another and told me how arrogant Lou Baldy was. It turned out that he had relatives in the police station. After hearing this, I understood why Baldy Lou was so arrogant, but I didn't intend to meddle in his business. I only cared about the safety of the Lee family. Just as I was about to say goodbye, James looked at me and said hesitantly, "Brother Lou, I haven't been to the hospital for my leg injury yet. Can you help me take a look? Hearing this, I was moved. I remembered that Dora had mentioned James' leg injury, so I smiled and said, Uncle, I can help you take a look. James was stunned for a moment and looked at me suspiciously. Brother William, do you know medical skills? I chuckled. Although I dare not say that I am proficient in it, my family has some basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, so I can give it a try. James was obviously relieved. Thank you so much. At this moment, Christina's eyes became even brighter. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she suddenly realized how extraordinary I was. Master is indeed a person with the aura of a protagonist. He actually knows medical skills. This is so cool. I felt a little helpless, but I also understood her thoughts. After all, the male protagonists in many urban novels are good at medicine, and I think this is also what she expected. I took out the small tools I brought with me and began to examine James's leg. I used the Swiss Army knife to gently cut the wound to drain the blood, then quickly took out the medical kit and treated it. Christina's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on my every move, and she became even more excited. Master is really more famous than famous doctors. After treating the wound, I smiled at James and said, Uncle, try walking around and see if you feel better. James stood up, took a few cautious steps, and then said in surprise, I feel much better. I can walk like a normal person. Originally, the doctor had told him that he could only walk with a limp and his condition might even get worse. But now he felt that he had fully recovered and could hardly believe what he was seeing. James was so excited that he almost knelt down to thank me, but I quickly stepped forward and held him up. Uncle, there's no need to be so polite. Chapter 20. Uncle, what's your attitude? Dora and I have a good relationship. Since he is my friend's father, I will naturally help him. I said with a smile, my tone full of peace. Dora's eyes were glistening with tears and full of gratitude. Dad, please get up. Master Lu is my friend. Her voice was soft and a little excited, as if she had already given her true heart to me. At that moment, I couldn't help but be moved. Is there anything more precious than a girl's sincerity? Dora's feelings have been quietly implanted in her heart, but I cannot fully understand her purity. I smiled gently. Just call me Brother Lu. No need to be so polite. Looking at her shy face, I suddenly felt a little at a loss, and some inappropriate thoughts emerged in my mind. I quickly dismissed the thought, telling myself that she was just grateful to me for saving her family, and that I had never thought of anything else. Just as I was comforting myself, there was a noisy sound outside, and then 2 policemen walked in. One was short and fat, and the other was thin, but they looked decent after putting on their police uniforms. Walking among them was a middle-aged man with a square face and a serious expression. He was obviously a person of important background. It's him. Baldy Lu pointed at me, his tone full of anger, and it was obvious that he had found help. The whole audience suddenly fell silent, and everyone understood that Baldy Lu had finally found help. Baldy Lu actually didn't want to provoke me. His instinct told him that I was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Even the police might not be able to deal with me. But when he was on his way, he received a call from Marlin, and then he remembered that he had a brother-in-law who was the police chief. If you can't deal with me, the police may be able to help. Baldy Lu boasted that he was a relative of the police chief, but in fact he was just the brother-in-law of a police station chief. Despite this, the arrival of Director Zhao gave him a boost of confidence. After all, if he wanted to take revenge on me, he had to find an excuse. Director Zhao came to Li's house with 2 policemen and Baldy Lu. Seeing that there were many people at the scene, Director Zhao glanced around and everyone lowered their heads, obviously afraid of his identity. You are William? Director Zhao asked coldly, with an unquestionable threat in his eyes. I smiled slightly. I will never change my name. I am William. I looked at Lu Tuzi coldly, with a hint of provocation in my tone. It seems that some people really have a bad memory. They forget the pain before the scar has healed. Baldy Lu was startled and explained hastily, No, I didn't call this person here. It was young Master Yang. Young Master Yang? I was startled and immediately understood the truth. It turned out that Marlin called the police to deal with me. Now, I want to see how the police can deal with me. Director Zhao was obviously very angry. He said angrily, William, you are provoking trouble, disturbing public order, and violating Articles 18 and 21 of the Public Security Administration Regulations. I will take you to the station today to accept punishment. After hearing these accusations, I knew that Director Zhao was just making up excuses. He saw that I was young and arrogant, So he wanted to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson. At this moment, James stood up and said anxiously, Director Zhao, you can't do this. They were the ones who smashed my house first. William was brave and righteous. Why don't you reward him, but arrest him instead? Director Zhao's face darkened, and he turned his gaze to James. You are the owner of this house, James? You are not clean either. You owe a debt and don't pay it back. And you collude with others to beat people. If you talk nonsense again, I will take you back together. James was obviously frightened, but he knew in his heart that if he gave in at this moment, he would be sorry for my help. So he suppressed his fear and said firmly, Director Zhao, it is clear that they are not trustworthy. First, they loaned me money at high interest rates. Then they changed the IOU. And finally, they smashed my house because I had no money. James' words made the atmosphere even more tense, and Director Zhao was obviously a little angry. Do you think you can get away easily like this? You are exchanging your conscience for trouble. He turned around impatiently, obviously preparing to take more severe measures. Chapter 21. It is hardest to refute an honest person's words. Director Zhao looked unhappy, but he could not do anything like Baldy Lu did. Where is your IOU? He asked with a sneer. Tear it up. James answered straightforwardly. Director Zhao snorted coldly. Tear up the IOU? Isn't this a cover-up? Arrest them all. I had expected that they would not let us go easily. And just as I was preparing to respond, Christina suddenly stood up and said, Let's see who dares to arrest us. You policemen are in cahoots with Baldy Lu. Director Zhao was retorted by her and asked coldly, Who are you? I am Dora's friend. William is doing good things. He saved Uncle Lee's leg. He's a good man. Christina did not give in. Director Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly changed the subject. Can he treat injuries? Does he have a medical qualification certificate? Of course not. I laughed. Christina, see clearly. These people are bullies in the guise of public power. They're a good policeman, too. She added in a low voice, but her expression was a little sad. I comforted her. Don't worry, I'll go to the police station and be back soon. Brother Lu, I'll go with you. Dora's eyes were filled with worry. I gently patted the back of her hand. No, I can handle it. Chief Zhao sneered and waved his hand, and two policemen handcuffed me. I'll go too, Christina said loudly. William is my master. Director Zhao frowned. He didn't expect this girl to be so difficult to deal with. I was helpless. Christina, we are not related at all. Don't make trouble. You are my master. How can we be close to each other? She blinked, her face full of mischief. James was scratching his head anxiously. William helped us, but ended up like this. It's so unfair. Jessica also frowned. This girl has a complicated background, right? Dora suddenly remembered something and looked down. It was a phone number Christina had quietly slipped to her. She was startled. Could it be from some big shot? At this time, we have been taken to the police car. Director Zhao sneered. Are you really not afraid? What should I be afraid of? The police station is not hell. Christina curled her lips. You are a repeat offender, right? I teased her. I'm a top student. I don't do bad things. She said proudly. I shook my head and smiled bitterly. We are going to stand trial, not on outing. We all played with electric batons as children. We are not afraid. She said casually, which surprised the policeman. When we arrived at the police station, Chief Zhao began to interrogate me. Name? Christina. His name is William. She answered without hesitation and whispered to me, This guy is so boring to interrogate. I tried to suppress my laughter and said, Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. Director Zhao slammed the table angrily and said, You better behave yourself. Are you going to mess around again? Christina was not afraid at all. Your question is not serious. So of course my answer is not serious either. Director Zhao's face turned pale and he roared. Tell the truth. She sneered. Are you deaf? I've already told you. Your brother-in-law is a loan shark and robbed my best friend. William helped us out, but you come to arrest him? Chief Zhao was furious. Show her some power. He waved his hand, and the fat policeman took out his electric baton and walked toward Christina. Obviously, they had run out of ways to deal with Christina, but they didn't dare to really touch her. The interrogation came to a stalemate because this girl was from a prominent family. Chapter 22. Christina stared at the electric baton in her hand, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Master, this is the electric baton? It's much bigger than the toys I played with when I was a child. She became panicked in an instant and raised her hands to cover her face. Master, come and save me. I'm scared. The courage she had just had disappeared in an instant. and she became helpless and nervous. I understand her acting, but since she is acting, I can only play along. He shouted expressionlessly. Do you want to torture me to extract a confession? Do you know that this behavior is serious enough to go to court? The fat policeman smiled slyly and said, Boy, here, Chief Zhao is the law. I responded coldly. Then I want to see who will have the last laugh. Chief Zhao was used to using electric batons to intimidate those who were brave enough to fight. But when he saw that I was not afraid, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Go, he ordered the fat policeman. The fat policeman raised his electric baton and stabbed me fiercely, but I didn't move. Christina's heart tightened. Did the master really want him to stab me? At this moment, the electric baton fell with a snap and landed right on the fat policeman's foot, causing him to gasp in pain. Christina was shocked and couldn't believe it. Is this a superpower? Is the master an alien? How can he make the electric baton fall by itself? Director Zhao was stunned, thinking that the fat policeman was careless, and angrily asked him, Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? The fat policeman pointed at me and shouted, It's you. You attacked the police. I laughed and said, Attacking the police? Which hand did you use to attack the police? Don't just say it casually, there must be evidence. Director Zhao snorted coldly and signaled the thin policeman to take action. The thin policeman also raised the electric baton, but it fell on his feet with a snap sound, and he squatted down in pain. Christina was even more shocked. This is really acupressure? The master can actually use acupressure. I found it a little funny. I didn't expect that she really thought acupressure was a technique in novels. Director Zhao glared at his two men and said, You two are good-for-nothings. You messed up even this kind of thing. He raised his electric baton, walked towards me, and said viciously, I won't trust Zhao until I teach you a lesson today. I responded coldly, Really? Director Zhao was stunned, feeling a sense of oppression, as if he was facing a wild beast. He took a few steps back unconsciously, but then his anger exploded again, and he rushed towards me with his electric baton raised. Christina secretly expected me to demonstrate my acupressure skills, but at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open, and a majestic voice came. Lao Zhao. What are you doing? A man and a woman walked in. The man was a tall policeman, and the woman was a girl in her 20s. Brother Liu, are you okay? The girl asked with concern when she saw me and Christina. Christina sighed inwardly. If I had come a few seconds later, I could have seen the master's acupuncture skills again. The person who came was Dora, who rushed to find reinforcements after hearing the news. Director Zhao was stunned. Seeing that it was Deputy Director Qian, he angrily asked, Old Qian, how did you come in? Isn't the mission carried out outside? Deputy Director Qian and Director Zhao have always had a grudge against each other. This time, after hearing the news, he rushed over with Dora. When he saw Director Zhao was about to take action, he immediately stopped him. He said sternly, How can you torture someone to extract a confession? Do you know that this is a serious violation of discipline? Director Zhao sneered. It's none of your business, Deputy Director Qian. Stop meddling in other people's business. Deputy Director Qian was not to be outdone. If you do this, you won't be the director tomorrow. Director Zhao looked at Christina and sneered. Do you think that just because you're the director's daughter, you can make me step down? Deputy Director Qian knew that Christina was indeed the daughter of the Public Security Department director, but Director Zhao did not recognize her. At this moment, Director Pong suddenly appeared and slapped Director Zhao twice without hesitation. Director Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. When he came to his senses, he saw Director Fong and immediately retracted his fist, smiling. Director Fong, why are you here? Director Fong, Deputy Mayor and Police Chief of Jingnan City, rushed over after hearing the news that Christina had been arrested. As soon as he arrived, he decided to deal with Director Zhao and said sternly, You are breaking the law, Director Zhao. Director Zhao bowed his head in front of Director Fong, and it was obvious that his arrogance today had come to an end. Chapter 23. When Director Fong finally saw Christina was safe and sound, he was relieved. But when he saw Director Zhao's arrogant attitude, he felt uneasy. If this matter gets to Christina's father's ears, his position may be lost. In anger, he slapped Director Zhao twice, but Director Zhao dared to fight back, which made him even more angry. Director Fong stared at Director Zhao with anger in his eyes, then turned to Christina and me and said, If I hadn't arrived, would you really think you could do nothing? Christina responded calmly. Director Fong, your subordinate is really powerful. He is standing up for your brother-in-law. Director Fong was stunned and obviously did not understand what she meant. Director Zhao and the two policemen realized that the person Christina was referring to might be a relative of Director Fong, and complicated expressions appeared on their faces. When Director Fong heard this, he looked shocked and uneasy. Director Zhao explained nervously, "He's my brother-in-law." Obviously, he realized that he was in big trouble. Director Fong saw that Director Zhao was flustered and anxious. He turned to Christina and me and said with a forced smile, "Miss Han, please rest assured. I will make sure to give you a fair result." But Christina seemed alert and asked, "What? Are you still going to deal with him?" I quickly called her in a low voice and signaled her to stay calm. Director Fong was secretly alert in his heart. I am obviously not an ordinary person. If he has the support of Director Han, his future must not be underestimated. So he turned to me, respectfully apologized, and praised me for my bravery, saying that good young people like me are vital to social order. I smiled calmly, knowing that if it weren't for Christina's status, Director Fong would never be so polite. "Director Fong, you are too kind," I said modestly, knowing that Director Fong had Christina's support behind this move. Afterwards, Christina and Dora explained the incident in detail, especially when they mentioned Baldy Lewis' evil deeds against Christina. Director Fong's face became heavy and sweat broke out on his forehead. If William hadn't acted in time, the situation would have been even worse. "Director Zhao, you actually condoned your relative's evil deeds. It seems you need to reflect on yourself." Director Zhao almost collapsed. Director Fong said sternly, "Don't you want to be a household registration police officer? Go tomorrow." Then he ordered the deputy director to arrest Lu Tuzi. However, Christina suddenly spoke up and changed the situation. "I like Deputy Director Chin more. He is obviously a good person." Director Fong immediately understood and instructed Deputy Director Chen to handle the matter. Deputy Director Chen was very excited, obviously seeing an opportunity for promotion. Christina then suggested that I get a bonus for bravery. Director Fong immediately agreed. "I'll go get it done right away." Afterwards, Christina suggested that everyone go out for dinner together, and Director Fong readily agreed and said that he would pay for the bill. We had dinner at a famous restaurant in Jingnan City. When the restaurant manager saw Director Fong coming, he immediately arranged everything. At this point, I noticed that Marlin from next door was also dining at the same restaurant, and I thought to myself that I could take this opportunity to settle the score with him. The hotel was arranged, and Director Fong felt that he should not stay for long, so he said goodbye and left. When shaking hands, he was a little too strong, which made me feel uncomfortable. I cursed him in my heart for being so ignorant, but I also understood the deeper meaning behind his actions. After all, he now regarded me as Director Han's confidant. Director Fong looked at me with a smile on his face. "Brother William, if it weren't for your intervention today, this incident might have had a huge negative impact on the public security of our city. On behalf of the Jingnan Public Security Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude for your actions." I sneered in my heart, knowing that his words were just politeness. After all, Director Fong now regards me as Director Han's son-in-law. How could he look down on me? After all, his future may be in the hands of Director Han. Chapter 24. I smiled and said softly, "How can I take on this responsibility? I heard that some corrupt officials can reappear in the officialdom after hiding for a period of time, but Director Zhao obviously will not have such luck because he is a good leader who is honest and upright and hates evil." Director Fong's expression changed slightly, as if he realized that his confident Director Zhao no longer had a chance. Originally, he just wanted to warn Director Zhao. After all, this person had helped him before, and he was considering transferring him to another position. However, after I said this, there was no room for maneuver, and Director Fong could only accept it silently. Christina smiled and broke the silence. "Master, you are so mean. You clearly wanted to warn Director Fong not to use that arrogant Director Zhao, but you said it so implicitly that even Director Fong was speechless." I smiled helplessly. "Christina, you should just call me Master Lu. I really don't deserve that title." She widened her eyes. "Why? Don't you think highly of me?" This seems a bit ambiguous. I was just answering it casually, but the moment she approached, my attention was instantly attracted to her. She had a perfect figure, and the air was filled with her unique fragrance, which directly hit my senses. I hurriedly pretended to sneeze and lowered my head to wipe away the sudden nosebleed with a napkin. "Christina, don't be angry, let's talk it out." Dora quickly stepped forward and separated us. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily Dora is here, otherwise I might have revealed my flaws. Christina looked at me with a provocative smile on her face. Bad master, you're destroying the bridge after crossing it. She didn't notice my embarrassment at the moment, but instead thought that it was the smell of the perfume that caused me to have an allergic reaction. No, I just feel that I'm not qualified to be your master. I forced a smile. She shook her head and said, how can I not be qualified? I saw that you can press acupoints. Those two policemen's electric batons must have been caused by you. Acupuncture. Dora looked at me in surprise, with admiration in her eyes. I smiled bitterly and said, so you really saw it, but even if you know it, I can't accept you as my apprentice. If you don't accept me as your apprentice, I will. Christina threatened provocatively. I was a little curious. How? She gritted her teeth, her eyes fierce. If you don't accept me as your apprentice, I will find my friend. She is a reporter in the journalism department, and tell her about your acupuncture. I was stunned, thinking to myself, there's no need to be so cruel, right? If the news got out, my security career would be over. How could I possibly bear such a big exposure? From then on, I became a public figure, and the media rushed to report on me. It was a disaster for me. Yes, see if you should take me as your apprentice. Christina smiled proudly, as if she already knew that I would compromise. I smiled helplessly. It's not that scary. I won't admit it when the time comes. What can she do to me? Her smug smile gradually disappeared, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Whoa. Christina suddenly started crying, tears welling up almost instantly. I was stunned. This girl's emotions fluctuated so quickly that I was a little overwhelmed. Dora hurriedly advised, Brother Lou, just agree to Christina. She has admired knights since she was a child, and especially likes acupoint kung fu. Since you know how to do it, why don't you teach her? If you don't agree, I will kneel down for you. Dora stood up and seemed to be really going to kneel down. I was almost frightened and said in my heart, Dora, what do you mean by this? But then I realized that these two people have a close relationship, so it is normal for them to help each other. Christina, Dora, listen to me. I slapped the table, trying to calm the situation. They stopped, their eyes full of expectation. I smiled bitterly and said, do you know why I don't teach you? The two of them stared at me intently, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Christina wiped her tears and asked in confusion, do you think I'm stupid? I comforted her. How are you stupid? Otherwise, how could you get into Tian'an University? She seemed unconvinced. Then why don't you teach me? I paused, then smiled and replied, because what you want to learn is acupressure. They looked at each other. What's wrong with acupressure? I smiled and said, if you two were to be nude models, how would you react? As soon as I said it, I immediately realized how inappropriate my words were. Dora's face instantly turned red, and Christina was also stunned. If it were you, I'd... Dora whispered to herself. Pervert, Christina yelled, waving her hand towards me, but she forgot she didn't bring a baseball bat. I quickly explained, this is just an analogy. You don't want to do it either. Although acupressure doesn't require you to take off your clothes, it is very demanding and requires precise touch. They finally understood. You have to identify the acupuncture points when pressing, otherwise there may be big problems. I continued to explain. You must have watched martial arts TV dramas, right? Although it is fictional, acupoint pressing does have a tradition of being taught from men to men in the Chinese martial arts world. Christina and Dora finally understood. Although they had never read martial arts novels, they often watched martial arts TV series. Christina was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. Dora also gently persuaded, Christina, forget it. It may really be inappropriate. Chapter 25. If Christina agreed, there must be a reason. She is willing to be my girlfriend. Otherwise, she would never make such a choice. Bang! Christina slammed the table, her tone decisive, even with a hint of sarcasm. Today, I'm going to risk it all. In order to learn acupressure, what does it matter if I sacrifice something? Those actors can devote themselves to art, so why can't I? Her eyes were firm, and she was obviously determined. Dora's eyes were full of shock, and she eagerly grabbed Christina's hand. Christina, you have to think it over carefully. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Christina answered stubbornly, I have made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. She turned to me and asked expectantly, Master, can you agree to take me in as your apprentice now? I looked at her, feeling helpless. Her determination confused me. Was she really willing to pay for it? I sighed and smiled bitterly. Well, if you want to learn acupuncture, you must first pass 2 levels. It doesn't necessarily require you to sacrifice yourself. I pointed to the numb point on the inside of her elbow and said, "This is to test your sensitivity to the acupoints." She immediately showed excitement, gently lifted her sleeves, revealing her slender white arms, and quickly found and touched that point. I was stunned, shocked. She was even more perceptive than me, and her talent was so intimidating that I was afraid of her. I passed it. I nodded, but still reminded her, "But you still need to keep practicing. It's best to find a few friends to help you try." She turned to Dora, with expectation in her eyes. "Dora, help me try?" Dora was startled and waved her hands quickly. "Forget it, Christina. I dare not try this. Really, even my good friends won't help me. Forget it. Let's go find other classmates." Christina muttered in disappointment and turned to me. "Master, are there any more levels?" I was a little hesitant. She was so talented, but I didn't plan to take her in as my apprentice. I already had a plan in mind, and my target was Lisa, not her. I was worried that her talent would affect my state of mind in cultivation, and she was a beautiful disciple, so I was afraid that I would be distracted. I felt awkward about how to reject her without hurting her feelings. Suddenly, I thought of a solution. There's another condition. Whether it is acupuncture or boxing, we must pay attention to martial ethics, so the people I teach must have a sense of justice. Sense of justice? Christina's eyes sparkled. Since I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a soldier or a police officer, punishing evil and promoting good. I admire Jean Zhao the most. I have a sense of justice. I knew in my heart that she really had this sense of justice, but I still asked her to prove it. It's not enough to just talk. She tilted her head and squinted her eyes, obviously having thought of a solution. "Master, I know what to do." I felt uneasy, and I felt that her smile was a little unsettling. Dora smiled and interrupted. "Okay, Christina will definitely find a way. By the way, should we go eat? I'm a little hungry." Yes, I'm hungry too." I nodded, thinking to myself that if Christina hadn't been making a fuss for so long, we would have eaten a long time ago. We started eating, and I gobbled the food without stopping. Christina and Dora looked at me blankly, and I realized that they hadn't started eating yet. I felt a little embarrassed and quickly asked them to eat too. Christina said playfully, "Master, you said so much to Dora, but you only told me to eat. Isn't my figure worse than Dora's?" I felt conflicted, but remained calm. "How could that be? Of course you are better than Dora." Although I complained in my heart, Christina did have a good figure. I smiled and said, "Christina, I think your figure can be best described in 4 words." A hint of pride flashed in her eyes, and she asked playfully, "Is it a natural beauty?" I shook my head. "Christina, you didn't pass the Chinese test. This is used to describe face." She was stunned, then immediately recovered. Dora seemed a little curious and asked, "How should I describe Christina's great figure?" I know she envied Christina's figure, and I felt sorry for Dora. Christina's appearance and figure are indeed amazing, but there is an unknown loneliness behind her. I turned to ask, "Christina, are you really the director's daughter?" Dora interrupted. "Yes, Christina is the daughter of an official. Whoever marries her will never have to worry about his next life." Christina's expression sank slightly, her eyes filled with worry. "I am me, and my father is my father. We can't mix the two." I asked, "Do you have any conflict with your father?" She frowned slightly, was silent for a while, and finally said, "My mother died because of him." This sentence shocked me. It turns out that Christina has so much pain hidden behind her. I can't help but feel sad for her. Chapter 26. This was a career promotion for Christina's father, but it was the beginning of a disaster for the Han family. Although Christina's father rose rapidly, he also offended many people, especially some people who hated him. Eventually, these people turned their revenge targets to Christina and her mother. In an attempt to protect her daughter, Christina's mother was shot in the chest during an attack. Christina cried out in pain. Her mother could no longer open her eyes. She was unable to see her beloved daughter again, nor did she wait for her husband to return. She hummed the sad song. "I want to hold her hand gently. My mother told me there's still hope. I see the sun coming out. My mother smiled and it's dawn." At that moment, I couldn't help but feel sad. Behind Christina's strength was endless pain and forbearance. Dora heard these past events for the first time. She realized that beneath Christina's always smiling face, there was deep pain hidden. Although life was peaceful and beautiful when her parents were alive, Christina lost her beloved mother. Christina whispered, "I have nothing left. My mother, who loved me the most, is gone." Although my father was good to me, I cannot forgive him. I patted her on the back and advised, Christina, be strong. If your mother could see you like this, she would be heartbroken. How did your father behave afterwards? She answered in a low voice. I remember that after he came back, he knelt in front of my mother's body for a whole night, but I still don't want to forgive him because my mother's death was related to him. I said slowly, don't look at your father like that. As a soldier, I have seen many such stories. They know that their families will resent them, but they don't want to see their loved ones suffer. The pain your father endured is much heavier than you think. She asked doubtfully, is he really that miserable? I patiently guided her to think. What did he do after your mother passed away? Did he always pay attention to you? He didn't remarry and always cared about me, but I decided to never forgive him. She lowered her head and asked, am I wrong? I comforted her. It's not your fault, Christina. You only saw part of it and didn't see the pain in his heart. She whispered, I dare not forgive him. I joked, Christina is timid sometimes? She suddenly paused, and there was a hint of apology on her face. Just as I was teasing her, I suddenly felt a sharp pain. It turned out that she was angry and gave me a 9 white bone claw. Although it didn't hurt, her anxious look made me feel warm. She apologized in a low voice. Master, does it hurt? I'm sorry. I chuckled and replied, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. She suddenly looked at the beef leg on the table with a cunning look in her eyes. Master, I apologize. What's wrong? I was stunned for a moment. She actually called me master, which surprised me. She had never been so polite in such an occasion. I handed her the Swiss Army knife, but she fumbled with the handle unfamiliarly. As soon as I reminded her to be careful, the blade cut her finger and blood flowed. Christina, you're bleeding, Dora exclaimed. Her cry of pain made me feel warm in my heart. She was not weak, but her expression of dependence made me feel deeply warm. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. A young man came in. He had dyed red hair and a malicious look in his eyes, and he was obviously very interested in them. 2 schoolgirls out to earn some pocket money. He raised his eyebrows and asked. Christina sneered, is your father Li Gang? The man was stunned and quickly became nervous. How do you know my father is Li Gang? She sneered and said, Li Gang, you have such a good son, so you must have a lot of dark history. I can ask my dad to mention it and make sure you can check it out. At this moment, Christina's calmness and elegance were fully displayed. Her words were full of sarcasm, but also revealed her confidence without losing her grace. Li Xiao was stunned. He was attracted by her beauty and temperament, and seemed to have completely lost his mind. Christina's clever counterattack left him at a loss, and her grace completely lost him. Chapter 27. Christina's father's rapid career advancement attracted a lot of jealousy and hostility. Although he climbed up step by step with his own ability, he also offended many people. These people held a grudge and constantly plotted to bring him down. However, no matter how they planned, they always failed. Following a malicious act against Christina, his father, these individuals turned their revenge on Christina and her mother. Although Christina's father did not show up in time, her mother did not hesitate to stand up to protect her and eventually paid with her life. Her mother's sacrifice plunged Christina into deep pain. Her heart-wrenching cries broke the silence. Her mother never opened her eyes again and did not even wait for her father to return to her. In this deep pain, Christina hummed a song softly. I want to gently hold her hand. My mother told me there's hope. I see the sun coming out. My mother smiled and the day has dawned. This song accompanies her sad memories, and her voice reveals endless sorrow. For me, this song always touches my heart, especially when I see her singing it so sadly. My heart can't help but sink. Dora heard about Christina's past for the first time, and shock and sympathy were intertwined in her eyes. She finally understood that the always sunny and energetic Christina actually had a deep pain behind her. I couldn't help but sigh. Although I have always lived in the love of my parents, and everything is going well, what about Christina? Her mother has left her forever. At this moment, I gently held her hand and felt her slight trembling. She leaned on my shoulder and said helplessly, Master, I have nothing left. My mother who loved me the most is gone. My father was very good to me, but I can't forgive him. I comforted her. Christina, stay strong. Your mother would be very sad if she saw you crying now. She bowed her head and nodded. The sadness in her eyes did not dissipate. After a moment, she whispered, he knelt in front of my mother's body all night after he came back, but I still can't forgive him. My mother died because of him. I sighed and said patiently, Christina, Don't look at your dad like that. I know you are in pain, but there are some things that you really can't blame him for. For the sake of the country, he may not be able to explain it clearly to his family. He must be in pain in his heart. She was obviously not expecting me to say that and was stunned for a moment. I continued, Look, what did he do after your mother passed away? Did he immediately find someone else to marry? You see, he has always been paying attention to you and wants to take care of you. She was silent for a while, looking at me in confusion. No, he has never been married, and he has always been paying attention to me. But I still can't forgive him. I gently counseled her. It's not your fault. You only see the surface and don't see his inner struggle. You can go talk to him and tell him how you feel. I believe you will be very happy. Her eyes were full of hesitation. I dare not. Her voice was trembling, and it was obviously difficult for her to take this step. I couldn't help but laugh. Christina can be timid sometimes? How come you don't even have this little courage? I teased her deliberately, trying to ease her mood a little. However, just as I was teasing her, I felt a sharp pain. I couldn't help but scream. Christina was obviously angry and forgot that I was her master and gave me a 9 white bone claw. Although I frowned in pain, she didn't notice it at all. Seeing my pain, she immediately reached out and gently massaged my waist and asked nervously, Master, does it hurt? Who told you to make fun of me just now? I was wrong. Her little gesture made me feel a little uncomfortable, but it also made me feel a little warm. I decided not to mention the pain, thinking to myself that this little treatment was not bad. At this time, Christina suddenly saw a plate of beef legs on the table and seemed to have an idea. She smiled and said, I will give the beef legs to the master. Master, can you lend me your knife? I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to be so polite. She picked up my Swiss Army knife and fumbled with it. I felt a little uneasy and quickly reminded her, Christina, put it down. However, it was too late. With a scream, her finger was cut by the sharp blade and blood oozed out. Christina, you're bleeding. I shouted hurriedly. Dora also screamed and was about to help when the man outside the door heard our voices and thought something private had happened, so he rushed in. The man was a young man in his 20s, with dyed red hair and a flirtatious look, as if he thought this would attract the attention of women. Dora immediately scolded him. Who are you? Get out. The man was obviously displeased with our reaction, and when he saw the beautiful faces of Christina and Dora, a hint of frivolous desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered, It's a shame for two beauties to follow this boy. Christina did not react immediately. Instead, she showed a meaningful smile and looked at him with a teasing look. You are Li Gang's son, right? Her words stunned the man. The following conversation made him even more confused, and finally, his frivolous attitude and self-righteous ideas were defeated by Christina's sarcasm. Chapter 28. Marlin was very proud, thinking that Director Zhao's intervention could easily solve the problem. He believed that Director Zhao had enough influence in this circle, and any trouble could be easily solved. So he called Director Zhao without hesitation and began to plan how to make me pay the price. However, Director Zhao took me away, and I realized that the problem was far more complicated than I had imagined. Although I felt a little relieved to be taken away, I knew that this did not mean that I could get away easily. Christina's identity and background are not so easy to deal with. She is definitely not a soft persimmon that can be easily crushed. Watching her being taken away, I felt uneasy. Although Director Zhao seemed to be just going through the motions, I still felt uneasy. After all, Principal Jia had the opportunity to kick me out of the school a long time ago, but he never did it. Obviously, this matter involves not only the school rules, but a more complicated background. Marlin was furious. He couldn't tolerate the fact that I was getting along so easily in school. He even felt that he had to deal with me and not let me get away with it unscathed. His reputation and status do not allow someone like me to run rampant. At the same time, Wang Bin and Li Yin seemed even more impatient. Seeing Marlin getting so angry, they became more eager to take action. They didn't take me seriously at all, and their minds were full of thoughts on how to beat me to a pulp. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a violent conflict suddenly broke out in the next room, breaking their drinking mood. Wang Bin and Li Yin went to deal with it angrily, while Marlin continued to sit there, obviously not thinking it was a big deal. However, when Li Yin came back, his face was covered with wounds, and he was obviously in trouble. He whispered, Boss, I'm in trouble. I ran into a tough guy. The guy's really a tough guy. Hearing this, Marlin was immediately furious and vowed to make the other party pay the price. When Wang Bin and Li Yin rushed into the next room with the security guards, they saw Christina sitting in my arms and were instantly attracted by her beauty. Wang Bin even regretted why he had never seen her before, and he did not realize that the ordinary security guard, William in front of him, was the little man who frightened them. Wang Bin smiled and said, "Boy, you hit my brother, didn't you?" I stammered in response, I didn't. It was the beer bottle that flew onto his head by itself. It was a complete coincidence." Wang Bin seemed to think that I was bold after drinking and continued to provoke me. "Why don't you let the beer bottle bounce up again and hit me on the head?" Then he proposed a condition. "As long as you agree to one of my conditions, I can let you go." I lowered my head and pretended to be pitiful and asked, "What condition?" "As long as I can survive, I can agree to anything." At this moment, I secretly winked at Dora, and she understood what I meant and quietly ran behind me. Wang Bin continued disdainfully, "You can change the conditions. Give me these two girls, and you can leave." Christina blushed slightly, and Dora looked panicked. Facing Wang Bin's threat, I quickly shook my head. "I'm afraid that won't work." Wang Bin's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will beat you to a point where you'd rather die than live?" I quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was that these two girls are not attracted to you, but to me." Wang Bin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic." As soon as he finished speaking, I grabbed the beer bottle next to me and smashed it on Wang Bin's nose without hesitation. Bang! With a loud bang, the bottle hit Wang Bin's nose accurately, and his face was immediately covered with blood. The whole room was silent, and everyone was stunned. They didn't expect me to do this. I smiled and said coldly, "Do you think I would do anything stupid? Christina and Dora are mine. No one can take them away from me." When I said this, I felt a little proud in my heart, as if I had finally experienced it, just like the protagonist in the novel. Wang Bin was so angry that his eyes bulged out, and he shouted angrily, "Beat him! Beat him hard!" The security guards saw that something was wrong and retreated one after another. Wang Bin became more annoyed when he saw this, so he went into battle himself. However, as soon as he got close, I kicked him away and knocked him to the ground in an instant. Wang Bin was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. I walked up to him with a sneer, "So, do you know who I am now?" He gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say anything else. Chapter 29. Li Yan's calves were trembling. His body was stiff. He wanted to escape, but couldn't move. When he saw me approaching, his face turned pale. "Boy, what do you want to do?" Wang Bin tried to hold on with a trembling voice. "I tell you, this is a society ruled by law. The law is here." Although he said this, his lips kept shaking, and he was obviously beginning to panic. Christina and Dora watched from the side with their eyes shining, clapping until they were red, their eyes full of admiration. Their eyes followed me closely. Obviously, they were full of infinite admiration for me. Legal system? King's law. I sneered. "If you really knew what the rule of law is, you wouldn't do whatever you want in front of me." My words were cold, and the air instantly became solemn. Wang Bin's eyes flickered, and he was obviously a little flustered. "My father is Wang Chong." He tried to use this name to pressure me, but I just smiled coldly. Christina quickly wrote down Wang Chong's name and smiled contemptuously. If the son is so arrogant, the father may not be much better. Her sarcasm was obvious. I turned the Swiss Army knife in my hand, the blade flashed in the sun, and the tension in the air suddenly increased. Wang Bin and Li Yan's faces changed, and they lowered their heads. "Please spare us. We really don't dare." Wang Bin and Li Yan begged for mercy. "What's the point of just talking?" I said coldly. "Each of you slapped the other 100 times. Start now." The two looked at each other, obviously unwilling to do it. After all, they grew up together, so it was difficult for them to do such a thing. But my eyes were as cold as winter, letting them know that they could not leave here unless they did it well. Li Yan finally gritted his teeth and took the initiative to slap him. He slapped him with a loud and clear slap. "Pa!" Li Yan's face immediately swelled up, and he cried out in pain. "Second brother, you really hit me." While beating him, Wang Bin whispered, "Brother, don't blame me. I really did it to save my life." He hit him even harder, and Li Yan suddenly saw stars. The fight between the two became more and more intense, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Just then, there was a commotion outside the door, and I looked up and saw more than a dozen people rushing in. The leader was a burly man with a skull tattooed on his chest. He was followed by a group of security guards and looked like someone who should not be underestimated. However, despite the aggressiveness of these people, I did not see the person I expected, Marlin. I felt annoyed. Could he really be hiding? Marlin did not leave. He had been waiting there. He was sure that Captain Luo could easily solve the problem. Captain Luo was born in the underworld, good at Sanda. Almost no one could escape from him. At this moment, Marlin's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and frowned slightly. It was Director Zhao calling. That kid William is in big trouble. Director Zhao's voice came hurriedly. Marlin was shocked. William? Who is he? Director Zhao continued. Young Master Yang. If you hadn't asked my brother-in-law to go find him, how could Miss Han have offended him? Young Master Yang. If I knew about his relationship with Director Han, I would never have done this. Marlin was shocked. He originally thought that the relationship between Christina and me was just a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be so close. After hanging up the phone, Marlin began to feel that things were more complicated than he thought. At the same time, the atmosphere in the hall became more tense. Captain Luo rushed over with the security guards, with provocation in his eyes. Boy, do you know where this is? His voice was full of hostility. I smiled slightly and asked coldly, what kind of place is this? My tone was calm, but that calmness made Captain Luo feel nervous. Christina and Dora stood nearby. Christina's brows were furrowed, and she obviously felt the tense atmosphere. She immediately took out her cell phone and sent a text message. Captain Luo did not get the expected response and shouted angrily, Boy, do you know who I am? He slammed the table and said, Go ahead, beat this kid hard. His order resounded through the hall like thunder. The security guard came around with iron bars, but I just sat there and watched. Although they were all aggressive, I was ready to deal with them. My kicks were as fast as the wind. The dozen or so security guards didn't even have a chance to touch me. Instead, they were kicked to the ground one by me. Christina and Dora were shocked. They watched me handle it easily with admiration in their eyes. Christina couldn't help but shout, Master, you are amazing. I turned to look at her and smiled. It would be even better if a beautiful girl gave me a kiss. At this moment, a sense of pride rose in my heart, but I knew it was just a tease. Christina was obviously amused. She licked her lips and gave a charming smile. Her instant flirting made my heart beat faster, and I almost lost control. I used to think she was like a boy, but now she has become so sexy. Dora stood beside me. Although she didn't praise loudly, I could tell she was also full of admiration. Her personality was different from Christina's. She was always reserved and didn't easily express her emotions. At that moment, I understood that although Dora looked calm on the outside, she had already developed some feelings for me in her heart, but she was not as brave as Christina to show her emotions. As time went by and Dora became famous, her national attention grew and many people admired her. However, she still maintains her reserve and calmness. Perhaps it is this change in character that makes her more charming. I once thought that if she could let go of her reserve and be that bold girl again, our relationship might be closer. But life is always full of regrets, and the time lost can never be recovered. Chapter 30. Before Christina expressed her opinion, she mustered up the courage to say to me, Brother Lou, Christina doesn't want to, but I do. Her tone was firm, as if she had drawn a line in the sand between us. Captain Luo's eyes showed surprise, as if he had just realized my ability and began to regret provoking me. If he had known how powerful I was, he would definitely not have made this decision. However, now that things have developed to this point, he can't back down easily, especially in front of these brothers, especially facing Marlin. He can't admit defeat. I sneered and thought to myself, Captain Luo is just looking for an excuse to save himself. In this case, why not take the opportunity to test him and see how he will react? I said calmly, If you really want to fight, come on, stop talking nonsense. You're no match for me. Are you scared? My words were full of provocation, and it was obvious that he was weighing how to respond. Captain Luo was silent for a moment and responded coldly, I'm not afraid of you, but we all have to make a living. Can we sit down and talk? He tried to control the situation through negotiation and avoid direct conflict with me. I continued to put pressure on him. Were you sent by Marlin? Call him out. I want to find him. This was not only a test from me, but also a confirmation as to whether Marlin was really behind all this. Captain Luo's expression changed instantly. He obviously knew that once Marlin and I came face to face, things would be difficult to resolve, and he would be responsible. Christina and Dora also noticed the delicate situation, especially Christina, who was obviously resentful of Marlin and gritted her teeth and whispered, Marlin, I haven't settled the score for what you asked us to do before. The atmosphere became tense, and Captain Luo warned in a low voice, Young Master Yang will not see you unless you promise not to conflict with him again. He obviously hoped to calm the situation with this proposal. I smiled and responded nonchalantly. Then stop talking nonsense. Come on, when I take action, you won't have a chance. My heart was filled with long-lost passion, and I could finally let go and solve these troubles. Captain Luo's face turned pale, and he roared, slapping me with his dark purple palm. The momentum almost froze the air around us. Dora and Christina were obviously a little flustered. After all, they had never seen Captain Luo so excited. Seeing the discolored palm, Christina comforted softly. Don't be afraid. He is no match for my master. Definitely not. Even though she was nervous herself, I turned around and looked at them, smiling. Why? You don't have confidence in me. Then just go. Seeing my nonchalant expression, they seemed to relax. Christina pouted and said, Nonsense, if you win, I'll cheer for you, but if you lose, I'll throw over 100 pounds at you. Dora also plucked up the courage to say, We won't leave, Brother Lu. Although she was shy, her determination at this moment warmed my heart. I smiled mischievously. Not bad, not wrong. But then I made another joke. It's just that you're so heavy, I can't catch you. They couldn't help but waver after hearing this. Christina was a little shy, while Dora was quietly worried about losing weight. Captain Luo didn't understand the joke between us at all. He was furious and waved his hand again, wanting to teach me a lesson. So, it's the iron sand palm. Then I'll use the iron sand palm against you too. I sneered, ready to meet the challenge. Bang! With a loud bang, Captain Luo's attack was easily resolved by me. His body was knocked back a few steps, his eyes widened. Obviously, he didn't expect that I could resolve his attack so easily. People around began to whisper. They were surprised to see this scene. Many people originally thought that I was a small security guard and would definitely suffer losses. But when they saw how powerful I was and even made Captain Luo suffer losses, they began to secretly applaud me. A middle-aged man whispered to his friend beside him, Is he using the iron sand palm? Another person replied in astonishment, It is the iron sand palm. It is really not easy for him to practice to this level. At this moment, the hotel manager rushed over and shouted, Raleigh, don't stop. Obviously, he saw that the situation was out of control and hurried to stop it. Captain Luo was stunned for a moment when he heard the manager's voice and finally stopped the attack. The situation was under control, and although he was unwilling, he obviously knew that it would be no good for him to continue making trouble at this time. Seeing Captain Luo stop, I smiled. In his eyes, I might be a weak opponent, but in my eyes, he is just a wild cat, and his threat is not worth mentioning. I knew the meal was almost over. I had been planning to spend time with Christina and Dora, but I was interrupted by these people. I felt a little annoyed. It seemed that if I didn't teach them a lesson, they would think I was easy to bully. At this time, the arrival of the manager broke my thoughts. Obviously, Captain Luo immediately restrained his momentum when facing the manager. He knew that the matter could not be expanded, otherwise he would also be held responsible. Wang Bin and Li Yin watched the situation change. They had originally hoped that the security guards' large numbers could suppress me, but now their expectations were dashed. They began to slap each other helplessly, hoping that Captain Luo could turn the situation around. However, when a manager showed up, the security guard became more aggressive, as if they thought that as long as the manager showed up, no matter how strong I was, I would fall. I stood up quickly and wanted to complain to the manager, trying to use this opportunity to solve the problem. But to their surprise, beads of sweat were already visible on the fat manager's forehead. It was obvious that he was not as calm as they thought. Seeing that the situation was out of control, he hurried over, looking a little overwhelmed and obviously afraid that I would get hurt. Chapter 31, Finding the Real Owner. Although he knew that Captain Luo had his reasons for doing this, and that he must have acted against William at the instigation of Marlin, Wang Bin, and Lian, he would definitely side with these 3 second-generation officials and rich people. But that won't work. This young man is surrounded by Miss Han. Considering how well Miss Han treats this young man, and considering how Chief Fong is so polite to this young man, how can I stand on your side? So he rushed to Captain Luo and slapped him twice without saying a word. The 2 slaps made Captain Luo's face burn. Although they did not cause internal injuries, they left Captain Luo stunned. Why did he start the attack without listening to the explanation? Or was there some misunderstanding? Manager, listen to me. He saw that Wang Bin and Lian also had dumbfounded expressions on their faces and had no intention of speaking for himself, so he wanted to make a few more remarks. Rowley, go to the finance office to settle the bill now and leave within an hour. Get out. the manager shouted at Captain Luo. Just like that, he lost his job? Captain Luo was dumbfounded. He didn't even have a chance to explain himself. He knew that he couldn't challenge the manager, as the manager was furious, and it would be best to think of a solution later. He could only smile bitterly, lower his head, squeeze through the onlookers, and then go to the finance office. Master William, it's all because of my poor management that my subordinates are disrespectful to you. You're not hurt, are you? The fat manager hurried over to apologize to William. If you have any requests, you can raise them. I can satisfy them all. William smiled and said, Manager, I wasn't hurt. I was just having a good meal with the two ladies and didn't offend anyone. But someone made me uncomfortable. Manager, do you know what I'm going to do next? The manager was shocked. He thought he had pissed off William and that William wanted to destroy his restaurant. So what if it was smashed? It was my own people who failed to serve this young Master William well. Do you really think he is a security guard? You must be kidding. If he was, how could Miss Han be so intimate with him and Director Fong personally smile at him? I won't bother with you, Captain Luo. I have punished 2 people who made me uncomfortable today, and there is one I haven't punished yet. William said to Wang Bin and Li Yin, It's strange. I haven't asked you to stop yet. Why did you 2 stand up and stop smoking? Do you want me to help you? The 2 guys were so scared that their faces turned green. William smiled and said, Forget it. You 2 have become fatter. I won't bother with you 2. Help me call Marlin over, and this matter will be over for you. Let's go and call him now. Wang Bin and Li Yin felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not run so fast to respond to their parents' orders. They quickly went to the next room and called Marlin. Marlin was just wondering about William's background when he was pulled up by the 2 men. He didn't know what was going on. Master Wang, Master Li, what are you doing? Young Master Yang, someone wants to see you. Wang Bin didn't say it was William. He was also a smart man, and he had already figured out what was going on when William came out. As soon as he heard William's tone, he could tell that this powerful guy must have some grudge with Marlin. It could be said that both Li Yin and himself were implicated because of Marlin. In fact, it was all because of them being attracted by Marlin's beauty. Otherwise, even if they were good friends with Marlin, William would not have taken his anger out on them. But Wang Bin put the blame on Marlin, and he also had some complaints against Marlin. So he didn't say that William wanted to settle the score with him. He just said it simply. This made Marlin think that the people next door were acquaintances. Maybe the flood had washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family didn't recognize each other. But after all the fuss, they turned out to be friends. Marlin also found it a bit strange. Why were there so many people? It was such a grand occasion. He saw Christina from a distance, which startled him. Then he saw William was sitting there. He couldn't help but wonder, why is it this guy? He realized that something was wrong, but his hands were grabbed by 2 of his cronies. It was not that they were disloyal, but they were really afraid of William. As long as they could get away, they would throw loyalty aside. Marlin, since you were here, why don't you sit down and have a good chat? We just happen to have some accounts to settle. William said with a smile, Everyone can leave. This is our private space. After he said that, those who were watching the fun naturally felt embarrassed to continue watching, and some of the people who were responsible for special tasks also felt that there was no need to complete their tasks. Miss Han has a flower protector, and if a few of us go out, we will only cause trouble. Therefore, these people quickly retreated and came to a black car. The man in the car is about 50 years old. It can be seen that although the years have left wrinkles on his forehead, he must have been a handsome man when he was young. He is Han Peng, director of the Public Security Department of Tian'an Province. Han Peng was in disbelief when he unexpectedly received a text message from his beloved daughter. He never thought that his daughter, who was in a Cold War with him, would actually send him a text message and ask for help. Although Han Peng is a tough veteran policeman, he has a soft spot in his heart, and that is his daughter. As long as my daughter wants me to do it, I will not refuse, even if it means going through fire and water. However, he was presiding over a meeting at the time, and it was not convenient for him to end the meeting hastily for the sake of his daughter. So he sent a few trusted men to see what happened, and he also rushed over after the meeting was hastily ended. This made his subordinates, who were familiar with his temper, feel puzzled. Why did Director Han go out as if he was in a hurry? Did a serious murder case happen? When I saw Director Han's car arriving, I knew how much Director Han cared about his daughter. Directoran, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, said respectfully. Why did you come out? Where's Christina? Han Peng asked anxiously. Director Han, don't worry. This is what happened. The man recounted everything he knew. How could a small security guard have such ability? How could he come to Christina's side? Does he have some ulterior motive? Han Peng's brows were immediately twisted into knots. Yeah, I find it suspicious too. This guy is really powerful. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be his match. The man sighed. What? You're no match for him. Are you exaggerating? Han Peng raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew the temper of his subordinate, who never submitted to anyone. That was the provincial free-fighting champion, and he never expected to hear such word from his mouth. Amazing awesome. He has probably practiced the iron sand palm to more than 90% of its strength. So even though he is using the iron sand palm's power, on the surface, he looks no different from an ordinary person. The man said admiringly, I'm only at 70%. So if we both use the iron sand palm, I definitely won't be able to withstand 10 of his moves. So awesome? If what his subordinate said was true, then this guy would not appear next to Christina for no reason. What exactly did he want to achieve? Director Han, what are you going to do next? The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes asked Han Peng. Should we find a chance to ask what's going on? No, this is the first time Christina has begged me for him, so I'm sure Christina probably likes this guy very much. I can't act rashly, Han Peng said hesitantly. Well, you all go back. I'll meet this guy in person. The dignified director of Tianan province actually wants to meet with this young security guard in person. If this rumor gets out, it will definitely be regarded as a rumor. What kind of high-ranking official is the director of the Tianan Provincial Public Security Department? He faces corrupt officials who can be called tigers, and he doesn't need to deal with ordinary roles at all. But for the safety of his daughter, Han Peng had to do it himself. He believed that it would not take long for the true identity of this young security guard to be revealed in front of him. If he really has something in mind for my daughter, then I must drive this guy away, even at the cost of my daughter's resentment. Thinking of his daughter, Han Peng's heart softened. He hoped that such a thing would not happen. It was so hard for things to turn around between him and Christina. The door of the box was closed again, and only William, the two school beauties, and the three men, known as the three young masters of southern Beijing, were left. Brother William, can we go now? Wang Bin now knew how powerful William was. What little security guard? He must be a person of great background. Otherwise, the manager here would be so inclined towards him. He must be the son of some high-ranking official. He regretted one thing now. It had nothing to do with him. So why did he follow Li Yin to cause trouble in a fit of anger? William smiled and said, You two have performed well, so let's end this matter here, and you can leave. Wang Bin and Li Yin felt as if they had been pardoned. They gave their good friend Marlin a look that said, May the best happen to you, and left the box immediately. William, what are you doing? I didn't offend you today. Seeing Wang Bin and Li Yin leaving without caring about him, Marlin couldn't help but curse in his heart. These two guys usually talk to me so nicely about sharing happiness and hardships, but today they met a tough guy and just ran away without caring about me. Are there any people as loyal as you? How could he know that Wang Bin and Li Yan's resentment towards him was no less than his? They ran out of the box. They did not dare to delay in the hotel and rushed out directly. When they got in the car, they found that their vests were soaked with sweat. Damn it, because of what happened today, Li Yin, you don't have good eyesight. You actually fell in love with the woman around a ruthless guy. Wang Bin said to Li Yin dissatisfiedly while driving. Li Yin smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect this kid to have such a big background, and I didn't expect his methods to be so powerful. I heard that Captain Luo is still involved in the underworld, but it seems that this kid didn't even break a hair. Alas, we have to blame young Master Yang. If young Master Yang hadn't gotten involved with such a plague, we wouldn't be so miserable. I wonder if young Master Yang will resent us this time. Wang Bin frowned. Can we still be of any help to young Master Yang if we stay? Since we can't stay, it's better to leave. Li Yin shook his head and said, Besides, although the Yang family is powerful, our Wang family and Li family are not afraid of them. If young Master Yang really turns against us, we'd better consider the consequences. Marlin, you really didn't offend me? William chuckled and said, Then we can only settle the accounts properly. First of all, you lied to Christina and destroyed my house. Does this mean you didn't offend me? Christina said angrily, That's right, I haven't settled the score with him yet. Since you're here today, I'll just give you a couple of punches to vent your anger. Chapter 32, Blackmail. Christina was about to take action, but was stopped by William. Don't be impatient, I haven't finished yet. It's strange to say, given Christina's personality, no one would try to stop her when she was so angry. Even Marlin had already hugged his head and was ready to be beaten. There is no way. She is the daughter of the Public Security Bureau chief. Although her family is powerful, the people should not fight against the officials. Not to mention the Yang family. Even if the Yang family is more powerful than the Yang family, they dare not provoke this Han Bao Gong. Although Marlin is not a person in official circles, he has heard the name of Han Pong many times from the elders in his family. Han Pong is heartless and has ruined countless high-ranking officials. The Yang family is in awe of him. But when William pulled her hand, Christina looked unhappy but still listened to him. Marlin saw this scene and couldn't help but feel jealous and hateful. Although Christina had a bad temper, she was so pretty and had a great figure. Any boy who didn't want to marry her would definitely be speaking against his will. Marlin had been attracted to Christina for a long time, but he had no other choice. He knew that Christina was a school beauty that no one could afford to offend, so he could only think about her in his dreams. But now Christina actually listens to William so much. Damn it, what virtue and ability does this guy have to make Christina listen to him so much? It's not fair. This is my fault. William, you ruined my good fortune. I hate you, but I haven't had any bad thoughts since then. Marlin knew that he couldn't deny it because Christina was there. His eyes involuntarily looked towards the door. Didn't he bring several men from the Yang family? These men were quite powerful. Could it be that this young master has been put under house arrest? Don't you have any intention of coming to rescue him? Actually, these people wanted to come to rescue, but after knowing that William could even teach Captain Luo a lesson, they felt that they were no match for a ruthless character like Captain Luo. However, they had no choice but to rescue, so they could only try to get away with it. Although they left, they did not just ignore everything. Instead, they went to report the news to the Yang family. Marlin's plan was that as long as a few of his bodyguards came in and attracted William's attention, he could take the opportunity to slip away. It was not certain that William would dare to come to his house to cause trouble. As for school, William would never mess around, mainly because he needed to escape from the danger. Unfortunately, although Marlin looked eagerly, he did not hear any movement outside the door, which made him despair. Hee, what about Dora's matter? Are you trying to say that Baldy Lou has nothing to do with you? I've heard from him that you instigated him to try to make Dora surrender. William said coldly. What? Marlin, you are so bad. I'll beat you to death so that the world can get rid of Scourge. Christina could be less angry about her own affairs. But when she knew that Marlin actually tried to use this method to get Dora, Christina was immediately furious and rolled up her sleeves to settle the score with Marlin. Christina, I haven't finished yet. That director Zhao was also instigated by you, Marlin, right? William's words made Marlin's back full of cold sweat. How come this guy knew everything he had done? Could he be the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, who could predict the future? One more thing, you also asked Captain Luo to come here, didn't you? You wanted to use him to teach me a lesson. William's eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you know how I will treat you? Christina blurted out. Master, give Marlin a finger and press his weak spot. William had this ability, but he felt a chill on his back. When he saw William's gaze, he was as scared as if he saw a ferocious beast. When he heard Christina say this, he sat down on the ground in fear. How dare you mess with us? Christina couldn't help but curl her lips slightly to express her contempt when she saw Marlin's ugly face. It doesn't matter, as long as they don't take action. The problem is that Christina is easy to deal with, but William himself can't handle it. William, I know I was wrong. I am willing to listen to your instructions. Please don't kill me. I beg for mercy. I swear I will never do this again. Marlin's tears came out with snot and tears, making Christina and Dora look at him with disgust. Comparing people will make you die. Comparing goods will make you throw them away. Looking at Marlin's ugly appearance and William's righteous appearance, the two women's hearts couldn't help but move a few steps closer to William. Marlin, do you want to accept the beating or the punishment? William asked slowly. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Marlin immediately heard hope and quickly raised his head to ask. If you admit defeat, then of course I'll be the one to give you a good beating. I'm not careful with my actions. You've probably seen what happened to Lou Baldy. He was just your accomplice, and you're the mastermind, so naturally I'll have to at least break one of your thighs. William said coldly, sizing up his thigh and gesturing twice. Marlin quickly said, I accept the punishment. Can I accept the punishment? Do you accept the punishment? No problem. Since you tried to attack Dora this time, you naturally have to make certain compensation. William smiled. No problem, Master William. Whatever price you say is fine. I won't bargain. Suddenly, Marlin's voice became relaxed. Hey, Christina, take out your notebook. We can't blackmail you. The price is what it is. William smiled and winked at Christina. Dora was an honest child. She asked in surprise, William, didn't you pay for it? She clearly remembered that she had extorted 100,000 yuan from Lu Tuzi, and the money had already been transferred to her Alipay account. She naturally knew that the total value of the things in her home was less than 1,000 yuan, but she received a compensation of 100,000 yuan. This not only made her satisfied, but also felt that it was excessive. William was surprised. William looked at Dora with a smile, and then looked at Christina, who understood what he meant and was already taking out the notebook. This was the difference. It seemed that Christina was the daughter of an official, and she had already understood his intentions through what she had seen and heard. Dora, who came from a poor family. This girl is so pure. William is never polite to evil people and punishes them however they deserve. Marlin this time was because he was a student of Tianan University and they had frightened him enough, so they used a method of fines instead of beatings to punish him. Otherwise, there would be no such easy deal. Dora, no, I am willing to compensate. Hearing that he was going to compensate for the things that were smashed by Baldy Lou, Marlin couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that even if those things were worth 10 or 100 times more, I, Marlin, could afford it. But William, don't think that I'm easy to bully. I will always settle accounts with you. I'm not your opponent. Doesn't my young family have any chance of being your opponent? As long as I can avoid the protection of Christina, I can deal with you however I want. Do you really think you are the best martial artist in the world? Even if you're the best in the world, don't forget what era we are in. If you are beaten, your opponent will not be able to defeat you. Do you think your head can be harder than a peanut? Marlin, are you qualified to call Dora like that? William's face suddenly turned cold. There is no need to mention the curse in Marlin's heart. I can't even call her Dora, but he knows that a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Now is not the time to compete with William. Yes, Dora, I won't call you that anymore. Marlin nodded quickly, as honest as he could be. Marlin, according to my calculations, Dora's family lost a total of more than 1,008,000. Christina said with a smile. Are you going to transfer the money or pay in cash? 1,080,000. How can a family have assets worth more than 1 million? You are blackmailing them. Although Marlin knew it in his heart, he did not dare to offend Christina and said in a gentle voice, Christina, did you miscalculate? Having learned his lesson before, he naturally did not dare to call Christina for fear of seeing William's cold face. How could I, Christina, make a mistake? Christina glared at the guy. Christina, was the first grade competition champion in elementary school, the second grade math competition champion in the third grade. Until I graduated from the college entrance examination, I was the top scorer in math. How could I make a mistake in such a simple math problem? Christina was telling the truth or not. Marlin stole a glance and saw William nodding repeatedly. He could only swallow the bitter water in his stomach. I don't have so much money here. I only have more than 500,000. Don't you always brag about being rich? How come you suddenly have no money to spend? Christina was dissatisfied. She said to William, Master, what do you think we should do? There are still several 100,000 that can be paid in installments. No matter what method you use, you must collect the money from me within 1 year and transfer it to my account. William said calmly, Marlin, do you have any objection? Marlin had only one thought in his mind, that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't argue with this kid, or he would suffer the consequences. Thinking of this, he nodded quickly. No objection, I will write the IOU now. In a short time, he wrote the IOU and transferred more than 500,000 yuan into the bank account William mentioned in front of the three people. Well, Marlin, you'd better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, I believe you will regret it, William said, and suddenly chopped out with his palm, and saw the corner of the table fell to the ground as if it had been cut by a knife. Christina and Dora couldn't help but applaud, while Marlin couldn't help but feel a chill on his neck. How could this kid have such great ability? Could he still get revenge? Thinking of this, he quickly took 2 steps back, nodded repeatedly, and left the box. Young Master Yang. As soon as he came out, he saw several of his men coming over. Marlin's nose was crooked with anger. It turns out that all of you were outside the door. In front of William, he could only act like a grandson, but in front of these subordinates, he was like a boss. Marlin immediately reached out and slapped each of these people. His skills were comparable to those of a martial arts master, and no one dodged. These people also knew that the young master had suffered a setback this time. After all, we are his subordinates. As long as they can help the young master vent his anger, what else do they have to say? Young Master Yang, there's a reason why we didn't come in. A yellow-haired man said respectfully to Marlin, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Damn it, Is there any reason why you don't dare to go in and save me? Why don't you come in? Are you scared of this kid? Marlin said angrily. Of course they were frightened. Otherwise they would have gone in long ago. But that can't be said. Chapter 33 Director's License Plate. Young master, we also wanted to save you, but there was no way because this kid was with you. If he used you as a hostage, what should we do? It would be useless. The yellow-haired man had already thought of a reason. The other few people thought this was a good reason. Although we did see that Raleigh was no match for this kid, and we thought we would suffer a loss if we went in. So we were afraid and did not go in, but we always had to have an excuse to retreat. They quickly echoed, Master, we dare not lie in front of you. We are indeed afraid that he will see us and do something bad to you. Marlin was no fool. He sneered, Do you think I will listen to you? Master, this is really the case. We can only send a message to our family quickly. I guess their family members will be here soon, and then we will definitely be able to knock this guy down. The yellow-haired man explained. Marlin gritted his teeth when he heard this and said, We know who is coming. If we are not strong enough, it won't work. We called Donda over. Huang Mao said quickly, with Donda taking action, This kid will definitely not be a match. Marlin frowned and asked, Why is it Donda and not Luda? It turned out that the Yang family had many masters, and the Luda and Donda they were talking about were the best among them. This Donda was from Fuhuman. It was said that he had committed several murders. Later, a warrant was issued for his arrest, and he had no other choice but to go to the Yang family. Speaking of Donda's strength, he ranks second among the masters raised by the Yang family, and the first is Luda. It is said that Luda was born in Shaolin Temple and has inherited the true martial arts from Shaolin Temple. He has even performed abroad on behalf of Shaolin Temple. He is not the kind of person who only knows fancy moves. He really has the skills. In terms of martial arts, Luda is much stronger than Donda, so Marlin thinks it would be better to ask Luda to come. Otherwise, he still feels unsafe. Didn't the master send Luda out to do other things? That's why only Donda is here. But besides Donda, the three brothers of the Lin family are also here. They are masters of Dai Tanquin, and together they can definitely take care of this kid. The yellow-haired man hurriedly explained. Marlin thought about it, and it made sense. He asked fiercely, Where is he? They must have come. I asked a brother to wait and send me the news. Huang Mao was talking when he suddenly heard the sound of a message. He said happily, Isn't he here? Donda and the three brothers of the Lin family had indeed arrived. Donda was a big and strong man, twirling a steel ball in his hand, acting like a martial arts master. As for the three brothers of the Lin family, they are thin and skinny. However, if the three of them join forces, even Donda may not be able to win. They know a kind of unpopular boxing style, the ground boxing, which is specifically designed to deal with the opponent's lower three routes. The three of them working together can be said to be a perfect match and impeccable. Learning that Marlin was in trouble, several people who knew Marlin's status in Yang Zhen's mind suddenly became excited. They knew that although Marlin was not outstanding among the sons of the Yang family, Yang Zhen's doting on this youngest son was obvious to all, so the position of the head of the Yang family in the future would definitely belong to Marlin. What's the use of having outstanding character and abilities? Who will be the future head of the family depends on Yang Zhen's attitude. As long as he says it's okay, it's okay. So they were eager to find an opportunity to please Marlin, but they just didn't have one, and now they have it. The four of them immediately brought a group of brothers over. In fact, the others were there to make the scene more grand. The ones who really took action were Dongda and the Lin brothers. They soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. There was a cold look in Dongda's eyes. As long as he shouted, everyone would rush into the hotel and beat the security guard who dared to go against the young master until he could not take care of himself. It was outrageous that a small security guard actually dared to lay hands on the young master of the Yang family. The Lin brothers were also ready to go, but after waiting for a long time, they didn't see Dong to give any orders, so they couldn't help but look at Dongda in surprise. Mr. Dong, why haven't you taken any action yet? The young master is in a very dangerous situation. The eldest son of the Lin family reminded. Dongda showed a bitter smile on his face. He pointed to the black car parked on the southwest side and said, It seems we can't go in. The Lin brothers couldn't help but exclaimed, Why? Whose car is that? Could it be that there are bald donkeys from Shaolin Temple or bull noses from Manhwa in it? Neither. Did you see the license plate? Although it was blocked by something, I heard the owner say that this license plate is only used by 3 people in Jingnan City. Xiongda said slowly. There's no need to mention the other 2, and one of them is Han Peng, the director of the Tian'an Provincial Public Security Department, Han Baogong. Hearing Han Peng's name, Several people shuddered. Although they were not afraid of Han Peng's martial arts, Han Peng controlled a powerful police system and did not recognize relatives. If he saw a group of people with sticks rushing into the restaurant, what would his reaction be? It would be strange if he didn't regard them as thugs. If things don't go well, this Han Baogong will attack the Yang family in anger. Although the Yang family is powerful and deeply rooted, if Han Peng really wants to take action, he will never show mercy. Shonda, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Why is he here? The Lien brothers said in disbelief. Why is he here instead of staying in the Public Security Bureau compound? They said on the phone just now that there were 2 female college students beside the young security guard, and one of them was Han Baogong's daughter Christina. Shonda took a deep breath and said, "What?" Several people were stunned. If this is the case, can we still deal with that kid? Yes, of course we can, but it's impossible now. Let all the brothers go back and let the few of us stay. Xiongda's eyes showed coldness. Han Peng must be here to pick up my daughter. After he takes my daughter away, we can deal with this guy. The other female college student has no background, so no matter how we deal with her, there will be no trouble. The matter was decided in this way. Dong De was the leader of this trip, so his order was executed immediately. Those people from the Yang family came in a rage, ready to vent their anger for Marlin, but ended up going back in disgrace. Han Peng really didn't notice the movements of these people. He was anxiously waiting for his daughter. If she didn't come out, he would be impatient and go find her himself. After his lover passed away, only his daughter could make him give up his job and worry about her. Although his daughter has always misunderstood him, he cannot blame her because it is his own fault. Fortunately, Christina came out with William and Dora very quickly. They wanted to stay a little longer, but after Marlin left, the 2 girls couldn't help but wrinkle their noses almost at the same time. Why is it so smelly? It stinks, Christina asked curiously while fanning her nose. William saw a wet spot on the ground at a glance. He couldn't help but said in disappointment, "Damn, what a joke. He's so brave that he peed his pants." The 2 girls finally understood what had happened and immediately lost interest in dining here. They could only stand up helplessly with William. "We must make Marlin compensate us. Master Dora, what do you think?" Christina said angrily. "Of course, Christina. I haven't accepted you as my apprentice yet. It's okay for us to call you master in private, but should we do it in public, especially in school?" William wanted to say it a long time ago, but considering that Christina was in a good mood, he kept silent and only brought it up now. How can that be possible? I have the final say in this matter. A master is a master, and it's not something to be ashamed of. Christina's pretty face suddenly sank and said, "What? You didn't lie to me just now, did you? Are you and Marlin birds of a feather? It's unfair. How could I be such a person?" William quickly said, "Master is master. I'm just worried that it will affect your normal studies." Seeing William taking back his previous words so tactfully, Christina also smiled. She took William's arm affectionately and said, "Master, I don't care. Someone said that we should go our own way and let others talk." It turns out that famous quotes can be applied to this, which makes William amazed. "Dora, why are you still standing there?" Christina saw Dora looking at the 2 of them and seemed to be hesitating about something. She smiled and said, "You should do the same as me. Let's help Master out together and make those bad guys jealous." Christina knows that Marlin and his people will not give up, so let me show you. With me, Christina, here, no one of you can even touch a hair on William. Dora originally looked at Christina holding William's arm with envy. If she were to do such a thing, there would be no way she could do it. But I really want to hold William's arm, just like Christina. At this moment, she heard Christina's instructions. Maybe due to the effect of alcohol, Dora subconsciously stretched out her arm and held William. William didn't expect that the 2 girls would be so intimate with him. He wanted to refuse, but it seemed that he would chill the hearts of the 2 school beauties. He thought to himself, "It's not that I'm fickle, I also want to be low-key, but when good luck comes, I can't resist it." In fact, if there was no special task, it would be a good idea to choose one of these 2 girls. Of course, it would be even better if he could have both. 2 beautiful girls walked out of the box, affectionately holding William's arm. This immediately attracted countless envious and surprised glances. Everyone could see that Christina and Dora were both top-notch, but they were so intimate with a man. Who was this man? Of course, the women's hot eyes were cast on William. In their eyes, William must be the son of a high-ranking official or a tycoon. Who would have thought that he was just a worthless security guard? Of course, if his real identity was revealed, it would scare them to death. Those men had fixed their astonished gazes on Christina and Dora. They turned their attention to William. It's not that they have any special habits, but because they are envious and jealous of William. Their eyes turned into sharp-eyed darts and knives. They wish they could cut this lucky guy into 8 pieces, 16 pieces, or 32 pieces, plus unlimited traffic. Marlin was so angry that his stomach was about to burst. Instead of waiting for his reinforcements, he saw William and 2 school beauties coming out of the hotel in such an intimate manner. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. This should have been the treatment I enjoyed. Who the hell is this William? He is just a security guard. I'm the eldest son of the Yang family, but now I have become a supporting role. Chapter 34, Father and Daughter Reconciliation. Greenleaf was thinking and suddenly found that many people were looking at him. Well, he was still very eye-catching, otherwise why would so many people look at him? However, their eyes were not full of admiration, but rather disgust. One woman even whispered to him, "It's okay that he's ugly, but he can't even take care of himself. It's okay that he can't take care of himself, but he still goes out to show off. This is a lack of quality." Marlin was stunned. He pointed at his nose and asked several of his men, "Is this woman talking about me?" In fact, those men had discovered it a long time ago, but they were too embarrassed to say it. When they saw Marlin asking about it, they pointed at Marlin as crotch tacitly. Marlin looked down and finally understood why those people looked at him like that. It turned out that he was so scared that he peed himself in front of William, Christina, and Dora, but he didn't even notice. This made Marlin's face turn red. He looked around and suddenly saw a big man passing by with a bottle of beer in his hand. He was smart enough to stop the big man immediately. The big man glared and said, "What are you doing? You want to fight?" Marlin raised a few pink bills in his hand and said, "In exchange for the beer in your hand." When the big man heard what was going on, he thought it was something that could only happen in his dreams. He immediately snatched the money from Marlin's hand. It was several $100s. "Master, isn't this too cheap for him? How many bottles of beer can you buy with a few $100s?" One of the subordinates was puzzled when he saw Marlin stretch out his hand to open the beer bottle cap and pour it on himself. Several of his men were stunned. Could it be that the young master was really drunk? Only a drunkard would do this. Seeing that his men didn't understand anything, Marlin angrily shouted, "Hold me up. I'm doing this so they will think I'm drunk, understand?" The men then understood what Marlin meant and couldn't help but secretly admire that this was indeed a good way to deceive people. After all, being a drunk is much better than being unable to take care of himself. When they arrived in front of the car of Showdown and several brothers from the Lin family, Marlin got in the car before he could get angry, and the car was immediately filled with the smell of alcohol. Showdown and the 3 brothers of the Lin family didn't understand what was going on. Fortunately, the carriage was large and was originally prepared for beatings, so it could accommodate more than 10 people, so it was not a big deal if all of them got on. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Although Showdown had seen a lot of the world, he was still stunned. Marlin was thick-skinned. He couldn't help but blush when he heard Showdown asking about his dirty deeds. "Master, I am happy to do so. Tell me why all the people came, but you withdrew them. Why didn't you come in and settle the score with that kid?" Showdown knew what to do and didn't ask any more questions. He quickly explained why he couldn't do it. Marlin couldn't help but be shocked. "What? Christina's dad is here in person." "Yes, I saw his car. It must be him, so we can't do anything. Otherwise, Han Baogong will be furious, and our Yang family will be in trouble," Showdown said helplessly. That's true. Although Marlin suffered a great injustice today, he knew in his heart that he could not go against Han Pong. If it made trouble under someone else's nose, Han Pong would do anything. What's more, the heroine in this incident was played by her daughter. It would be strange if Han Pong would spare her and these people. At least he could arrest her and detain her in the public security agency for 2 days. With my physical condition, if I were to suffer in the public security organs, could I bear it? Is this the end? Marlin gritted his teeth. "No, young master. See, Han Pong has already taken Christina away. We can deal with the remaining boy and girl however we want." Showdown reminded. Marlin saw that it was true. He said with a delighted expression, "I must teach this guy a lesson. Damn it, I've never suffered so much loss before. I'm going to get my money back with interest today." Christina originally wanted to go back to school with William and Dora, but when she walked down the stairs, she saw a black car parked near the hotel, and she was startled. "Christina, what's wrong with you?" William asked in confusion. He felt Christina's hand stiffen and automatically pull away from his arm, which puzzled him. Although he had only known Christina for a short time, he already knew Christina's personality very well. He knew that Christina was a casual and generous girl, a healthy lively, and beautiful girl. He took the initiative to hold me, but now he let go for no reason. There must be a reason. He followed Christina's eyes. He saw Han Pong at a glance. This middle-aged man is quite similar to Christina, with similar looks and temperament. Could he be Han Pong, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department in Jingnan City, who can frighten corrupt officials with just a stomp of his foot, and Christina's father? Yes, if it weren't for him, how could a bold girl like Christina have such a shy look on her face and put her hands down from her arms? Your father? Dora also saw Han Pong. She had never seen him before, but she understood most of it by looking at Christina's expression. Let's go, Christina said in panic. I don't want to meet him. William quickly grabbed Christina's hand and said, Silly girl, that's your father. He must be here because he's worried about you. Don't you even want to say hello to him? Christina's little hand paused, but she remained silent. Go ahead. You owe him an apology, and it's over once you've said it. William encouraged with a smile. Dora and I are watching you here. I believe you can do it. Then, will you come with me? Christina has always been a bold girl and has never been so timid, but she does feel scared now. She and her father have been in a Cold War for many years, and she always thought that her father was wrong. But today, she realized that she had always misunderstood her father and that her father had always cared about her. Everyone knows that their father is a workaholic, but a message from me made him come here in person. Can such a person still say that he doesn't care about me enough? He is just not good at expressing it. Go ahead, otherwise your father will leave, and it would be inappropriate for me to go. William said with a smile. Okay, you guys wait here for me. If I have a fight with my dad, we'll go back together. Christina said nervously. William nodded, and Dora smiled and said, Christina, I've never seen you afraid of anything before. Please don't let my faith collapse. Go ahead, my dad is not a big shot. Christina walked towards Han Pong angrily. Han Pong didn't expect that he would be seen by his daughter. When he saw his daughter's surprised look, he knew what was going on. My daughter must have thought that she would not come in person, and would most likely send a few subordinates, and would not leave her busy work to come. These three young people are together. If I get off the car to meet my daughter, will it make her unhappy? Normally, Han Pong would be very angry when he saw his daughter and another girl walking out with the same man's arm around his. But now his first consideration was not to make his daughter angry. He thought about it and decided to drive away. At this moment, he saw his daughter leaving her companions and walking towards him. Christina. Han Pong was surprised to see the graceful Christina approaching him. He quickly opened the car door and looked at his daughter warmly. I came to see you. Even the dignified Han Bao Gong was trembling with nervousness while speaking. Christina's eyes were filled with tears. She thought of what William said to her and felt guilty towards her father. She did not get in the car, but bowed deeply to her father. Christina, what's wrong with you? Han Pong was stunned. Dad, I'm sorry, Christina said with a sob. What? Han Peng's heart was shocked. He never thought that Christina would apologize to him. This was something he had never thought of. He stared at his daughter blankly and was speechless for a moment. It's all my fault. I'm willful and stubborn. I never thought my dad was a good dad. You weren't the reason why Mom died, but I hate you. Christina's tears flowed from her eyes. I'm a bad daughter. Han Peng hugged his daughter in his arms. Iron-hearted Bao Gong could not bear the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. No, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you and your mother would not have been wronged. Christina, I am so happy. Pa. I don't know when, but there was applause all around, and countless people were clapping and cheering for this touching scene. Han Peng is a celebrity. He is the director of the Public Security Department. He has a high exposure rate and is known as the nemesis of many corrupt officials. As he stayed a little longer, he attracted a lot of attention, and the news media also heard the news and witnessed the touching scene of the father and daughter's reconciliation. Thank you all. I don't want to do anything else now. I just want to have a good chat with my daughter. Thank you all. Han Peng was very experienced in dealing with all this. He closed the car door with a smile and drove away. As he left, his eyes turned to the man applauding in the crowd, William. He believed that the huge changes in his daughter must be related to William. His eyes met William's, and he seemed to be able to feel each other's voice. Am I overthinking it? This upright young man cannot be the kind of person with ulterior motives. Then why does he want to be a school security guard when he has such good abilities? Han Peng felt a little more relieved, but also a little more confused. In the car, Christina, who had experienced an emotional turmoil, seemed to pour out all the feelings she had for her father that had been hidden in her heart for many years. She laughed and cried. which made Han Peng very happy. It was just like when he saw his wife lying in a pool of blood and thought his daughter was also dead, but unexpectedly found herself alive. This was a happy feeling in the midst of sadness. Could it be true? It was like a dream. The apple of my eye finally understood me and came back to me. Tell me about that young security guard. How did you end up with him? Han Peng said with a smile. Chapter 35, Between Father and Daughter. It was just a misunderstanding. I looked down on him originally. He is not generous at all, and he is greedy. When encountering problems, he hides faster than a rabbit. But later I found out that he was pretending. Christina couldn't help but reveal a happy smile when talking about William, which made Han Peng feel a little jealous. This guy, how could he easily win my daughter's heart? Is he as handsome as me? Well, it seems that he must be more handsome than me. Otherwise, my daughter would not chase him. After listening to William's actions, Han Peng felt that this boy was very suitable for his temper. However, he had raised such a beautiful daughter with great difficulty, and it seemed that she treated this boy better than himself. It would be strange if he felt comfortable in this way. This William is very powerful. If I met him when I was young, I could have dealt with a few moves from him. But now, your father might not even be able to block one move. Han Peng did not want to cause a rift in the relationship that he had repaired with his daughter, so he said in a joking tone, "No way. Even though my master is very powerful, he is definitely no match for you." Christina blurted out. Before, she was afraid that her father would blame her, so she never called him master, but now she accidentally let it slip. Han Peng glanced at his daughter with a questioning look in his eyes, and Christina realized that she had said something wrong. She forced a smile and said, I just think he is good at martial arts, and I want to learn acupuncture from him. How does he want to teach you? Han Peng's face darkened involuntarily. Humph, this guy clearly wants to take advantage of Christina. Although I have never seen acupoint pressing with my own eyes, I know a little about it. There's no need to talk about whether this guy knows the magical acupoint pressing technique. He is most likely a liar. His purpose is to do something frivolous to Christina while teaching her to recognize the acupoints. That is for sure. Damn it. How dare you lay hands on the daughter of the Public Security Bureau chief? How many heads do you have? Christina noticed that her father's expression changed. She was very smart and immediately understood what her father was thinking. Dad, you had the wrong idea. He is not that kind of person. I begged him to teach me acupressure, but he put in this condition and that condition. He just didn't want to accept me as his apprentice. Isn't that infuriating? Christina pouted and told him about William's rejection of her. This kid's quite smart. If he dares to take advantage of Christina, I will never let him go no matter what. Han Peng changed his mind and realized that if he dared to take action against this kid, Christina might turn against him. It seemed that he could only let the situation develop. Although he was the public security director and could be considered a wise brain in Tianan province, he really had no idea what to do with his own daughter. In Han Peng's eyes, even if he rejected his daughter's request, it was hard to say whether this kid was playing hard to get. In any case, he had to be careful of this kid. My daughter is not someone who can be married by just anyone, especially someone like you who comes from an unknown background. I must investigate you thoroughly. I am the director of the Public Security Bureau. It is not easy for me to check your background. It will only take a few seconds. It will not be too late for me to settle the score with you then. He has a point. I think you should not learn acupressure from him. Han Peng said tactfully as he thought. How can that be possible? As long as I can prove that I do have a sense of justice, I can become my master's apprentice. Christina objected without even thinking. How can I give up halfway? I have never been that kind of person. Han Peng couldn't help but feel a headache. He had experienced Christina as character before. As long as Christina wanted to do something, she would never take it back, and she would never give up. The only time was when she secretly changed the police academy that her daughter had originally enrolled in to the current Tianan University. She did not insist on her original choice, but this also led to a further deterioration in the relationship between her and her daughter. Therefore, Han Peng, whose relationship with his daughter had just improved, naturally dared not take any risks. Why doesn't this girl's personality resemble her mother's? She was such a kind and virtuous woman. My biggest sorrow is losing her. But her personality is just like my own, too stubborn. I used to be complacent about my daughter's personality, but now I realize that this is not a good thing. This William is indeed no simple man. The iron sand palm he uses is not just a fancy move. Even your Uncle Jean admits that he is no match for him. Han Peng did not insist on this issue. Now it seems that he can only hope that this kid did not come with a purpose Otherwise, his daughter seemed to have fallen in love. If this kid had any purpose, it would be a heavy blow to his daughter. He could only test the boy's background, but would such a test make his daughter admire him even more? Uncle Jean is the subordinate with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His real name is Jean Yun. He is Han Peng's right-hand man and happens to be from the legendary Iron Sanpom sect. Christina already knew what kind of person Jean Yun was. When she was in middle school, she had wanted to learn Iron Sanpom from Jean Yun. However, Jean Yun didn't have the courage to teach the daughter of his superior, so she quickly refused. Are you kidding? Why wouldn't the old superior allow his daughter to go to the police academy or the military academy? Isn't it because he doesn't want his daughter to follow in his footsteps? And he's also teaching Miss Han martial arts. Isn't that going against his old superior? I knew that my master is the best. Since Christina had said it, there was no need to correct it. She said in surprise, even Uncle Jean praised my master like this? He would never admit that he is not as good as others. Han Peng really wanted to ask if he could take back what he had said, but it seemed too late now. Therefore, you have to help Dad find out the secret of William. Why does he come to your university to be an ordinary security guard? There must be a reason. If he needs help, I will definitely help him for your sake. Han Peng actually just wanted Christina to know William's true face. This is much better than finding out the truth himself and then relaying it to his daughter. Otherwise, even if he said that this guy is a bad guy, would his daughter believe him or him? As for helping, that was just Han Peng's strategy. Wouldn't saying this make his daughter happy? However, Han Peng really didn't expect this scene to really happen. Christina said in surprise, Dad, you are so good to me. If William hadn't explained it to you, I would have misunderstood Dad. Dad, I'm sorry. She's my own daughter. Why should you be so polite to your father? I am also responsible for your mother's early death. Han Peng thought to himself, it turned out that this kid said good things to me. Could it be that this kid is a meritorious official? In this case, if you really have any intentions toward Christina, I will not arrest you. In consideration of your meritorious service, I will let you leave on your own. I think that I am doing you justice. Han Peng didn't expect his daughter to find out the truth. He just wanted his daughter to find the doubts so that she would be mentally prepared. And it would be easy for him to find out the origin of this kid, right? He is the director of the public security department. However, Han Peng did not expect any accidents to happen because finding out William's background was beyond his authority. I think Christina will definitely be very grateful to you. She has always misunderstood her father, but she refused to listen to anyone's advice. I didn't expect that she would be able to reconcile with her father today. Seeing Han Peng taking Christina back, Dora smiled and said to William, William, all this is thanks to you. William smiled and said, I just reminded her twice. It's not a big deal. I was surprised that they could make peace. Dora, haven't you thought of another thing? Dora couldn't help but be stunned and asked puzzledly, what is it? I really didn't expect it. That's the million. William laughed and said, have you forgotten something so important? Dora laughed dumbly and said, I'm already satisfied enough to get 100,000 from Baldy Lou. I dare not accept this 1 million. William smiled and said, how generous, Dora. Are you really not tempted by this million? Dora smiled and said, this doesn't belong to me originally, so there's nothing to be tempted by. Dora, you're really a crystallite girl. Whoever marries, you will have accumulated blessings for several lifetimes. William couldn't help but sigh. In today's materialistic society, girls like Dora are so rare. They're simply rare treasures. It's hard to find one among 10,000 people. This is 1 million. If it is for Christina, she will deliberately not care, because Christina is the second generation of an official with a father as powerful as the Public Security Bureau director. Why would she need money? But for a girl like Dora, this is very rare because Dora was born in a poor family. 1 million is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for her, and it is also a temptation that cannot be described in words. But she was not moved at all, which made William admire her in his heart. Dora blushed involuntarily. She looked up at William boldly, but ultimately did not dare to say what was in her mind. Alas, why am I not as brave as Christina? If this girl said that, she would definitely say it without hesitation. Marlin for you. I will seek justice for you and let him know that you are under my protection. If he wants to touch you, he should be careful of my revenge. William said slowly. Dora couldn't help but be surprised and happy. William, you are so kind to me. It's nothing. In fact, the money is still yours. It's just that I can't hand it over to you now, because if this million is in your hands, it will be a disaster for you and your family. William said, Do you understand what I mean? Dora shook her head and said, I don't understand, but I believe William. William looked into Dora's trusting eyes and felt something in his heart soften. He could see what the girl was thinking, but was he qualified to accept any affection from either Dora or Christina, these two pure and innocent school beauties? If it wasn't for a special mission, I wouldn't even come to Tian'an University and contact Lisa. Why do I feel like I'm trapped? What should I do if something really happens? It's not that I don't like these two girls, but I'm afraid that once my identity is leaked, someone will be unable to deal with me. But I don't want to see someone attack these two lovely girls. Chapter 36. Introducing the bad guy. I hope this won't happen. William thought of this and said to Dora with a smile, Anyway, I won't embezzle your money. If you need money for anything, just tell me, and I will definitely transfer the money to your Alipay account immediately. I will never break my promise. Dora couldn't help but said angrily, William, what are you talking about? Am I a gold digger? I won't ask you for money. William couldn't help but blush. He smiled awkwardly and said, Can I take you home? Then he extended his hand like a gentleman. Dora smiled sweetly, of course. She placed her little hand generously in William's big hand, as if she had given herself to William. Dora's home like a perfect match made in heaven. William suddenly thought, Let's take a taxi back, otherwise it will take at least half an hour. Dora smiled and said, William, can't you walk? Isn't this a blatant disdain for me? With my leg strength, I can easily complete the task in half an hour, let alone adding a single digit. Haven't I considered that Dora can't handle it? Since William can do it, I can do it too. At most, Dora looked at William affectionately. Will you carry me back? William couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Dora to say such bold words. It was equivalent to confessing her love to him. Don't be afraid, Sharu. You've been drinking today, and you'll be so bold after drinking. I've already said it. You can't be a coward. It depends on whether William is willing. Dora's legs were shaking. She really wanted to turn around and run, but for some reason she didn't run, but buried her face between her breasts. But her ears pricked up involuntarily. Was it a rejection or an agreement? William smiled and said, Okay, if you can't walk, I'll carry you. I'm very strong, so don't worry that I won't be able to carry you. Promised. Dora was overjoyed and ran out quickly with a giggle. A song from the live-action version of anime could not help but penetrate her heart. Newton said, There is something called gravity. Because of you, I began to believe in those great principles. One runs, the other chases. This scene has warmed the hearts of countless lovers and made countless singles envious. Even the elderly will think of their youth. Of course, there are also people who can't help but grit their teeth in hatred. Damn it, I spent $1 million and still couldn't seduce Dora, but this guy took mine and got Dora easily. I think Dora won't say a word, even if I ask her to marry this guy immediately. What have I become of me now? Marlin's eyes were spitting sparks. How could he not feel wronged? He schemed so hard but ended up getting the upper hand over William. This was the girl Marlin had always dreamed of getting, but now they had nothing to do with him. The men who had been following him couldn't help but look at Marlin with sympathy. To be honest, they all saw the two shining golden words idiot on Marlin's forehead, but no one dared to say it out loud. Young Master Yang, look where they went to. I know that alley. It's a dead end. It would be best to strike there. Xiongda didn't know the details, so his attention was focused on how to strike William. If the action was taken in broad daylight, after all, the Yang family is not yet so unscrupulous. Jingnan is the provincial capital, and the Yang family's influence is indeed not small, but it is not qualified to be able to walk sideways in Jingnan City. Therefore, although Marlin was young and ignorant, he knew that the Yang family could act arrogantly in Jingnan City, but there were actually limits, so Dong had to be cautious, and it would be best to find a place where there were no people. Marlin was gritting his teeth, and suddenly he was stunned when he heard Dong to say this. Why are they going to that dead end? What else can I do? These people couldn't help but smile knowingly, and Marlin suddenly understood. Damn, have I become stupid from studying? What else can I do? Of course, I can do that thing between men and women. Dong, Lien Lao Lien Lao San, don't underestimate this guy. Luoli just lost to him. Marlin originally wanted to go with them, but after thinking it over again, he decided to be cautious. Although he had confidence in the abilities of Dongda and the Lien brothers, he didn't know why they asked him to go with them, and he always felt a little unsafe. So after considering it, he decided to be more cautious, but he still had to give the instructions. Dongda was a shrewd man. He could tell at a glance that the young master was still unsure about his men, and he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. But on second thought, It's no wonder that the young master was frightened by this brat's control and became unconfident toward his own people. He knew Rory, a master of iron sandpalm. He had competed with Rory before, but it was nothing. Although Raleigh's iron sandpalm was powerful, he was no match for him because it had many flaws. However, Raleigh was also a very conceited person, so he did not tell him his flaws. This kid was able to defeat Raleigh, which shows that he has certain skills. However, he may not be able to defeat me. My Arhut fist is designed to restrain the iron sandpalm. What's more, I have several helpers around me. Can this kid still be my opponent? Therefore, Dongda is full of confidence in himself. Also, you can beat this guy up, but don't beat him to death. I'm going to go over and settle accounts with him. Marlin grinned. Don't beat that female college student. She's my woman. I'm going to make her mine in front of that guy. Dongda and the Lien brothers couldn't help but laugh knowingly. Dongda laughed and said, "Young master, don't worry. We will fulfill your wish today. Brothers, let's go and vent our anger for the young master." It was not until they entered the alley that Dora felt something was wrong. It seemed like they had taken the wrong path. Didn't William know the way? No, definitely not. William brought me in here intentionally. Could it be that he wanted to, but this is too fast. I'm not mentally prepared at all. Shouldn't he give me a chance to get to know him? But if I reject William, he will definitely be angry. What if he doesn't like me anymore? Dora's heart couldn't help but pounding. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, which made William feel eager. What a great environment. What a great girl. If I eat Dora, damn, I'm too evil. You shouldn't have any wrong thoughts when she likes you. She's a female college student. Are you worthy of her? Although he knew he should curb his impulse, William still couldn't help but lower his head, and Dora couldn't help but feel shy. Reject? No, since I like him, why should I reject him? She could already feel the man's pleasant scent approaching her and spraying into her ears, which made Dora dizzy. She had now lost all consciousness and could not hear anything William said to her. "Dora, did you hear what I said?" William then realized that Dora had closed her eyes and looked nonchalant. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wasn't this a test of his willpower? Dora was shocked and looked at William in astonishment. "Isn't this what I thought? I brought you here on purpose. Do you know why?" William said this only to realize that his words were too easily misunderstood. "Is there any need to ask?" "I am willing to do so," Dora answered in a very small voice. This was her greatest courage. "I was drunk, so I was so bold." Poor Dora. She never thought that she and Christina didn't drink at all today. They just watched William drink. Christina knew how to drink, but Dora didn't even know how to drink, so why would she drink? Therefore, she just used it as an excuse. William, who had good hearing, didn't hear clearly what Dora said. He quickly explained, "Dora, some bad guys followed us and wanted to harm us, so I deliberately led them here." Dora couldn't help but exclaimed, "Then, will you be in danger?" William couldn't help but reveal a trace of heartache in his eyes. He had an extremely strong desire to protect Dora. He wanted to protect Dora well and not let her get hurt in the slightest. He even regretted leading the enemies into the alley. Most of these people were here to deal with him, so he should have let Dora leave him as soon as possible. Was it his wish to let Dora get involved? William felt that he couldn't bear to let Dora worry or be frightened, or to let her see the bloody scene. They are just minor characters. "I'm just worried that you'll be scared," William said with a smile, but he forgot that in the darkness, Dora was not as trained as he was and could not see his smile at all. But his laughter was enough to reassure Dora. She smiled and said, "William, I won't be afraid. I want to see you show your power and deal with the bad guys." William was relieved. "Well, just watch me take care of these criminals. But if you see anything inappropriate from minors, don't open your eyes." Dora giggled and said, "I'm not that timid. Just go ahead and deal with the bad guys." As he was talking, he saw several people, some tall and some short, striding into the alley. William gently blocked the girl behind him. He knew that the enemy was coming. These people were naturally Dongda and the Lien brothers. They originally thought that William and Dora were very passionate and eager to do that kind of thing, so they were looking forward to it and thought it would be a feast for their eyes. But what I didn't expect was that in the dim light, these two people were not doing anything. They were just talking and laughing happily. Then what were you doing in this dark alley? But this has nothing to do with them, because these two young men and women have no chance of escaping from the young master's grasp. Who told you to offend the young master so badly? Why, you're finally here. I'm getting impatient waiting. The young man saw them coming in and said nonchalantly, "Like master, like servant. Marlin is like a woman, and the servants are clingy, not like men at all." Chapter 37 Caught. You little bastard. Who are you calling a bitch? Dongda couldn't help but get furious. But he finally understood in his heart that this guy had already discovered that he and his group were following him, and he entered this dark alley just to lure them out. Could it be that this kid is really so skilled and courageous? Of course, it is also possible that he is too arrogant. Asshole, who are you calling a servant? The Lien brothers couldn't help but get angry. We are all guest masters of the Yang family, okay? How come this kid said it and it became a servant? What is a servant? Isn't it a slave? There is such a beautiful slave. Why, you still don't admit it. I waited for you for a long time, and you came in slowly. You're not women. Marlin suffered a loss, and you came. You come when you're called. Aren't you slaves? William glanced at them and frowned. You guys are quite capable, but why are you willing to be a servant of a dandy boy? Don't you think it's embarrassing for your parents? Shut up, you little brat. Boss Lien shouted angrily. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my last name upside down. Wait. Don to calm down. He felt that there was something strange about this boy. This kid is too bold and fearless. The four of them are all experts, but the other party doesn't take them seriously at all. What does he rely on? He suddenly found that William's hand was hidden in his trouser pocket, and a special shape was formed in the trouser pocket. His expression changed. Boy, we are all martial artists. What you're doing seems to violate the rules of martial arts, right? The Lien brothers were stunned. The second brother Lien said in astonishment, Dongda, what are you saying? He also saw the strange condition of William. Fortunately, he was not so stupid that he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, you use your numbers to bully the few and take advantage of your strength to bully the weak, and you still want to blame me for violating the rules of martial arts. William said with a wry smile. Dora was originally very nervous. After all, the other side had a lot of people, especially Dongda, who looked tall and strong, which caused great psychological pressure on Dora. But now seeing that they had changed from their previous arrogance to being cautious, she couldn't help but look at William and open her mouth in surprise. William, how did you get a gun? Dora asked in disbelief. Gun? This guy actually has a gun. No wonder he had the guts to wait for several of us to intercept him. This is the reason. Could it be that this guy is a wanted criminal from somewhere? By the way, this kid was able to defeat Luo Li, so his skills are at least very impressive. If he fights alone, he is even better than the Lien brothers. Why would he go to a university to be a security guard? The reason is out because this kid committed a serious crime. As long as it is related to gun possession, it is a major murder case. Dongda and the Lien brothers were not clean either. William S. murder had nothing to do with them, and they did not need to help the Public Security Bureau arrest him. The problem was that if this guy wanted to use a gun, they would be in danger. Is it strange to have a gun? William glanced at these people and said with a smile, Look at how cowardly you are. Isn't that the reason? As he spoke, William took something out of his trouser pocket, which made Dongda and the Lien brothers' faces turn green, because even under the dark screen, they could still see clearly that William was holding a pistol. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. If they were to resort to physical combat, they would not be afraid of William. But now William had a gun in his hand, and that was no joke. Once this guy was pissed off, even a god would find it hard to escape. Thinking of this, they no longer dared to cause trouble for William. They turned around and quickly ran through the alley to Marlin's car. Marlin was waiting for these people to help him get revenge when he suddenly saw Dongda and the Lien brothers running over in panic. Without saying a word, they got in the car and urged him, Young Master Yang, hurry up, this guy has a gun. Marlin was so frightened that his face turned pale. He drove the car quickly, running as fast as a rabbit. He drove the car half a mile away. Then he realized that William had not caught up with him, so he stopped the car. Young Master Yang, no wonder this guy dared to wait for us alone. He had already discovered that we were tracking him, and he also knew that you were in the dark. It turns out that he actually had a gun. Dong sighed and said, Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise these people would all be killed by this guy. Marlin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So this guy might have committed a big crime somewhere, and he had no other choice but to apply for a job as a security guard at Tiananmen University. I understand. No wonder Principal Jia didn't deal with him. He must have been threatened by him. Why didn't I figure this out? Young master, you'd better be careful. This guy is very strong and has a pistol. It's better to avoid such a dangerous person. Lien, the boss, said with lingering fear. Why should I hide from him? Humph, doesn't he have a gun? It's just right. Since we can't deal with him, let the police deal with him. Marlin sneered. I want to see if Han Baogong will show mercy this time. No one can protect him for illegally carrying a gun. Everyone suddenly understood what was going on. Dong said admiringly, Master, you are so wise. Marlin immediately made a phone call and asked the dismissed Director Zhao to report the case immediately, and they would follow and see where the guy went. Director Zhao has been desperate since he was dismissed by the director. Thinking about the fact that he will soon become a small police officer from the head of the station and that he offended quite a few people when he was the director, he is naturally frustrated and worried. What he hated the most was not William, but Marlin. He was obviously helping him. Now, his brother-in-law Lu Tuzi was arrested, and he was in a difficult situation, but he went invisible on QQ, just as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he heard his cell phone ringing. He took it out of boredom and saw that it was from Marlin. Should he answer it or not? Chief Zhao was originally upset, but he thought there was nothing he could do. Not to mention that he was now a junior policeman. Even when he was the chief, he had to put on a smile to Marlin. He could only answer the call and listen to what he had to say. Young Master Yang, you're looking for me? What? Illegal possession of a gun? Chief Zhao's eyes widened, his face unable to contain the excitement in his heart. It turned out that William had a gun. If he could be caught, it would be a great achievement. Young Master Yang, don't worry, I will report it right away. This matter will never be messed up. Director Zhao was so excited. With this achievement, he could be reinstated no matter what. William, I want to see how arrogant you can be. After scaring away Marlin's men, William pulled Dora out of the alley as if nothing had happened, and continued to chat with Dora as if nothing had happened while fulfilling his duties as a flower protector. However, Dora remained silent. What does it mean that William has a gun? Is William not a good person? With William flashed through Dora's mind like a movie. She suddenly stopped, her beautiful figure like a pretty lily in the dark. Dora, what's wrong with you? William knew what was going on. He laughed secretly and wanted to see what Dora had to say. William, I just want to hear the truth from you. Why do you have a gun? Did you pick it up or rob it? Dora asked in a trembling voice. William looked at Dora with a smile. Can this thing be picked up? If I say I'm going to come, will you believe it? William, Dora stamped her feet anxiously. Even if you are a murderer, I will follow you as long as you tell me the truth. Under such circumstances, the girl could no longer maintain her reservedness and blurted out her feelings for William. Seeing the girl's pretty face flushed with worry, William's heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but hug Dora tightly in his arms. Silly girl, don't worry. This gun is actually... He leaned close to Dora's ear and said, Hee hee, it's just a toy gun. William, you scared me. You are so mean. Dora couldn't help but pouting. She realized that she was in William's arms, and she accidentally said the truth just now, which made her feel shy. She quickly broke free from William's arms and ran out, while William laughed and chased after her. Ew, why are you chasing me? Feeling the hot breath from William's mouth, Dora couldn't help but feel her ears burning and her heart beating fast. Thinking of what she had just said, she felt a little ashamed. What's the difference between that and confessing? But I don't know him well, and Christina seems to be interested in William too. What have I done? Hey, I just want to remind you that it seems like your family has gone too far, William said with a smile. Dora couldn't help but exclaimed. Only then did she realize that it was not the case. Her home was already more than 10 meters away. Then, wouldn't I have to break up with William? Why did I feel so reluctant? William smiled slightly. Of course he could hear what the girl was thinking. Some things could be understood without being spoken. William, can you walk me to the door? The girl asked tentatively. Of course, I can stay with you for the rest of my life, William said without hesitation. The atmosphere suddenly became sticky. The girl looked at William in surprise and felt that there were only two people in this world, only her and him. Can you protect me forever? Dora asked with all her courage. Of course, I'm a security guard, William said as a matter of course, but he let out a scream. Seeing Dora running away in anger, he chuckled and said, I'll pick you up from school tomorrow. What did you say? Dora felt lost for a moment, but when she heard William's words, a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face. She waved at William and disappeared into the alley. Being with Dora is a completely different feeling from being with Miss Han. I should ask Master if it's appropriate. William also felt very sweet in his heart. Today was definitely the most satisfying day for him in the past 3 years. Both girls were good, and he felt that choosing one of them would be his perfect partner. It seemed that he should have both. He lowered his head and dialed a number. Not long after, an old and familiar voice came from the other end. Brat, are you complaining about the difficulty like last time? Didn't I tell you that you need to learn some skills to pick up girls and carry forward the spirit of the Titanic hitting the iceberg? It's a very upright voice, Why do I feel that this guy is a wretched old man? Chapter 38, Meeting an Acquaintance. Old man, what do you think of me as your disciple? I, William, am a man who can easily make flowers bloom. It only takes a few seconds to win a girl. William said proudly, Today, I have already talked to Lisa, and she took the initiative to talk to me. Oh, it seems that you have made progress. Does that girl like you? The old man's voice suddenly became anxious. She's here to seek justice for her 2 students. William told the old man about Lisa coming to settle the score with him, and the old man was immediately discouraged. How can this be considered as taking the initiative to talk to you? It's just a misunderstanding. Boring. Why don't you learn from the good qualities of your master? When I was your age. Master, is it because your mistress is not by your side that you brag like this, and you think no one is watching you? William quickly interrupted the old man's words as soon as he heard it. Otherwise, the old man would have talked about it until tomorrow on the other side of the phone. What are you talking about? Master, you don't know what bragging is all your life. This is all true. However, ever since he met your master's wife, your master has been trapped. From then on, he has only loved one person in his life. This world of flowers and flowers has lost a beautiful young man who has attracted so many beautiful women. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Stop. I haven't finished what I said yet. William couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. The master was already over 60 years old, and he couldn't associate the master with a beautiful boy. He quickly stopped him. It's been 3 years, and I still haven't gotten Lisa. You really disappoint me. I'll give you another month. If you don't make any progress, I'll take back your decision. The old man threatened. This kid should be put under some pressure. No, master. Why do you have to choose Lisa? William asked tentatively. Can we change someone else? I have 2 school beauties around me, and they are both very nice to me. I said that my disciples, Lao Long, would not be so lazy. He has 2 of them at once. Are you bragging to please the master? The old man immediately perked up. Master, this is the girl that my disciple likes. Why are you so happy? William asked curiously. The old man scolded. What do you know, kid? After I met your mistress, I had to settle down, but I can't touch this world of pleasure anymore. My apprentice can do it for me. If you can marry 2 school beauties at once, it will bring honor to me, your master. Master, do you mean I can marry 2 at once? William was immediately amused. But doesn't this violate our laws? What do you know, kid? The country had a law for special talents, and you have already entered the ranks of these special talents. Therefore, don't even mention marrying 2, even 3 or 5. As long as you don't force them, the more the better. The old man laughed and said, Tell me the names of these 2 girls, and I will get you a marriage certificate. William was sweating coldly. He quickly said, Master, it won't happen that fast. I've just started dating them. So, master, do you mean I can marry these 2 girls? Didn't I tell you that you are a special talent and are not subject to legal restrictions? The old man said impatiently. But I remind you that Lisa must be taken down as well. Lisa, I think I'd better forget it. This girl has hit me so hard that I have no confidence. William smiled bitterly and said, This girl is like a piece of ice. I'm not sure. Even if you're not sure, you have to be sure. This task must be completed. If you cannot complete it, then you'll have to think about nothing good for these 2 school beauties. The old man said domineeringly. William suddenly became anxious. Didn't you say that I am a special talent and can marry more than one? I can immediately remove your name from the special talent pool. It's just a sentence. The old man hung up the phone. William's nose was crooked with anger. Damn, this old man is such a bastard. Is there a master like you? You can't get married without Lisa as your apprentice? What are you guys doing, Director Chien? Why are you so nervous? It turned out that when William was on the phone, dozens of policemen had surrounded him in front and behind him, each of them looking like they were facing a powerful enemy with guns in their hands. He didn't recognize the others, but he knew Director Chien and recognized him at first sight. But what are these guys doing around me, acting like bank robbers? William, I received a report from Lao Zhao that you have a gun and may be a suspect in a major murder case. Don't ruin your future, Director Chien said with a vigilant look on his face. William, tell me the truth. Even Captain Lee from the Municipal Bureau is here. If you resist, even Miss Han can't save you. William glanced at the sturdy man in his 30s beside him and smiled. Is this Captain Lee, the head of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Municipal Bureau? I'm Axel, the man said coldly. Put down your gun and come with me to the City Bureau to explain the matter. Can you lend me the gun in your hand? William smiled and stretched out his hand. Axel never expected that William would be so unscrupulous. He was the captain of the criminal police team of the municipal bureau. He had no idea how many vicious criminals had fallen into his hands. And this guy actually asked him for a gun? His face darkened, and he suddenly felt his hand go numb. Then his pistol flew up into the air. How could such a thing happen? Axel felt a buzzing in his head and saw William gently holding the pistol in the air and pointing it at his head. His heart suddenly turned cold. There is no one who is not afraid of death. Axel is a brave man. However, he was terrified when his own gun was pointed at him. William, don't make the same mistake over and over again. Director Chien was shocked and shouted. All the policemen were stunned. They had not taken this young man seriously at first, but now seeing this young man easily snatching their captain's pistol and pointing the gun at their captain, they realized that they had underestimated this young man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the pistol turned into a pile of parts, and everyone was stunned. Time, 2 seconds and 3. I just want to see if this gun is real or fake. Why do I feel like it's a toy? William moved as fast as lightning and reassembled the parts in the blink of an eye. He threw the pistol into Axel's hands. Although the gun was returned, no one dared to take William lightly. William smiled and said, "It seems that you really think I'm a bad guy. Well, isn't it just surrendering the gun? Take it and check who the owner of the gun is. By the way, I have to remind you that you may not be able to find it." William, what you mean is, Director Chien was still very grateful to William. If it weren't for William, he would not have become the director. He certainly didn't want this to happen. Seeing that William was calm and not afraid at all, even the most daring criminal would not be so brave. Is there really some hidden story? Axel's expression was very complicated. He stared at William's calm eyes and said in a deep voice, "My brother, I really don't want you to be my opponent, and I am not qualified to be your opponent. However, for the sake of duty, I still have to ask you to go to the police station. If I am wrong, I apologize to you." William smiled and said, "Let's go, I'm still free anyway." It was the first time for these policemen to encounter such armed gangsters. They were so powerful that even the captain's pistol was taken away. However, such a terrifying opponent was surprisingly cooperative. The two policemen showed their handcuffs and were about to put him on, but Axel shook his head and said, "No need. It would be useless to handcuff a master of this level. One can tell at a glance that he is fearless. Could it be that this young man is really a person of great importance?" They soon arrived at the Public Security Bureau. Standing at the door of the bureau was the dismissed Director Zhao. He was very excited to see William being arrested. "Haha, you got what you deserve." Director Zhao came over and said viciously, "Humph, you're illegally carrying a gun. No one can save you." William smiled and said, "I knew it must be Marlin who called you and you reported it. I think you want to be reinstated with this achievement, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Director Chien looked at Director Zhao with disdain. Director Zhao then remembered that he was no longer the director. But he thought to himself, as long as William's charges are proven, all my charges can be overturned, and all the previous things can be completely changed. "Humph, just wait and see." Axel snorted coldly. "Don't block our way, Lao Zhao." Director Zhao quickly made way. He stared blankly at William as he walked in. He was stunned. This guy's been arrested. Why is he still so arrogant? "William, what's going on with you? How did it become illegal possession of a gun?" Director Pong was also alarmed. The appearance of an armed gangster surprised him a lot, but fortunately he was easily controlled. But when he found out it was William, he suddenly became nervous. That was Miss Han's lover. What should he do if he really was a criminal with a gun? He mobilized all resources to check William's background, but what surprised him was that he could not find any information about William's background. When William's gun fell into his hands, he felt that it couldn't be wrong, but when he found a place, he didn't dare to move because it was top secret. Who is this William, and why does he have a top secret identity? Next to him stood a young man with a strong military air. He was originally sitting opposite Director Fong. When he saw William, he was stunned and stood up involuntarily. William respectfully, like a subordinate facing his superior. "What, instructor?" Everyone in the room was stunned. Although there were not many people in the room, there were Director Fong, the young officers, Axel, and Director Zhao. William also recognized him and asked curiously, "Kai Fong, why are you here? Why are you running here instead of staying in the Dragon team?" "Instructor, I was ordered to come here to contact Director Fong about that mission," Kai Fong said quickly. "Instructor, why did you leave our Dragon team? Did you offend someone?" William gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's because I offended the old man." Old man. These 3 words seemed to have infinite power, which frightened Kai Fong. How dare he call the old man a villain? Instructor William said nothing. I heard that Instructor William was the old man's apprentice, but he dared to say that. Was he out his mind? Chapter 39, Back to School. After hearing their conversation, everyone understood at least one thing. William was definitely not an armed gangster, but the instructor of the Dragon Team. Dragon Team. Director Pong was from a local background, so it was okay that he didn't know about it, but Axel couldn't help but show on his eyes. The Dragon Team is the best special forces in China and can be said to be the dream of any soldier. When he was in the army, Axel's goal was to join the Dragon Team, but he was eventually shut out of the Dragon Team. There is nothing fishy about this because he is not qualified. The requirements of the Dragon Team are too high. Only the champions and runners-up of various military competitions can enter the local troops. Even the third place is not qualified. And this Kai Fong is the current member of the Dragon Team. He had competed with Kai Fong before. Although the other party showed mercy, Axel knew in his heart that he was definitely no match for the other party, within 3 moves. And William turned out to be an instructor. Just looking at how respectful Kai Fong was to William, you could tell how much he admired William. He was defeated by Kai Fong, but he dared to arrest William without knowing his own limitations. Wasn't this a joke? Although Director Fong didn't know what was going on, he knew that William didn't suffer the fate he worried about, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If William was really some big criminal, then what happened to Ms. Han? Fortunately, it didn't happen. Instructor William, I'm really sorry. I was scared when I heard that someone was holding a gun, so I quickly sent Captain Lee out. I hope he didn't offend you. Director Fong said to William with a smile. I'm not an instructor now. My job is a security guard at Tiananmen University. Everything is treated according to my current status. William said with a smile. Yes. Then can I call you Brother William? Director Fong asked tentatively. Sure. William smiled and said, Can you give me my gun back now? I have something else to do. If it's too late, I'm afraid the school will be closed. Of course. Quickly take Brother William's pistol and return it to Brother William. Director Fong ordered hurriedly. Axel quickly took the gun. He looked at William and seemed to be hesitant to speak. It's nothing, it's your job, but there is one thing I hope Director Fong can do justice to. William recounted how he encountered Marlin, sending people to intercept him, but was scared away by him. No problem. Should we arrest Marlin and warn the Yang family? Director Fong asked quickly. William said calmly, There's no need to deal with Marlin. I'll take care of him at school. But if anyone dares to attack my female friend, I might have to do it my own way. Director Fong was shocked. I know. I will definitely satisfy you, Brother William. Well, there's one more thing. I'm wondering how you knew I was carrying a gun. It seems like I just met Director Zhao, and he spoke in a very loud tone. Is he still the director? William asked deliberately. Director Fong naturally knew what Director Zhao meant, but if Director Zhao's report was true, it would indeed be a great achievement because the negative impact of armed criminals on society is still quite large, and if it is not handled properly, people will die. Therefore, if Director Zhao is re-employed, no one can say that he did something wrong. Of course, Director Qian has been promoted and cannot be dismissed without reason, but he can still be a deputy director. But now it is clear that Director Zhao's behavior has seriously violated the regulations. First of all, he made a false accusation. Although Director Fong knew the truth, he could not say it was a false accusation, because William not only had a real gun, but also used it to scare the criminals. But who could blame William's background? It was not someone he could afford to offend. Kai Feng's position was not lower than mine, and he was so respectful to William. From the way he addressed him, I could tell that William was actually his superior. How could I offend him? What's more, this great god has such a close relationship with Miss Han, so he must not offend him. Secondly, and more seriously, it turned out that Chief Zhao was being used by the Yang family. As a public official and former police station chief, he had been used by the Yang family more than once. This was a serious violation of discipline. Director Fong quickly said, I know how to deal with it. Brother William, don't worry. Well, in that case, I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. After being personally seen off by Director Fong, Kai Fong, and others, William left. Director Fong turned his head and saw Director Zhao staring at William's back. He was so angry that he shouted, From today on, you are no longer a police officer. Go find a way to make a living. Director Zhao was stunned at first, because he thought that William would definitely be no good. Illegal possession of a gun was a serious crime, and he might not be able to leave the prison for the rest of his life. He was so relieved and thought happily, I don't know where I will be reinstated this time. As long as I can become the deputy director, I can become the director and then climb up. But he unexpectedly discovered that Director Fong and others were seeing off a guest. What kind of guest could disturb them? Although he did not know the identity of the Special Commissioner Kai in the army, he was sure that he was a very powerful person. Director Fong and Special Envoy Kai both came out to see him off, so he must be a high-ranking official. He looked curiously, and his mouth couldn't close. What he saw was William walking away in a swagger, and it seemed that he even gave himself a middle finger while walking. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he heard Director Fong's decision. He felt his head go dark, and when he came to his senses, he was left alone. Marlin, why are you setting a trap for me again? What grudge do I have against you? Although I took a lot of money from you, I lost my job because of you. Director Zhao could no longer bear this blow. He had not completely given up after losing his position as director, and now he realized that he had reached a dead end. William felt that he had used his most proud martial art. Although he didn't actually use it, he felt that his whole body was light and fluttery. This is how good it feels to be in high spirits when good things happen to you. Today, I punished the bad guy and also won the favor of 2 school beauties. If Lisa could treat me like this, it would be perfect. Hee hee, am I a little ungrateful? William walked into the university gate and was stopped immediately. William. Seeing it was William, the security guard quickly pulled William over. He was in his 30s and had a very honest face. Why are you so nervous? William asked in confusion. Old Joe, didn't something happen? William, where have you been? Do you know that Captain Liu has come to you several times and said he wants to settle the score with you? Lao Zhou said nervously. Oh, why? Just because I wasn't on duty, William said with a smile. It's just a violation of discipline. How big of a deal is that? Old Joe shook his head and said, it's not that easy. Everyone has their own things to do. It doesn't matter if you don't come in the middle, but once it's publicized, it will be a big deal. I think Captain Liu will definitely not let you off easily this time, and he might even drive you away. Drive me away? William knew that Captain Liu had a bad impression of him. Captain Liu prided himself on being handsome and elegant, and ever since William arrived, he felt that he had met an opponent, and he often found fault with him. Since I didn't care about this little bit of money, I didn't bother to argue with him. I didn't expect that he would get even worse this time. Yes, William, have you ever been with the 3 most beautiful girls on campus? Lisa, Christina, and Dora? Lao Zhou asked. It's all posted on the campus website. As he spoke, Lao Zhou pulled William to the computer in the message room. It seemed that this guy was browsing the web pages on the campus network, so William saw the photo of himself, Lisa, and 3 other campus beauties together at a glance. William couldn't help but grin. He guessed that this photo was taken when Lisa brought Christina and Dora to cause trouble for him. These 3 campus beauties were eye-catching scenery wherever they went, so it was no big deal to be photographed. If they knew about the ambiguous scene between him, Christina, and Dora while dining, wouldn't the entire Tiananmen University go crazy? You dare not say this is you? Lao Zhou stared at William and asked. Of course it was me. There were some misunderstandings between me and them, and everything was fine after we explained it out. Why are you chasing me away? William found it funny. Even Marlin couldn't chase me away. So do you, Captain Liu, have the qualifications to do so? I don't think you have anything to do with the 3 school beauties. The problem is that Captain Liu is unhappy. He has always claimed that he is the only one here who could talk to the 3 school beauties, but now you have stolen the limelight. Lao Zhou smiled bitterly and said, do you know that the campus network is currently voting for the most beautiful security guard? William said disdainfully, I'm not a woman. What's the most beautiful or the ugliest? What does it have to do with me? Of course it is related. Originally, your ranking was hovering around 5th or 6th, while Captain Liu was firmly in 1st place, and Captain Liu was very proud of it. Old Joe explained to William, but the situation is different now. You have suddenly become famous, and many students have voted for you. Now you're already 2nd place. Look, William followed Lao Zhou's gaze and looked over. It was true. The campaign for the most beautiful security guard had been launched last month, and Captain Liu had always been ranked 1st in the monthly ranking. Captain Liu on the webpage had a sweet smile and looked like a handsome guy, except that he was a little bald, which damaged his image a bit. He took a look and found that his name was indeed on the list. Captain Liu had 3,540 votes in support, while his own number was over 2,800. You see, you're ranked 2nd. Although you were 2nd, you suddenly appeared after this afternoon, so you have great potential. Lao Zhou said, it is very likely that your popularity suddenly rose to the top after seeing the photo of you talking to the 3 school beauties. Maybe you have surpassed Captain Liu. In short, Captain Liu feels threatened by you. William chuckled, and suddenly saw Lao Zhou's mouth opened involuntarily. Stunned, he pulled William to look at the computer, and saw that William's voting support numbers were updating rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he had surpassed Captain Liu and became #1 in the ranking. "How do you feel, kid?" Old Zhou asked, patting William on the shoulder. "It feels good. I think if Captain Liu saw this, he would definitely be very angry." His face looked like a bitter gourd that had been punched by someone. "I really feel happy." William laughed. Old Zhou was stunned. "William, aren't you afraid that Captain Liu will drive you away?" "Drive me away? If he drives me away, wouldn't he be hitting himself in the face?" William laughed. "Then he will be accused of jealousy, so he doesn't have the courage to do so. However, this matter is a bit strange. Why did so many people vote for me?" Chapter 40 appearing in time. Haha, the most beautiful security guard is of course my master. He actually dared to challenge my master. I will let him know how powerful I am. In front of a Shinjo computer, Christina also saw the voting results and couldn't help but smile with pride. Naturally, it was all Miss Han's credit. With her order, she mobilized all the resources based on her status as the vice president of the student union and asked the boys and girls to support William immediately, which made William the most beautiful security guard. However, they were passive at first, but after noticing William, they realized that Miss Han's vision was really not to be underestimated. This young security guard was indeed much more pleasing to the eye than Captain Liu. Young, handsome, and unrestrained, there's a special temperament in his eyes, the kind of eyes that can easily make girls fall in love, and William instantly became an internet celebrity. William, the new internet celebrity, had no idea that it was Christina's credit, and Christina planned to talk to her master about it after they met the next day. "Christina, go to bed early. You have to go to school tomorrow." The voice of Dad Han Pong came from the next room. Christina mumbled, I know, I'll go to bed now." "Oh, why is Dad so nagging? He has urged me several times in an hour." Although she said these words impatiently, Christina's heart was filled with warmth. It was so nice to have a caring father. This was all thanks to the master. Miss Han closed her eyes with a sweet smile. In her dream, she would definitely see her master punishing the bad guys together with her. Seeing that his daughter was asleep, Han Peng shook his head gently, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. This William is indeed from a prominent background. His file is top secret. I spent a lot of time to find out that he is from the Dragon Team. Han Peng thought to himself, this is strange. The Dragon Team is the strongest special forces in China. Those who join the Dragon Team are the elite among the elites. How could this kid come from there at such a young age? And why did he come to Tianan University? Is he here to complete some important mission? If it weren't for his daughter, Han Peng would never have taken the next round of action. However, for the sake of his daughter, he had to have a conversation with William to find out why William came to his daughter. William didn't know that he had new troubles, but he had enough troubles recently and didn't care about one or two more. Dora can rest now, and Miss Han can also fall into a sweet dream, but he cannot because he still has to fulfill his principles as a university campus security guard. William realized that he had really become a celebrity when he went on night patrol. Although it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, there were still many college couples cuddling in the woods in groups of 3 or 4. William had no need to disturb these college students, but he couldn't help but reveal a gleam of envy in his eyes. William was not jealous of these college students who were in pairs. He was thinking about what he was doing when he was the same age or even younger. Can you imagine that I was trained like crazy under the supervision of 4 perverted old men? I was hung upside down by these guys when I was still a primary school student, and these old men turn a blind eye. Do you think of yourself as a little monk in Shaolin Temple? You sleep on a rope. It is said that this is to cultivate your ability to stay alert at all times. Don't underestimate this. It is said that it can save your life at a critical moment. As I got older, my training items increased, and I became more familiar with martial arts and various firearms. My life was even more ascetic than that of a monk. Later, I joined the Dragon Team. Although I was the youngest, I was responsible for the most difficult tasks, including going to the Amazon jungle and the Island of Death. Since I came to Tianan University, I feel like I am a normal person. Compared with the life and death experiences I went through back then, my life now is simply spent in honey water. And now there are 2 lovely campus beauties. It would be perfect if Lisa could let her pretty face that can cool down the dog days of summer turn into a spring breeze in March. William was thinking when he suddenly saw some people rushing towards a grove. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the grove. What are you doing? We haven't violated any discipline. The cries of several girls were heard from the grove. If I say it's a violation, it's a violation. An arrogant male voice came from the forest. Everyone squat down. Let me check it carefully, ha dash. There was a burst of lewd laughter, accompanied by the laughter of many men. It was obvious that these people were not good people. William's eyes narrowed involuntarily. These people were obviously students. He seemed to have heard that some students had formed a school spirit team, extorting money in the name of rectifying discipline, and even making advances towards girls. He did not expect to see this happen today. Benjamin, it's you. What are you doing here? In the grove, a pretty girl suddenly recognized who these people were and shouted angrily. The man named Benjamin is 1.8 meters tall and has a strong build. There's a green dragon tattoo on his right arm. He is very famous in Tian'an University. He is ranked second among the 3 biggest names that cannot be messed with. He is a famous fighting king, so both boys and girls avoid him. He is the captain of the basketball team of Tian'an University. Benjamin chuckled and said, "What are you doing? Your behavior violates the school rules of Tian'an University, and you must be severely punished. By the way, search them for any prohibited items. This is not a school spirit team at all. They're just a group of hooligans. There are many girls among them. If they succeed, they will be ruthlessly humiliated. Benjamin, you shameless beast, I'm going to report you to the teacher," the girl said angrily. "Haha, Stella, I was originally planning to spare you, the beauty of the department, for the sake of being in the same department. But now you are scolding me again and again. Others don't do anything. I'll search this Stella." Benjamin walked up with a lewd smile on his face. "Captain, she is my girlfriend. Please let him go." Stella's boyfriend is also on the basketball team and is the center. When he saw Benjamin, he was a little scared, but he still stood up. "Get out of my way, Kevin. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up." Benjamin raised his fist threateningly, which made Kevin's face turn pale. He looked at his girlfriend, who looked like she was asking for help, gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and left the grove. "Stella, this is your boyfriend. He is much worse than me." Knowing that Stella was in pain, Benjamin felt so happy that he pinched Stella's face and smiled maliciously. Stella didn't expect Kevin, who had made a vow to her, to do this. She felt desperate. "What are you going to do?" "What?" Benjamin laughed wildly. "I'll do whatever you say." Stella was shocked. She knew that Benjamin was lawless. Last time, he caused a girl to have a miscarriage and jump off a building. It seemed that she would not be able to escape the bad luck this time. Just when she was so anxious that tears were about to flow, she suddenly found that the surrounding environment had become quiet, and the laughter of the boys who had followed Benjamin to do evil things suddenly disappeared. Not only Stella felt strange, Benjamin felt even more strange. He saw a young man in security uniform clapped his hands, smiled, and greeted him. "Hi, it's okay. You did this." Benjamin's face changed, and he saw that the boys who followed him were lying on the ground one by one, with painful looks on their faces. "Who is talking to a scumbag like you?" "I'm talking to the pretty girl in the department." The security guard was, of course, William. After all, he was a security guard of the university and should have a diligent attitude. He couldn't just ignore something like this, so he also came to the grove. These boys might be good at bullying others, but they were no match for William, so it didn't take long for all of them to fall to the ground. William said nonchalantly as he pulled Stella from Benjamin's hands, "Little girl, you should be more accurate in identifying people in the future. A friend in need is a friend indeed. That kind of guy is not worthy of you," William said to Stella in a lecturing tone. Stella's face turned red. She had seen Kevin's true face and would never be with him again. But she felt a little unconvinced by what the young security guard said. "How am I small? Am I not big enough?" As she said this, she straightened her big chest. "It's not small, but it's one size smaller than Christina's." William smiled, and he found that he seemed to have a much stronger resistance to beautiful women. Apparently, after being with Christina and Dora, he already had this ability. "Damn it, who the hell are you? How dare you come here to mess things up? Believe it or not, I can make you disappear in the blink of an eye." Benjamin saw that these 2 people didn't take him, a giant, seriously at all. This had never happened in Tian'an University. He glared at William with gritted teeth and said, "Well, many people want to drive me away, but I just can't drive them away." William smiled and said, "But since you want me to leave, I will still leave." Stella was greatly disappointed. She had a heroic complex and thought that a chivalrous man had come to help her, but she didn't expect that he was actually a softie. However, Stella couldn't help but think in her heart, If he was really such a person, would he have defeated all of Benjamin's accomplices? Maybe he had other intentions? Benjamin thought William was frightened by him, so he sneered, "Then why don't you just get out of here? It's easy for me to leave. All of you should go to the school ethics office and accept punishment. Otherwise, why should I leave?" William said with a smile. I knew he wasn't a coward. Stella couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a smile in her eyes. Those frightened students were overjoyed to see their savior. They were all looking at William, who suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a girl screamed in surprise. "William, he is William. The most handsome security guard is him." William almost stumbled. He said awkwardly, "Lady, please don't say I am the most handsome security guard. For example, if you say I am the most handsome security guard, it will make me feel much more comfortable." Ha ha ha. There was a sudden laugh all around. Boys and girls surrounded William and thanked him one after another. There were also many boys who were gnashing their teeth at William. They were all boys who were defeated by William, and now they hoped that their boss could vent their anger for them. Chapter 41. Lisa's Misunderstanding. Are you the security guard? Benjamin also knew about this, but he did not take a security guard without a background seriously. If he really had a background, who wouldn't be able to be a security guard? What position couldn't he be assigned to? "I am William," William said casually. "As for who is the most beautiful security guard, I don't care." Hee. Don't think that you can forget your identity just because you have become a little famous. If you offend me, Benjamin, your good days at Tian'an University will be over, Benjamin said sternly. Stella said unconvincedly, "Benjamin, what gives you the right to be so overbearing? If you say that William should disappear, we will not agree to it." "Yes, we won't agree." Suddenly, boys and girls shouted together. This made Benjamin and his followers stunned. What happened? Why did everything change? Before, they rushed over like wolves and tigers to separate the boys and girls. Except for Stella, who dared to scold Benjamin. None of them dared to stand up, because they knew that offending Benjamin was really terrible. But what happened now? They were all so united that it was as if they didn't even know each other. William nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. In fact, these people are nothing special, right? If you bow down to them, they will become more aggressive. If you can work together, they will be afraid." Damn it. Benjamin was so angry that he kicked William in the chest. Stella exclaimed, "Be careful." By the time she reminded him, it was too late. It was obvious that Benjamin had practiced this specially, and his kick was as fast as lightning. This was his family tradition of rhinoceros looking at the moon, which was not only fast but also very powerful. But no matter how fast or strong he was, in William's eyes, he was just a child's toy. He also kicked out, but Benjamin arrived first. He heard Benjamin scream and was kicked back several steps, almost falling to the ground. Stella couldn't help but exclaimed. Although she was exclaiming, her mood before and after was very different. At first she was worried that William would be kicked, but now she was surprised that William would be so powerful, and she couldn't help but smile. "William, you dare to hit me. Just wait. I will destroy you. I mean what I say." Benjamin had never suffered such a loss before. He felt unbearable pain in his right foot and couldn't help but roared angrily. William smiled coldly and said, "Since you dared to destroy me, I might as well destroy you first." Walked towards Benjamin, who had fallen to the ground, and it seemed that he really wanted to attack Benjamin. Benjamin felt a chill down his spine. He could tell from William's expression that he was a man who would do what he said. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should not have said such harsh words. Seeing that William was really angry, Stella immediately came to her senses. "William, don't be impulsive. Should we just send him to the academic affairs office?" William snorted and said, "What a bear." "Bear-like? Are you scolding me?" Stella's heart stagnated. She had never felt so bad, even when Kevin betrayed her. William turned around and looked at Stella in surprise and said, "Why do you look so ugly?" Could it be that this guy was so arrogant just now, but now he is so cowardly that he doesn't even have the courage to stand up? Isn't he a coward? It turned out that he was scolding Benjamin. Stella suddenly realized, and her pretty face turned red. Benjamin's brothers wanted to see their brother Pong show his power and knock down the little security guard. In their eyes, their brother Pong was invincible. But now they were all dumbfounded, staring at William in amazement, as if they saw an alien. Those who have followed Benjamin for a long time know that Benjamin's father is very powerful. It is said that he is the boss of the underworld and is very powerful. He taught his son to follow his example and practice martial arts since he was a child. Not only is he a bully-level figure in Tian'an University, but he is also the fighting king in several schools. However, they were naturally surprised that Benjamin fell into the hands of an unknown security guard. What would they do to these people? These people could not help but feel cold sweat on their backs. Suddenly, they shouted and jumped up from the ground, wanting to escape. Although William knocked them down, he did not use gravity. They only temporarily lost the ability to move. Now that so much time has passed, they can naturally walk again. But at this moment, a cold voice shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you fighting in school?" "William, why you again?" William took a look and found that she was indeed an acquaintance. How could she not be familiar with her? "Lisa, where did this girl come from?" Seeing Lisa coming, Benjamin immediately perked up. He knew how powerful William was and was afraid that William would really take him to the Academic Affairs office. Benjamin went to the Academic Affairs office. He knew that nothing would happen to him. But what about his own face? Benjamin was well known in Tian'an University as someone who could not be messed with. But this time he suffered a great loss in front of a small security guard. How could he have a nerve to stand up straight in front of his classmates? Now, it is only known in a small circle. If it goes to the Academic Affairs office, the whole school will know about it, and Benjamin's arrogance will be reduced by at least half. What frightened him even more was that William's gaze made him feel frightened. This was extremely rare, and it showed that one must not judge a person by his appearance, and that he must be a ruthless character. Would he really ruin himself? He had ruined several people outside of school, but he had never been the one to be ruined. How could it be his turn? But now he is not afraid anymore. In fact, he was a little scared when he saw Lisa, because Lisa's background is very powerful. Even his father had warned him not to mess with Lisa. He would never dare to disobey his father's words. Otherwise, he would not be polite to his father, even if he was his own son. Therefore, although Benjamin was very envious of Lisa's beauty, he always walked around Lisa. But now Lisa is his savior. Just as he was about to call for help, he heard William say with a smile, "Teacher Chun, why do I have the urge to hit someone when I hear you say this? This girl, it seems like she needs to be a little more assertive. In the past, I was too low-key, which is why I was ignored time and time again. But now there must be a change." Everyone's eyes were about to fall to the ground. Stella was anxious to cover William's mouth, but it was too late. Lisa is the goddess in the eyes of all boys. How dare this little security guard say such words in front of her? He beat Benjamin and offended Teacher Chun. Can he still stay in Tian'an University? Lisa's eyes showed a cold look, and her eyes turned to Stella. She couldn't help but sneered. "William, your job as a security guard is not to seduce girls everywhere. And you also fight. Do you think you are worthy of this position?" It turns out there's a reason why Lisa gets so angry when she sees William. Lisa already had a good impression of William. She saw with her own eyes how kind-hearted he was in helping Dora and Christina solve their problems. So she even went out of her way to help William pay off the debt owed to the food stall owner. Moreover, she was deeply impressed and very happy by what William did today. She felt that William was a man with a mysterious background and full of positive energy. If a woman finds a man mysterious, then generally speaking, she will fall for him. But Lisa didn't have such awareness. She felt that she needed to observe William. Don't get me wrong, this is different from observing the relationship between men and women. But now she accidentally saw a lot of people gathered together. Benjamin was lying on the ground, and standing next to William was the beauty Stella from the Foreign Languages Department, which immediately made her feel bad about William. She guessed what she thought was the truth at first glance. Benjamin must have fallen in love with Stella, the school beauty, and William happened to have a relationship with Stella, so they became jealous and had a fight. Although Benjamin is a famous fighting king, and she doesn't have any good feelings towards him, William is different. She feels that he is different from other men. Therefore, she is very disappointed with William now. Rather than saying that she was angry at William, it would be more accurate to say that she felt that she had misjudged him, and she felt both angry and upset. William knew she had misunderstood when he heard her tone, and he said with a smile, "Teacher Chun, I think I'm still quite conscientious." Seeing that he didn't admit his mistake, Lisa couldn't help but angrily said, "Stella, you are not a good person. Why are you still with William when you already have a boyfriend? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself?" Stella stared at Lisa in amazement. It took her a long time to react. Her pretty face turned red as she said, No, Teacher Chun, you misunderstood. William and I just met. Holding hands intimately after just meeting?" Lisa didn't believe a word of it. Stella then remembered that she was worried that William was really going to ruin Benjamin. So she held William's hand, but she forgot to let go. She quickly let go of William's hand and was about to explain herself when Benjamin shouted, "Mr. Chun, this security guard is too outrageous. I saw that this security guard was not patrolling properly, but was being intimate with Stella, so I went over to stop them. Teacher Chun, you know Kevin is my teammate. How could you bear to see his girlfriend behave so immorally, and this guy beat me down? You have to seek justice for me." It was indeed the case. Lisa was so angry that she pointed at William's nose and shouted, "Is this your duty?" William did not answer. He folded his hands and smiled, looking at Lisa's pretty angry look. "Beautiful, worthy of being the #1 campus beauty. She is so beautiful even when she is angry." Seeing this guy not caring at all, Lisa became even angrier. "William, you must go to the academic affairs office with me now and accept the punishment. Humph, I want you to leave Tian'an University immediately." William said with a smile, "Teacher Chun, don't be angry. It's just going to the academic affairs office. I'll follow you right away." Lisa was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Why couldn't this guy say something soft? "Even if you were wrong 1,000 times, as long as you admit your mistake, I will let you go this time because you helped Dora and Christina, as long as you promise not to seduce Stella. But since you are stubborn and unrepentant, you can't blame me." Lisa snorted coldly, turned around and left, while William made a face at Stella. One left, and the other followed, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let this kid be so arrogant. Just wait for him to pack up and leave. Benjamin felt so relieved that it seemed as if his wounds didn't hurt anymore, and he laughed triumphantly. Chapter 42, Clarifying Misunderstandings. He thought to himself that this kid would definitely leave tomorrow, and then he would have to organize a grand farewell party to send this kid away from Tian'an University so that he could vent his anger. Thinking of this, he didn't bother with Stella anymore and left with his brothers. Lisa and William left right after they finished talking. Stella and the other students didn't even have time to explain and could only watch them leave. "No, I must find Teacher Chun and explain this matter clearly. This is not William's fault. It's Benjamin's fault." Stella gritted her teeth and went to the academic affairs office. "Stella, Teacher Chun is very angry now. She probably won't listen to your explanation. Let's go together." Another girl said to Stella, grateful to William for saving her. "Let's go." Many students ran quickly towards the academic affairs office. The security director of the academic affairs office. It should be said that the dismissed security director Manhwa showed a smug look on his face and asked William, who bowed his head and said nothing in a fair manner. "William, do you have anything else to say? You should know that Manhwa was dismissed because of William. Principal Jia has not yet notified the official handling decision, so he is still in the position of security director. However, everyone knew that he had been dismissed, so Manhwa naturally felt uncomfortable. It happened to be his day job today, and he was thinking about how to get help from the Yang family so that he could keep this lucrative job. After all, he ended up in this position to help Marlin. Unexpectedly, Lisa and William came as well. He was frightened when he saw William, thinking that William was going to cause trouble for him. Since knowing William's background, even Principal Jia is afraid of him. He dares not offend William again. What is this guy doing in the academic affairs office? And Lisa? When Lisa angrily told him what William had done, Manhwa was naturally happy in his heart. "William, don't you have a strong background? Lisa is even more powerful than your backer. Now that will be fun to watch." William was surprised and said, "Haven't I already said it? It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of something. This is my silent protest. I demand that Teacher Lisa apologize for the slander." Manhwa knew that William was stubborn and would definitely not admit his mistake just like that. This was within his expectations. He smiled and glanced at Lisa. "Is there some misunderstanding?" Lisa was furious. "William, you want to overturn the verdict? So many classmates can testify, except Stella." William shook his head and said, "Lisa, you have a preconceived notion and you look at me with a distrustful attitude, which is why you misunderstood me. Tell me, what evidence do you have that I seduced Stella? What evidence do you have that Benjamin had a conflict with me because he couldn't stand me stealing Kevin's girlfriend?" Benjamin said it all. After Lisa said this, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Yes, how could I believe Benjamin's words? This guy is a bad character and always stirs up trouble. He never speaks the truth. How could I take his words as evidence today? "Teacher Lisa, Bold speculations need scientific evidence. We cannot be fanciful or preconceived. William smiled and said, sometimes the facts are exactly the opposite of what you imagine. Shuorenhua stared at William's calm face, and suddenly he felt as if a crack appeared in the ironclad evidence. Could it be that Lisa arrested the wrong person? What should I do? At this moment, Shuorenhua knew that he was standing at a crossroads. Should he stand opposite William or on the same road? If you make the wrong choice, it will have a huge impact on your future. For some reason, the scene in the office during the day and Principal Jia's distinct attitude kept lingering in his mind. Lisa jumped up angrily. Teacher Lisa, please calm down first. If William really did such a thing, the Academic Affairs Office will not let him off easily. But I also think that William is not that kind of person. Is there any misunderstanding? Shuorenhua smiled and brought Lisa a glass of water. His attitude was so friendly. William did not expect Shuorenhua to have such a change. He glanced at Shuorenhua, and Shuorenhua's eyes happened to be looking at him, and the two of them understood each other tacitly. Lisa gritted her teeth and said, okay, I want to know the truth. William, tell me what's going on. Lisa was so angry that she drank the tea in one gulp. The tea was quite hot, and it made Lisa feel painful immediately. But it was too late. The scalding hot tea poured into her stomach, making her feel very uncomfortable. William reacted quickly. He grabbed Lisa's hand, and Lisa felt a stream of clear water that relieved her pain. She looked at William in surprise, and she found that she could no longer understand William. Such inner strength has simply reached a miraculous level. He is truly a genius, but it's a pity that he is morally corrupt. Lisa shook her hand and turned her head away. A beautiful back of the head, possibly the most beautiful back of the head in the world, but you can't smile at me. That would definitely be the greatest enjoyment. If Lisa knew what William was thinking, would she pour the remaining tea on William's head in anger? Although she was still angry at William, at least she had received help from him, and Lisa did calm down. In fact, Lisa's temperament is relatively calm. She will only become impatient when encountering special circumstances. For example, for Dora, it was because she thought her best friend was bullied, so she couldn't help but go to William to settle the score. This time she got angry and made a conclusion without even asking any questions because she already had a good impression of William, but William disappointed her. Lisa herself was not aware of this subtle feeling, but it really existed. William smiled slightly and recounted the entire story. Before he finished, Lisa turned her head away in shock. William, are you telling the truth? In fact, when Lisa asked this question, she knew that she had misunderstood William, and an embarrassed look appeared on her face. William smiled and said, it seems someone has come to testify for me. Lisa and Shuorenhua were both startled, and soon they heard a burst of uneven footsteps, which were quite fast, and immediately came to the door. Then came a breathless voice. Report. It's Stella. Lisa opened the door immediately and saw 20 or 30 male and female students come into the door. What were they doing? Were they really here to explain to William, as William said? Students, come in, come in. Why are you standing outside? It's okay. Come in so we can talk. Shuorenhua seemed to be particularly polite today. He smiled and invited Stella and the other students into the room, which made Stella and the other students at a loss. It's strange. Why did Director Shua become so easy to talk to today? They all knew that Director Shuorenhua was not a good person. He was usually domineering and arrogant, and he never had a good face to students. But today, he seemed to be two completely different people. Obviously, those who say bad things about Director Shua are just rumors. However, several students have also suffered from Shuorenhua. Could it be that what they experienced was also a dream, or is there something wrong with their memory? Dean Shaw, Teacher Lisa, we are here to defend William. Stella blushed and said, he is a good man. Lisa's emotions had calmed down. She glanced at Shuorenhua, who smiled and said, then tell me about your experience. What happened? Stella recounted what happened, and it was pretty much the same as what William said. If it weren't for William, we would have been bullied by these bad guys. Benjamin and his friends claim to be the school spirit team, and they have done this to us more than once. Stella said angrily. What Stella said is right. Teacher Lisa, you really wronged Lu Baoan. Several other boys and girls also confirmed this. Lisa's face turned red. She said to William awkwardly, why didn't you tell me when I questioned you? William smiled and said, you were very angry at that time. No matter how I explained, you wouldn't listen. So I chose not to say anything. Lisa thought about it and was grateful to William. This guy knew how to be gentle with women. It seemed that she was really wrong today. She was so impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Manhwa smiled and said, "Everything is clear now. Teacher Lisa, you wronged William. Just apologize to William. It's not too much. Lisa has a stubborn personality, but there is one good thing about her. If she is wrong, she will never deny it." Therefore, she stood up and bowed to William to apologize. William quickly stopped her and said with a smile, "Teacher Chun, you are going to make me arouse the public outrage of all the boys in the school. I still want to keep my job, so forget it." Lisa blushed. "I was too impatient and misunderstood you. I can do whatever you need me to do as compensation." These words really make me think a lot. "I only have one request, that you be my girlfriend so that I can find the old man. But I can't say this no matter what." William knew that this was just Lisa's apology to him in an excited mood, not that she really loved him. He still had to eat the meal bite by bite and not be impatient. However, he believed that after what happened tonight, Lisa would have a preliminary favorable impression of him, which would lay a foundation for eventually winning her over. So William was in a very good mood. Lisa said, including Manhwa, who looked embarrassed inside and out. Lisa also realized that her words could easily cause misunderstanding, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. As for compensation, I need to think about it carefully. After all, compensation from Teacher Lisa is very rare. William smiled and teased Lisa a little. After saying such a meaningful thing, Lisa didn't even have the courage to stay in this room for a second longer. She said hastily, "Then I'll leave first, Director Shaw. I hope to strike a blow to Benjamin's so-called school spirit team as soon as possible. This kind of evil trend must not be encouraged." Having said that, Lisa ran out of the academic affairs office as if she was escaping for her life. Even after running a long way, she still felt her face getting hot. Lisa left, and Stella's students saw that the matter was settled, so they left the academic affairs office one by one. "If we testify for Lu Baoan, will Benjamin and the others find out, and it will be disadvantageous to us?" A boy suddenly thought of the danger and became worried. "William protected me before, and my blood boiled. I thought a real man should repay a favor. How could I just pretend that nothing happened when someone protected me and was wronged?" That's why they were so excited and came to the academic affairs office to talk to William. Chapter 43, Manhwa's advice. But now that the incident has passed and people have calmed down, they're beginning to feel a little uneasy. Stella clenched her fist and said to the direction of the academic affairs office, "William is right. We are just too timid. As long as we unite together, we don't have to be afraid of Benjamin. It would be great if we have security guard Lou to protect us. Then we won't be afraid." A girl laughed and said, "Stella, I think today's scene is quite bloody. Kevin was a coward and left us, Stella. Just when you were about to be bullied, security guard Lou showed up. This scene is absolutely classic." Stella blushed and said awkwardly, "What are you going to say? We need Lu Baoan's protection, but he can't protect us for no reason, so we need someone to ask him. Of course, the best way is to use the beauty trap." The girl smiled cleverly. Stella's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. "Then go ahead. I see that Lu Baoan has been staring at you. You are the heroine, and he is a hero saving a beauty. Our Stella is also a beauty saving a hero. Didn't she just stand up to help Lu Baoan prove his innocence?" Several girls laughed. "Stella, Lu Baoan is very handsome. We will graduate from university soon. Don't lose a beautiful memory. You damn girls, you are so bad." Stella was embarrassed by what they said, and she chased them and beat them. When they were fighting, she suddenly heard a dull voice shouting, "Stella." Suddenly, everyone fell silent, and everyone stared at the man in the dark with contempt and disgust. This man is over 1.85 meters tall, which is absolutely standard, but in the eyes of others, he is different. He is a coward and an incompetent guy. Kevin, who walked away when he saw his girlfriend, was about to be bullied. Knowing that Stella was definitely going to break up with Kevin, these students knew they were no longer suitable here, so they glanced at each other and left. "What are you doing here?" Stella was not angry. She said calmly, "Stella, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't be a coward. Please forgive me this time." Kevin said ashamedly. Stella shook her head and said, "Kevin, I originally thought you were a man, just like your height, but after what happened today, I understand that you are not what I thought. So, I will not be with you anymore." Kevin said anxiously, "Stella, can't you be generous for once? I've been so good to you. I've agreed to whatever you asked for and never compromised. Why are you so cold-hearted?" Stella said coldly, I don't know who deserves these 4 words more than you. Well, since you are so heartless, Stella, then give me back everything I gave you, Kevin said angrily. Everything you were was bought by me. Stella finally saw through everything about her ex-boyfriend. She really didn't expect that she could be so blind. This man had grown so tall for nothing, and was not only timid, but also stingy to such an extent. Okay, I'll return the necklace you gave me. I'll return the music box you gave me. You gave me. Stella was stunned for a moment. She could return everything else, but should she take off her skirt and return it to him as well? Stella, come on. The skirt you're wearing was also bought by me. Take it off and give it to me. Otherwise, you can only be my girlfriend again. Kevin was delighted and said proudly, Take it off. Stella was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. She quickly took off her white skirt, threw it on Kevin's head, and ran away crying. Kevin was left standing there dumbfounded. He really didn't expect things to develop to this extent. When he came to his senses, he knew that he had completely lost Stella, and there was no way to save her. Stella was too emotional and did such an extreme thing, but after she ran a few steps, the cool breeze blew on her head, and she immediately calmed down. Should I just run back to the dormitory like this? Wouldn't I become the laughing stock of the whole school? The most terrifying thing is that there are some bad students. Will they see me like this? Stella squatted weakly in the grove next to her and sobbed softly. In the academic affairs office, seeing that all the students had left, Manhwa, who had been acting like a judge, immediately smiled and said to William, Lu Baoan, do you think my performance was okay? Dean Shaw, if you had behaved like this earlier, I wouldn't have let the principal punish you. William said with a smile. So, you mean it depends on my performance? Although William did not agree to it, at least it gave me hope. No, judging from your performance today, I think you will definitely have a huge change in the future. So William said this, dialed the phone, and said a few words to the number, then turned around. He extended his hand and said with a smile, Congratulations, Director Shaw. You have been reinstated. Lu Baoan, you are truly my adopted parent. You have given me a new life. I really don't know how to thank you. Manhwa was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He almost knelt down on the ground in front of William. It's no wonder he was so excited. After being fired, he felt like he was struck by lightning. The first thing he thought of was to ask Marlin for help. Would end up like this because of helping Marlin. However, Marlin knew it but acted sarcastic, as if it had nothing to do with him. If Manhwa hadn't been afraid that the Yang family was too powerful, he would have wanted to curse at them on the spot. In front of Marlin, Marlin finally gave in and said that he would try to intercede when the time comes, but he was not sure. Therefore, before Lisa and William came here, although Manhwa had not completely lost hope, he knew in his heart that it would be very difficult to be reinstated. However, what I didn't expect was that things took a turn for the better. God gave me a chance to choose again, and I chose to stand on William's side. Sure enough, I was rewarded. He felt warm in his heart. He helped William, and William immediately rewarded him by reinstating him. But when he helped Marlin, he got the exact opposite fate, and that guy even ignored him. William smiled and patted Manhwa on the shoulder and said, Dean Shaw, you are too polite. I'm not interceding for you in front of the principal just because you helped me, but I believe you will not let me down. Manhwa is a man in his 40s, while William is only in his 20s. It sounds strange to hear such words coming from his mouth, but it is normal for Manhwa. Lu Baoan, if you have any problems, just come to me. I will do my best to do what I can. If there is something I can't do, I will create conditions to make it happen. Manhwa patted his chest. William knew that he was determined to follow him by saying this, so he smiled slightly, thinking that it was good enough for him to express his opinion in this way. Lisa just said that she hopes to strike a blow to Benjamin and other boys. What do you think? William asked. When this was mentioned, Manhwa couldn't help but show an embarrassment on his face. William's face suddenly darkened. Why? You change your mind so quickly. Have you forgotten the lesson from the past? William twisted his face, which made Manhwa shocked. This little ancestor was not someone he could afford to offend. Lu Baoan, calm down. You don't know the inside story. This Benjamin has a very powerful background. Manhwa said with a wry smile. Could he be the son of the municipal party secretary? William asked in a mocking tone. Although not, his father has a very prominent background. Do you know that there are 4 sects in Tianan province? Manhwa asked. William had heard of this term. He asked curiously, what 4 gates? Could it be the South Gate, West Gate, East Gate, and North Gate? I don't know the details, but I know that these 4 sects are all underworld organizations in Tianan province. His father is the leader of the Shiman sect. I don't know if he is the main or deputy leader. The Shiman sect is the main one. Shuo Ranhua introduced in a mysterious tone. It is said that they are a group of thugs who do all kinds of evil, and Benjamin, his father, is the leader. Even the principal can't afford to offend these people. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, William said coldly. So, we are not going to pursue this matter any further, and just let Benjamin do whatever he wants. Well, Lu Baoan, I can't do anything about it. Shuo Renhua looked at William's face, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Lu Baoan, if you can't stand them, you can become the director of the school's spirit office. There is indeed such a school spirit office, but it is useless. Instead, it is the fake school spirit office organized by Benjamin himself and his younger brothers that makes those students who are in love terrified and worried. William couldn't help but smile. Director Shuo, you are smart enough. You don't have good intentions in wanting me to be the director. Shuo Renhua smiled and said, there is no other way. I think you can have an assistant. I recommend Teacher Lisa. If anything goes wrong, Teacher Lisa can help you share the burden. Hee. Teacher Lisa's background is extraordinary. I have also heard some rumors that she is the daughter of the president of a large world organization, so no one here dares to offend Teacher Lisa. William looked at Shuo Renhua in surprise. He really didn't expect Shuo Renhua to know so much. He didn't even know Lisa's origins, but Shuo Renhua clearly stated Lisa's identity. It seems that the old man's purpose is not simple. I knew that he didn't just say it casually. There must be some purpose. Since Lisa is the daughter of a world-class richest man, why did she come to Tian'an University for no reason? I came to Tian'an University to pick up girls. Could it be that Lisa came here to pick up men? Oh, will Teacher Lisa agree? William asked, pretending to be excited. Shu Renhua understood and said, it seems that you, Lu Baoan, also have feelings for Teacher Lisa. Ha, this is a good opportunity to get closer to her. I'm doing you, Lu Baoan, a big favor, right? Whenever men talk about women, they naturally become warmer and their relationship becomes closer. William shook his head and said, Dean Shuo, please don't joke with me. Everyone knows that Teacher Lisa is cold as ice to men. There are many men who have failed in front of her, but I think Teacher Lisa still has a good impression of you. I am a bystander and can see things more clearly. Director Lu, please don't lose confidence in yourself. Shuo Renhua said with a smile. Chapter 44, Meeting Stella Again. William felt a little embarrassed, but working with Lisa was a good opportunity for him to get closer to Lisa, so he readily agreed. Just wait. I will officially send you the appointment decision tomorrow. With Director Lu and Teacher Lisa serving as the directors of the school ethics office, I will feel much more relieved. Shuo Renhua was very enthusiastic when he sent William out. William thought, with Lisa's personality, she was still undecided about whether she was willing or not. It was possible that once she heard that I was the director, she would frown and close the door and leave. William prepared to patrol the school once more and then went back to the security room because it was late at night and there were not many people around. He had not walked far when suddenly a look of surprise appeared in his eyes because he unexpectedly discovered a thin figure who was moving very fast. If it were not for his good eyesight, he would not have noticed it. He was greatly surprised. He never expected to meet such a master of Qigong in Tian'an University. Who is he, and what does he want to do in Tian'an University? He did not alarm the man and chased him closely. After a while, he saw the man suddenly fly into the air and went to his duty room. That's right, he actually entered my duty room. Could it be that his purpose was for me? Now that the culprit has been found on his head, William will naturally not ignore it. He originally wanted to observe this person carefully, but now there is no need. A cough came from behind the man, like an explosion in his mind, and he realized that he had been discovered. Who are you, and why did you come to Tian'an University? William asked coldly. What is your purpose in entering my duty room? Are you looking for me? The man didn't move at all, obviously knowing that if he dared to move, William would attack at any time. Why don't you say anything? Take off your disguise now. Are you still my acquaintance? So you hide your true face. William continued to ask, taking a step forward. Suddenly, he felt 2 gusts of wind rushing towards him. The other party had his back to him. So how could he attack? This question flashed through William's mind, but he was not ready to think about it anymore. He reached out and grabbed 2 exquisite flying knives. This person obviously knew that these 2 flying knives would have no effect on a master like William. So he flashed and moved several meters away from William. It's not that easy to escape from my hands. William sneered and took a quick step. Judging from the speed of the opponent, He was inferior to him. Although his pace was slow, he believed that he would not let the opponent escape from his hands so easily. This slender figure had first-rate speed. William tried his best, but failed to catch up with her. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated her. The opponent's speed was obviously due to the fact that he had not used his full strength before, which gave him such an illusion. In fact, his speed was not worse than his own, and he had the advantage of being ahead, so William was unable to catch up with him. Could he use a gun? Although William's shooting skills were very accurate, he believed that at this distance, he could easily deal with the opponent even while running. But at present, it cannot be confirmed that the other party is an enemy. He just wants to investigate himself and has not done anything detrimental to him. If he can knock him down with one shot, it seems that there is no such deep hatred. Moreover, William could feel that the other party just didn't want him to see his true face. The 2 flying knives he had just sent out were not aimed at his vitals, and it was obvious that he had no intention of killing him. Since this is the case, there is no need for me to kill the other party. Besides, even if the other party really wanted to harm me, could I really shoot him? Where's this place? This is Tianan University. If the school is alarmed, what kind of panic will it cause? Therefore, William would never use a gun to stop the other party unless there was a necessary reason. William frowned and moved his fingers and saw 2 flying knives flying towards the man. He didn't want to take the man's life. He just wanted to stop the man. The man flashed and caught the flying knife in midair. It was obvious that he didn't want the flying knife to fall into William's hands, so as to avoid being caught by William. But this was William's intention. He didn't want to kill this man, but he couldn't just leave like that without knowing the reason. He had to find out his intention. Just when the other party grabbed the flying knife, William had already come behind him and grabbed him. William originally wanted to catch this person, but he didn't expect that in one grab, the cloak on the person was grabbed off by him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the man disappeared without looking back and disappeared right under William's nose. This was a rare experience for William. As he held the black cloak in his hand, he actually smelled a familiar fragrance. This made William stunned for a moment. Could this person be a woman? Or was this man too much in the makeup department? So there was even the smell of perfume on his cloak? There was no way I was wrong. This was indeed a woman. Now that I thought about it, this person's figure was clearly that of a woman with a devilish body, and she seemed to be about the same age as me. A woman was actually let go by himself, and all he got in return was a black cloak. William be willing to accept this? He followed the direction the man left, and after walking around for a long time, he found that he was not far from the academic affairs office. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he would definitely not be able to catch this woman. What on earth did this woman want to do with him? Why did she run so fast after hearing him talking? Obviously, she didn't want to meet him. He shook his head and was about to leave when suddenly his eyes widened because he actually heard a female voice. Damn it, could it be that this woman is crying here because I stripped her clothes? Although he found it unbelievable, William could not ignore it since he heard the woman's cry. He walked into the woods vigilantly. This place was the most dangerous, and he had to be on high alert. You have to know that this may be a trap. The crying will arouse the man's sympathy, and then he will suddenly attack you. At that time, you will be absolutely defenseless. From afar, he saw a woman squatting on the ground, sobbing sadly. The sound of her voice was indeed very seductive, and just by looking at her appearance, one could tell that the woman had a great figure. William even more was that the woman was actually wearing underwear. Trap. William immediately concluded that it must be a trap. Wanting to attack me in this way? Isn't this underestimating me too much? William said coldly. You want to use such a trick to fool me, but I'm afraid you are not qualified to do so. Stand up now. I just took off her cloak. How come even her pants are gone? This must be a trap. Hearing William's voice, the woman suddenly turned around and cried out, William! William was stunned. It seemed that only Dora had used this name before, but this was definitely not Dora. However, the voice was really familiar. After all, it had only been a short time. Hey, aren't you Stella? How did you become like this? William was also stunned and strode toward Stella. Stella didn't know how long she had been here. She had an idea in mind that she would sneak back to the dormitory after everyone was gone. But it was dark and cold here, and Stella, who had lost her dress, couldn't help but feel scared. If any boy walked by and saw her like this, he might attack her. Wouldn't she be miserable? But here, she felt as if there were a pair of mysterious eyes staring at her in the darkness. The ghost story she had heard on the radio flashed through her mind one by one, making Stella even more panicked. She knew she shouldn't cry, but she was a girl after all. How could she bear it? So she cried her heart out. Just when she was in despair, she heard William's voice. She was immediately overjoyed and blurted out, "William." Seeing William coming over, she realized her current state and couldn't help but yelled, "You don't come over here." William was stunned for a moment and immediately realized the embarrassment, as if it was inappropriate for him to do so. He happened to have a cloak in his hand, so he quickly threw it over. "Stella, put this on." After receiving the cloak, Stella felt like she had found a treasure and quickly put it on. This way she could cover her delicate body. In any case, it was much better than before. William thought that it was a good thing that he had the cloak he had taken from that woman. Otherwise, he would not be able to help Stella, even if he saw her. "William, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to get out," Stella said with a blushing face. "It's just a piece of cake," William said generously. "Stella, how did you get into this situation? Where are your classmates? Are they all gone?" Stella couldn't help but pause. William quickly said, "If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to say it. I'm just asking casually. Come on, I'll take you back to the dormitory." Stella suddenly had a strong desire to confess, and she quickly said, "William, what I want to say is this dash." The two talked as they walked, and when William was about to take Stella into the girls' dormitory, Stella finally finished telling her story. "William, I feel so tired. Can I cry on your shoulder?" Stella said with a sob. William didn't expect that such a thing would happen to Stella. Not only was she betrayed by her boyfriend, but this boyfriend was so despicable that he even had the audacity to ask for back all the things he had given to Stella. No wonder Stella was willing to return the things to him, even if it meant making a fool of herself. "Okay," William agreed without thinking. Stella leaned her head gently on William's shoulder and felt at ease. "William, did I act too impulsively?" Stella asked worriedly, but she didn't feel like crying. "This only shows that you are a girl with great self-respect. You did nothing wrong," William said seriously. "A man like this is not a man at all. His name is Kevin, right? I will vent your anger for you." Stella couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even though she had experienced the scare, wasn't the result good now? "That's not necessary. Anyway, I've already seen what kind of person he is, and I will never be with him again." Stella suddenly felt shy. She wanted to ask, "If I am willing to be your girlfriend, would you be willing to have me?" Chapter 45 Ninja. But he is a security guard after all, handsome and sunny. Why not a college student? If I were a college student, no one would laugh at me. College students are all chosen ones and are very proud of themselves. Tiananmen University is a key university in the country, ranked second, and is regarded as a holy place by many students. Therefore, Stella is also proud of being a college student of Tiananmen University. The Prince Charming in her mind naturally has nothing to do with the security guard. This is too subversive. But what happened between her and William today kept lingering in her mind. Just when she was hesitant, suddenly several white rays of light shot towards them. Stella, we were worried about you. It turns out you were with your boyfriend. You two were so affectionate, so late at night." Several girls jumped out and scared Stella. She then remembered that she had rested her head on William's shoulder and quickly left William's side, looking uneasy and saying, "No, it's not what you think." Stella with strange eyes. This could be hidden from our eyes. They were so intimate, and she gave such a nice cloak as a gift. There must be something going on. "William, don't be as mean to our Stella as Kevin." "But William, you definitely won't do that. If I didn't think I could compete with Stella, I would be willing to be your girlfriend." A bold girl walked up to William and said regretfully. William said that although he had been at Tiananmen University for 3 years, this was his first time having contact with a girl. He did not expect that things would get more and more intense. First it was Dora, then Christina, and then Stella. "I think everyone has misunderstood. Stella and I have only known each other for a short time. William found that these girls were looking at him teasingly, as if they couldn't listen to his explanation at all. Thinking that Stella's action of leaning on his shoulder just now was indeed a bit ambiguous, he knew that his explanation was unnecessary, so he simply gave up. "Stella, since your classmates are here, I'll be leaving. Be careful not to catch a cold." William waved his hand to the girls and turned away. It seems like it's all our fault. Otherwise, Lu Baoan would definitely still be in love with Stella. Several girls said disappointedly. "It's really not what you think. William and I have only known each other for a short time." Stella defended. "Stella, we know what happened between you and Kevin. We all saw it. Lu Baoan just met you. But how come you two are together?" A girl asked curiously. "Didn't Kevin come find you? He wouldn't have been driven away by Lu Baoan, right?" "Of course not. Seeing that these girls were about to escalate the misunderstanding, Stella, no matter how extroverted she was, couldn't help but quickly recount what had happened. It seems that Liu Baoan and you are really destined to be together. We were worried when we saw you didn't come back for a long time. We even looked for you in the boys' dormitory, but couldn't find you. But he found you in no time. Stella, think about it. I think Liu Baoan is a good person and he is good at fighting. It's safe to have a boyfriend like him. A girl said with a smile. I won't talk to you anymore. Stella finally realized that any explanation she gave was unnecessary, so she lowered her head and ran into the girls' dormitory. However, there was always a vague feeling in her mind that she couldn't get rid of. William did not expect that in just 1 or 2 days, he and these female college students, who originally had no relationship at all and no one would pay attention to him, would now have a much closer relationship. It seems like a good thing. In short, William was in a very happy mood, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly became cold. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but another figure appeared, looming in the distance. William S. Hart was shocked. This was not the woman he met before. The skills displayed by that woman should be related to Wudong, Amei, Songshan, and other traditional Chinese martial arts. But this person actually used the concealment method in ninjutsu. What does he want to do by coming to Tianjin University? Ninjutsu is a special martial art that originated from Japan. The legendary ninjutsu is extremely magical. It is said that it can go into the sky, into the ground, and into the sea, which is simply at the level of a god. William, who was well versed in ninjutsu, knew that ninjutsu could be said to be an all-round athlete. The reason why he was so magical was, of course, because he was fast enough and proficient in martial arts. But more importantly, he was able to use various conditions to conceal his existence. He did not really disappear magically. But why did this ninja, who was proficient in ninjutsu, suddenly appear in Tianjin University? No matter what, William will not let him go. He stared at the ninja as he quickly followed him. In front of him was a pink dormitory building. William was stunned because he had already recognized what kind of building it was. There are 2 such buildings in Tianjin University, the girls' building and the female teachers' building. And now, this is the female teachers' building. William decided that he should take action. He couldn't let this ninja enter the female teachers' building to do anything bad. Besides, since he was a man, it would be inconvenient for him to enter the female teachers' building as well. Thinking of this, William took a deep breath, flew towards the ninja like a big bird, and slapped him in the air. Pong, in the air. This magical skill in martial arts novels is said to be able to extinguish a candle from 100 steps away, and it was perfectly reproduced in William's hands. In fact, it's an exaggeration to say 100 steps. A dozen or dozens of steps are still something William can barely do. The ninja really didn't expect that he would be tracked, but when he heard the sound of the wind, he was startled and quickly dodged the palm. But if he did that, his whereabouts would be exposed, so he naturally didn't dare to stay here. He didn't fight with William either, and quickly slipped away. If it were someone else, this ninja would definitely escape, but William's strength was extraordinary. He stared at the ninja coldly and chased after him at a moderate pace. He didn't know that in the female teacher's dormitory building, there was a pair of beautiful big eyes. You took off my clothes, but you helped me get rid of a trouble. I really don't know how to settle this account. The owner of the beautiful eyes smiled. William, I'm afraid you never thought it was me, but I'm also very curious about your identity. Originally a fairy-like face that was as cold as ice, but now it showed a colorful smile, giving people a feeling of being overwhelmed by beauty. But a ninja actually came. It seems that some people have already noticed that I am at Tianjin University. There will be more and more troubles in the future. William, it seems that it would be a good idea to have you be my shield. The female teacher lay leisurely on the loose bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. It seems that having a bodyguard is a good feeling, otherwise she wouldn't sleep so soundly. If William knew what was going on, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. I'm helping you deal with the enemy, but you're just sleeping on your own. You should at least give me some encouragement. Beads of cold sweat were already breaking out on the ninja's back. He originally thought that although William had a very special background, it would be easy for him to get rid of him. He was a gold medal killer, but now he found that he had met an opponent. This guy was not very fast, but he seemed to have a pair of X-ray eyes. He could always find where he was hiding, and he could always stand in a very unfavorable position for him. If he took action, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Who are you and why are you at Tianjin University? A hoarse voice was heard, and it was obvious that the voice was disguised. William said coldly, This is what I want to ask you. Why do you, a Japanese ninja, appear in my great China Tiananmen University? What is your purpose in going to the female teacher's building? Hearing William's stern voice, the ninja's heart was shocked because he felt that as the other party spoke, his heartbeat also accelerated along with the speed of his speech. This was a very rare thing for him. He knew that this was a very scary Chinese martial art. The sound could control the opponent's heartbeat. If the speed increased, he could be killed by the opponent if he lost control. He said in a deep voice, "My coming here has nothing to do with you, so you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, no matter how strong your martial arts are, you won't be able to fight against us." "Oh, you guys?" William asked coldly. "It seems that you are not just a wretched intruder, but you actually have an organization. What organization are you from? I really want to know." The ninja shook his head and said, "I've said enough. Although you are very powerful in martial arts, I am not afraid of you. I just hope you can retreat when you see difficulty." William sneered. "As long as I am here, I will not allow an inch of Chinese land to be threatened." Suddenly, a murderous aura burst out from William's body, and the fallen leaves on the ground trembled. This surprised the ninja. You are a master of the military. Why are you here?" "I'm the one asking you, not you," William said grimly. "What organization are you from? What's your purpose in coming to Tiananmen University? Do you want me to capture you before you tell me the truth?" The ninja sneered. "What a big tone. Even if you're a Chinese military expert, how can you be my opponent?" "Well, I will teach you a lesson about your martial arts. Is my Japanese ninjutsu better, or is your national martial art stronger?" Without seeing his movement, his body had already approached William, and he stretched out one hand, like a poisonous snake, to grab William's chest. William didn't move, but his eyes made the ninja scared, and his grab missed. How is it possible that my attack missed? I had calculated every reaction of the opponent. This kid is only in his 20s. How could he have such amazing skills? It's incredible. The ninja knew in his heart that when he attacked, the opponent did not stand still, but used a yoga method from the Do-In to deform his body and avoid his grab. Instead of taking the initiative from his own, the opponent took the initiative. He was a man with a lot of combat experience and knew that William's counterattack would be very swift, and it was hard to say whether he could block it. Sure enough, his thought only flashed through his mind, and while his body was still retreating, William's attack began. The attack was like mercury pouring on the ground, and as fierce as a violent storm. The ninja was shocked by this attack. He originally wanted to block one or two moves of the opponent and then counterattack. But now it was like the last hero and the first hero in the romance of Sui and Tang dynasties meeting each other. He could only block and had no power to fight back. In fact, as a gold medal killer, his strength is not much worse than William's. The reason why there is such a clear difference in strength is simply because William has much more experience than him. When the opponent attacked, William had already calculated the opponent's reaction, so his next move was aimed at the opponent's weakness. Over and over again, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for the ninja. Chapter 46 Cheongzi. The ninja wanted to change the situation, but there was no way. Once William had control of the situation, it would be very difficult for him to turn it around. "Next, I'm going to take off your mask. I want to take a good look at what you look like," William said coldly. "You're dreaming." The ninja was furious. He gritted his teeth, but he felt that he could not hold on any longer under William's attack, and he spoke with a gasping sound. He had forgotten that he had to pretend, and even though the sound was panting, it actually had a sweet feeling. "Then try it, watch this." William did what he said and grabbed out with one hand, going straight for the ninja's eyes, which surprised the ninja. He knew that William's move was definitely a feint, and his real purpose was to take off his mask. But the ninja cannot take risks. If the other party is really vicious and really blinds his eyes, it will definitely be an unacceptable fact for him. If a ninja loses his eyes, can he still be a ninja? At that time, I will have to quit the ranks of ninjas. He quickly fell backwards to avoid William's attack, but at this moment, he felt a cold hand grabbing his mask. He didn't even have time to shout, because with a swish, the mask covering his face was already removed. At this moment, even William felt intoxicated. What an intoxicating face it was, with almost no flaws. On the smooth face were a pair of beautiful big eyes, a small mouth that was bright red, and a dimple on both sides, which was very pleasing. William then discovered that this female ninja had a perfect figure, almost as good as Christina's, except that her breasts were a little small. The female ninja was so angry that she couldn't speak. What a shame, it would have been almost perfect just for one thing. William looked at the beautiful things in front of him scrupulously and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Which point? It seems that this female ninja has not yet mastered her skills enough to ask this question. This was mainly because William defeated her. She had to admit that she was indeed no match for William. Among her peers, he was the only one who could defeat her besides her brother. Perhaps, even his elder brother, whom he has always admired, may not be stronger than him. He is just too powerful. Of course, the female ninja would never admit it. William didn't say anything, but just made a gesture with a smile. The female ninja immediately understood, and her body was shaking with anger. You pervert! The female ninja was so angry that she was going crazy. No one had ever dared to say that to her, and this bastard actually dared to mock her in person. It was really infuriating. The female ninja punched William, and William reached out with one hand and immediately held the female ninja's wrist. This made the female ninja very frightened. She was now completely controlled by this bastard. What should she do? If he wants to do something to me and I can't resist at all, that would be terrible. Not only would I fail in my mission, but I would also have to pay such a heavy price. Isn't this not worth it? I'm telling the truth. You're not even 20 years old yet. You should go to college and not be here. William sighed and said, let's go. As he said that, William let go of the female ninja's wrist. The female ninja never expected that he would do this. This was totally different from what she had imagined. She could only stare at William blankly. Are you stupid? Don't blame me for changing my mind. I rarely show mercy. William waved at the female ninja and said, Go back to your Tokyo. William felt that this was his biggest weakness. He had made such mistakes more than once when performing tasks in the past. Fortunately, this had nothing to do with the task, and he was still able to satisfy his master. That is being gentle and considerate to women. Of course, this is William flattering himself. In fact, if the opponent was a woman with a face like a dinosaur, William would not show mercy. However, this female ninja did not look like a killer. Instead, she was as cute as a girl next door. No man would be willing to destroy a young girl in this way, and William is one of them. William turned around and was about to leave, but he heard footsteps behind him. He was walking, and unexpectedly, this female ninja followed him. Such a strange thing would only happen to this female ninja, which made William put his hand on his forehead. He turned around with a headache and threatened the female ninja. Little girl, if you dare to follow me again, I will do this to you first, and then that to you. Believe it or not, I'm not someone who can be scared. If you really want to do this, then it's up to you. The female ninja showed her white teeth with disdain. William said helplessly, didn't I tell you to leave? Why don't you leave? I just want to ask you why you were willing to let me go. Haven't you Chinese always had no good feelings towards us Japanese? And I must have a purpose for coming to Tianjin University. Don't you want to know? The female ninja asked chatteringly. William shook his head and said, I said, are you still a killer? Are all killers rapping like this? Of course I'm a killer, and a top killer at that. The female ninja said conceitedly, you don't seem to like talking to me. Those boys are eager to chat with me all the time. It's so annoying. But this person was different. He actually wanted to drive me away, and I seemed to become interested in him all of a sudden. It seemed that what she was doing now was indeed not a competent killer. The female ninja also felt a little ashamed. You really don't look like a killer. Okay, I'll give you an answer. William smiled and said, I think you're cute. Cute things shouldn't be stained with blood. Listen to me and hurry up. Maybe one day we'll meet in Tokyo, Japan. We'll drink chrysanthemum wine together, and you might even dance for me. How wonderful that would be. The female ninja's eyes almost fell to the ground. Just for this, call me a poet. Poets are very sentimental. Okay? William said shamelessly. This guy has the nerve to call himself a poet. Is there any poet who has never written poetry? Only a ghost would believe you. The female ninja curled her lips and said, my name is Cheongzi, Mr. Poet. I'm leaving now. Just disappear. If it weren't for the sweet scent of the female ninja lingering in the air, William would have felt that he was having a wet dream. That female ninja was just too beautiful. It would be best if I could meet her again in my dreams. William resisted the urge to track down this mysterious female ninja. In fact, the clues she gave him were enough. There was a tattoo on the wrist of the female ninja, which represented a mysterious killer organization. Sakura. William thought to himself, what are the reasons for the Sakura killer organization sending people here? William thought that Cheongzi must have come here to carry out a mission, But what he didn't know was that Xiongzi was also a student in the Foreign Languages Department of Tiananmen University and the most beautiful girl in the department. Xiongzi is a female college student who has just transferred in. If she continues for a few days, she will definitely be ranked the fourth campus beauty of Tiananmen University. Mission failed. A young Japanese man with a square face said slowly. Yeah. The female ninja nodded. If it were in the past, she would definitely feel very uncomfortable, but strangely, she didn't feel any discomfort now. She also violated discipline by telling this guy who claimed to be a poet her name and her organization. Humph, aren't you a security guard at Tiananmen University? It would be so easy to find you. You once said that if the mission fails, you would leave Jingnan and leave China. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. The man said coldly. The female ninja, Xiongzi, was shocked. She quickly said, Brother Dash, when you talk to me, you should call me leader, not brother. The man said coldly. Oh, Chief, please give me another chance. I will do better next time. Xiongzi quickly changed her words. Although she had no affection for her brother, she could only stay with her brother's consent. In her subconscious, she still wanted to appear in front of the handsome, young security guard in another identity. How could it end like this? Someone from the IGA family has proposed marriage, so you'd better go back as soon as possible. The man said slowly. This made Xiongzi's delicate body tremble. The IGA family had long taken a fancy to her and hoped that she could become the young lady of the IGA family. She had seen the young master of IGA before. It turned out to be him. He had bullied her since she was a child and made her cry countless times. After growing up, he continued to harass her. The reason why she insisted on leaving Tokyo, Japan, and coming to Tiananmen University was largely to avoid the harassment of this young master of IGA. But is it really impossible for me to avoid him? Brother, I don't like him. Xiongzi shook her head and said, Please let me stay. Remember, our families have determined that our marriage will not be a pleasant cherry blossom rain, but a transaction. Your marriage with the IGA family has been confirmed, and you have no right to change it. The man said coldly, Don't be delusional. Go back, Xiongzi. You can't fight back. Xiongzi gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I will go back, but I want to stay for 2 days. The man couldn't help but frown and asked why. Xiongzi said softly, I just transferred here, so it's not appropriate to leave right away. And I want to hold a birthday party, and I've already informed my classmates. If I leave without saying goodbye, it will arouse suspicion. The man was stunned for a moment and said, Your birthday? It seems like half a year has passed. Xiongzi explained, I told a lie because I was new here and wanted to build good relationships with my classmates. I didn't expect that I would leave so soon, so I had to fulfill my promise. The man stared at Xiongzi coldly, as if he wanted to see through Xiongzi's heart. This made Xiongzi's heart beat wildly. She was worried that her brother with a sharp eye would see the truth. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been able to hide a lie from my brother. And is this time no exception? Okay, when is the birthday party? The man said slowly. Xiongzi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly said, Weekend. The man waved at Xiongzi, and Xiongzi quickly retreated with a dim look in his eyes. She didn't expect that she would have to go back so soon. She had no intention of holding a birthday party before. That was just an excuse. There was only one person she really wanted to host a banquet for, and that was the poet. William naturally didn't expect that Xiongzi was going to leave Tiananmen University and return to Tokyo. He just said that. He knew that once he joined a murder organization like Sakura, he would have no control over his own behavior. How could they leave this organization just because of my words? I don't have such great charm, but this Xiongzi is indeed very interesting. William had a good sleep in the security room. Just before a hand slapped the table, he woke up in time and sat up straight. Humph, you want to scare me? Do you have such ability? William couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With a bang, the man saw that William had lifted his head off the table and that he had failed to scare him, and he became even angrier. Chapter 47, William resigns. Captain Liu, don't be angry. Drink a glass of water to cool down. Lao Zhou was really nice to William. He knew that Captain Liu was going to make trouble for William, and William happened to be seen sleeping by him, so he quickly brought water to mediate. Zhou, get out of here. You have violated discipline. Seeing William's serious violation of discipline, you dared not stop it and report in time. Captain Liu's face, which was originally quite handsome, was twisted with anger. Deduct 10 points from your performance appraisal next month. Ah, Captain Liu, don't be so cruel. 10 points is more than 100 yuan. And this month competition bonus is also gone. Old Joe was shocked and dumbfounded. And the year-end bonus and quarterly bonus, they will all be discounted. Captain Liu, the highest leader of the security department, has the final say, and his words are orders. It's so infuriating. I was originally ranked first in the most beautiful security guard competition, but this guy William, who usually keeps a low profile, suddenly jumped over my head. How can I feel comfortable about this? I've been uncomfortable with him for a long time. He's younger and more handsome than me, and I've long wanted to find a way to teach him a lesson, but I've never seen him around me since he came here. Doesn't he know that I'm the security captain and can ask you to leave at any time? Captain Liu is a relative of Shuo Renhua. Relying on Shuo Renhua's power, no one dares to provoke him. He is the highest leader in the security team. William actually ignored him. How could he not be angry? Moreover, after the incident of the most beautiful security guard, he was determined to find fault with William. It is not easy to catch him. Although all the security guards sleep during working hours, including Captain Liu, it is a different matter if you pursue the matter. He ignored Lao Zhou and said to William fiercely, "William, do you have anything to say about your mistake?" William smiled and said, "Captain Liu, why are you so angry so early in the morning? If you are angry, come to me. I know you don't like me. How do you want to punish me?" "William, how dare you be so arrogant? You got 0 points in this performance appraisal. You have been fired today. Get out," Captain Liu said without hesitation. William chuckled and said, "No way. I'm the first place winner of the most beautiful security guard. If the award is given out, I won't be found. Then Captain Liu will be very worried." Captain Liu was already annoyed with this most beautiful security guard. Otherwise, he would not have been so angry. "I have been here for so many days. Who are you, William? You are just a small security guard, and you dare to steal my limelight." He sneered and said, "Don't worry about that. As long as you leave here, you will be automatically removed from the list of the most beautiful security guard." "Oh, so that's the case. Then, Captain Liu, I really have to leave," William said with a smile, not taking it to heart at all. "Go to the finance department to settle the bill and leave. The sooner the better." Captain Liu sneered. William smiled slightly, patted Lao Zhou on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Lao Zhou, you're implicated this time, but don't worry, Captain Liu will not deduct a penny from you." Old Zhou was so sad. Could what William said still work? He was not the captain, but he felt something was wrong. "Captain Liu, if you really want to fire William, he didn't do a big mistake. He just slept for a while." "Zhou, it seems that there's something wrong with your thinking. If you plead for William again, do you know what the result will be?" Captain Liu said coldly. Old Zhou was so scared that he really didn't dare to plead for William anymore, because he had a sick old father who was bedridden at home, and his child was recently taking the college entrance examination. Although the salary of a security guard was not high, it was still an indispensable source of income for the family, no matter how small the amount was. William didn't care. He smiled and said to Captain Liu, "Captain Liu, don't ask me to come back in person when the time comes. Goodbye." With that, William swaggered out of the security room and went to the finance office to settle the bill. Captain Liu was so angry that he didn't understand William's hidden meaning at all. He thought to himself, "If I go and beg you, you can just wait in the next life. Isn't this Brother William? How come he's here so early?" The beautiful female accountant had a good relationship with William. Although there was no substantive story between them, she still had a good impression of the handsome man. "Isn't this a dismissal?" William said with a smile. "I'm here to settle the bill." Why did they fire you?" Several female accountants came over and said, "We all heard that you were the most beautiful security guard." William smiled and said, "That's why." So you have offended Captain Liu. We thought it was a good thing, but now it seems it is not." The most beautiful female accountant shook her head and said, "Captain Liu is too narrow-minded. How could he do this?" Although they felt sorry for William, they could do nothing about his dismissal. They could only help him deal with it as quickly as possible and watched him leave with regret. William walked out of the door. He bumped into someone who was rushing in. "William," the man asked in surprise, "why is it you?" William didn't expect to meet Lisa. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. I hope I didn't hurt Teacher Chun." Recalling the feeling of Lisa bumping into me, it was really unforgettable. It seemed that Lisa's place was much more plump than it looked on the surface. No, Lisa had no idea that William was planning something bad against her. She was just surprised, but she was reserved by nature, so she didn't ask too much. William walked away. He knew that he would not leave, so he just had to wait at home. If I leave, then the mission of picking up Lisa will be in vain. What should I do if my master gets angry at me then? Lisa looked at William in confusion as he left. She gently rubbed the area that was hurt and asked curiously, "Why did William come to your place so early in the morning?" "Teacher Chun, don't you know yet? William has offended a villain and has been expelled from Tianan University." The beautiful female accountant was feeling sorry for William's departure. For men, beautiful girls are a scenery that they can never appreciate enough, and for women, handsome men are also a beautiful scenery. Ahem, it seems William is not that effeminate. The female accountant knew that Captain Liu had Shuo Renhua's background and that she could not afford to offend him. However, Lisa was different from her. She knew that Lisa would not take Shuo Renhua seriously at all. Otherwise, given Lisa's cold personality towards her boss and colleagues, she would have been unable to stay in Tianan University long ago. I hope Lisa can help William. It seems that Lisa and William once talked to each other. It is nonsense to say that these two have any close relationship. How can Lisa, with such a background, fall in love with a little security guard? The person she is interested in should at least be someone as rich as the richest man. But looking at what happened just now, Lisa was able to take the initiative to talk to William, and she didn't seem angry at all after the bump. She must have some feelings for this handsome boy. Lisa couldn't help but be shocked. Who did he offend, and what mistake did he make? His fault is that he's too handsome. The pretty female accountant laughed. Who told him to be the most beautiful security guard now? Captain Liu is jealous of him. She knew that Lisa would definitely not pay attention to such boring things. So she told Lisa about the selection of the most beautiful security guard, which made Lisa suddenly realize. At this moment, a man walked in from outside, and the finance office suddenly fell silent. Director Shuo? Lisa couldn't help but frown. Was it his idea to drive William away? But wasn't he helping William all night? These accountants dared not say anything, because Director Shuo was very powerful. If they offended him, they might lose their jobs that they had worked so hard to get. Although it is said that this society has eliminated the golden rice bowl, but in the eyes of many people, accounting at Tiana University is the golden rice bowl. The treatment is good, the salary is high, and there are holidays. To get such a job, you not only need to be strong yourself, but also have a good background. It would be a pity if you lose it. Shuo Renhua said with a big smile on his face. Teacher Lisa, I have been looking for a long time. There's one thing I want to ask for your consent. Lisa said calmly. What do you want me to agree to? Regarding what happened last night, I talked over the phone with Principal Jia and decided that the school ethics office needs to be rectified and Benjamin and his gang should be dealt with severely to bring peace to our Tianan University. Shuo Renhua said tentatively. Lisa was stunned and said strangely, This is a good thing, but you don't need to ask for my consent. I definitely support it. But no one in the original school spirit office dared to offend Benjamin and his gang, Shuo Renhua said with a wry smile. So we can only ask Teacher Chen to step in and serve as the deputy director of the school spirit office. I wonder if Teacher Chen can give in. Lisa said coldly, I won't agree to it. I'm afraid this director is Captain Liu. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that William was driven away. William was a righteous man and had dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of Benjamin and his gang. It was outrageous that such a person should be driven away. Still many mysteries about William. Lisa also wants to find out where William came from and what he was doing at Tianan University, but now he has driven everyone away. It's good enough for that kid to be the security captain. How can he be qualified to be a partner with Teacher Chen? Shuo Renhua knew what kind of person his nephew was, so he never thought about his nephew from the beginning. I didn't expect that Shuo Renhua didn't speak up for his nephew. Originally, the school ethics office should have someone from the security team come forward. So who is he? William. Shuo Renhua said without hesitation. You have met Brother William. I trust him to do things, and Teacher Chun is definitely confident too. The main thing is that if there is any problem, Teacher Chun can also help him. William. The entire finance office was in an uproar. Although the accountants pretended to be concentrating on their work when they saw Shuo Renhua coming, they actually pricked up their ears to listen to what Shuo Renhua wanted to talk to Lisa about. How could they not be surprised when they heard that Lisa would be the deputy director of the school spirit office and William would be the director? Even Lisa looked at Shuo Renhua in surprise because she had never expected this candidate. What's wrong with you? This made Shuo Renhua confused. Director Shaw, don't you know that William has been driven away by Captain Liu? The beautiful female accountant couldn't help but say. Shuo Renhua was stunned. No way, what's going on? Lisa said calmly. I heard that Captain Liu was very angry because William won the first place in the most beautiful security contest, so he drove him away. Just now, William was here to complete the resignation procedures. Manhwa's face changed drastically, and he cursed in his heart that this kid was simply a hopeless case. William didn't even dare to provoke me. He didn't smile or speak. You kid is too bold to actually drive William away. Although he was angry, he could not show it. He said to Lisa, "Teacher Chun, do you agree that William should leave the school?" Chapter 48 things got out of hand. This question was inappropriate in the first place, but Lisa knew that there was a chance of a turnaround, so she immediately made her position clear. William has the support of many students, so of course I will not agree to his leaving. Okay, in that case, let's go to the security room to find William now. Manhwa said righteously, "Although Lu Ming is my nephew, I will never sacrifice my personal interests for the sake of public interests. I will deal with him as I should." Lisa came here so early to collect a sum of money for the students, but she was distracted by William's affairs and the matter was delayed, so she and Manhwa walked towards the security room together. Lisa thought that William had already left, so he might not be in the security room. "Zhou, you actually colluded with William and violated labor discipline, so you must make a deep reflection." Before he even reached the security room, he heard Captain Lu's stern roar. "If it weren't for the fact that you are an old employee, I would let you have the same fate as William." It seems that William is indeed not here. Otherwise, Captain Lu would not have spoken in such a tone. Lisa looked at Manhwa meaningfully, and Manhwa's face turned blue with anger. "I finally managed to flatter William, but now it's all ruined by you, kid. I must teach you a lesson." He rushed into the security room and said coldly, "Captain Lu, you really have great authority." Captain Lu is showing off his power to Lao Zhou. In his territory, he will take care of anyone who dares to be with William. Since Lao Zhou actually dared to intercede for William this time, he naturally would not let him go. He would have to get some money from Lao Zhou before he could get married. He knew that Lao Zhou attached great importance to this job, so he wanted to blackmail him for a large sum of money. When he was showing off his power, he heard Manhwa's voice, and his face suddenly changed. Manhwa is his uncle. It is all thanks to his uncle that he was able to come to Tian'an University and become the security captain of Tian'an University. Manhwa can be said to be his bread and butter. Even if he is angry with his own parents, he will not have any temper in front of Manhwa. He quickly said with a smile on his face, "Uncle Dash." In Tian'an University, there is only a relationship between superiors and subordinates. "You should call me Director Shaw." Manhwa would not embarrass his nephew in this way. He still liked this nephew very much. Otherwise, he would not have helped to get him to Tian'an University. But this time, this kid has brought himself such a big trouble. "William can ask me to reinstate my position, but with just one word, my official hat will fall off my head." "Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you mess with him?" Captain Lu did not expect Manhwa to be so rude to him. He nodded quickly and said, "Director Shaw, Teacher Chun, you are here too. Is there anything you want me to do?" Associate their arrival with William. Lisa blurted out, "Captain Lu, I want to know why you expelled William from the security team. Can you give me an explanation?" Originally, this should have been said by Manhwa, but Lisa said it out loud in a fit of excitement. Although Manhwa also felt that Lisa's behavior was somewhat unworthy of her status, he certainly would not offend Lisa. Therefore, although he did not say anything, his two pairs of eyes stared coldly at his nephew. Captain Lu did not expect that the goddess teacher in the eyes of all the male students in the school actually came to support William, and even brought her own uncle out. This made him feel a little jealous. Although he knew that his identity was very different from Lisa's, it did not prevent him from considering Lisa as the object of his erotic dreams. But the goddess actually came to question William. How could he not be mad? He couldn't help but grit his teeth in his heart. This showed that he was completely right to expel William. Even Lisa came for him without any reservations. If such a person continued to stay in Tian'an University, wouldn't all the good things be taken away by this kid? Although he felt angry in his heart, he still had a smile on his face. "Teacher Lisa, William violated the discipline last night and slept during his shift. He has confessed to it. So according to the regulations, he should be relieved of his post and asked to leave." "Teacher Lisa, is there anything wrong with what I did? It seems that even if it is wrong, I should dash." What he meant was that it was not your turn, Teacher Lisa, to stand up for William, as this would damage your image as the school's #1 beauty. Lisa also found herself a little impulsive, as if William's sly and playful face kept swaying in front of her eyes, making her a little anxious. Oh, how could she lose her composure? This shouldn't have happened. By the way, I wrongly blamed William for not fulfilling my promise after I promised him something, and now that he is gone, I don't know when I can repay my promise, so I didn't want William to leave. Lisa gave herself this explanation somewhat guiltily, but her pretty face kept changing. Violation of discipline? Shu Renhua naturally understood in his mind that if there were those who violated discipline, who wouldn't violate it? As long as it was generally acceptable, it would be fine. Could it be that Lu Ming didn't violate the discipline? He sneered and said, Captain Lu, when do you think he violated discipline and fell asleep? This, Captain Lu was actually just guessing. He knew William must have been sleeping because he saw it with his own eyes. However, in order to make William's crime more serious, he only needed to say that he saw it in the morning, but now he elaborated on it. If it was only in the morning, the punishment would be too severe and might give Lisa a handle. Considering that he received a report saying William came back around 9 o'clock last night, maybe the guy fell asleep after he came back? Based on this inference, Captain Lu said categorically, he slept all night from about 9 o'clock last night until dawn, and he had no sense of responsibility for the safety of the teachers and students of Tiananmen University. What if some bad guys got in and took advantage of the loopholes while he was on duty? When he said that, Lisa couldn't help but frown. Just as she was about to tell him what William did yesterday at around 9 o'clock, she suddenly heard a lot of footsteps coming towards them. She knew there were a lot of footsteps. What happened? There are so many students. What's going on? Captain Lu was also stunned as he looked at the huge group of students, which numbered at least several thousand. Each of them looked excited. Did they want to go out for a parade? According to Captain Lu, it was naturally because of the conflict between teachers and students that these students became upset. He never thought that it had any direct relationship with him. However, with so many students, Captain Lu felt that Alexander was worried. After all, how many people could a university security team have? There are thousands of students here. Could they stop them? Lisa saw at a glance that at the front of the team were Stella and Xiongzi, a Japanese girl who had just transferred to the school. She immediately understood what was going on. Stella must have gotten the news from somewhere and knew that William was kicked out. So she organized these students to come and settle accounts with Captain Lu. Lisa thought to herself, but why did Xiongzi come along? It seems like she wasn't involved yesterday. It turns out that Stella and Xiongzi were in the same class, but both of them were class beauties. Stella was the most worthy of the title, both the department belle and the class belle, and she had a good chance of becoming the fourth campus belle of Tiananmen University. But after Xiongzi came in, her status was threatened. As soon as Xiongzi arrived, those nosy boys in the foreign languages department secretly called her the fourth school belle. Stella did not take the fourth campus beauty seriously. Beautiful women are naturally wary of other beautiful women, so the relationship between the two was rather subtle. Stella always arrived early for class. She was reviewing her lessons in class when one of her best friends came running over, panting, and pulled her up and left. Stella, something happened. Your William was driven away. Her best friend was called Li Yuhua. When she accidentally heard the news on the road, she thought of Stella. Even if Stella didn't say it, she knew something about Stella's thoughts. Stella's fingers exerted force, and the pencil in her hand broke immediately. She felt at a loss as to what to do with the news. Why do you want to chase him away? Did he make any mistakes? Stella asked anxiously, not bothering to hide her girlish feelings. He didn't make any mistakes. It was just because he was ranked first in the most beautiful security guard and surpassed the security captain Lu Ming. That Lu Ming drove him away. Li Yuhua was out of breath because he ran all the way to deliver the letter, so he couldn't speak clearly. Who said that? Suddenly, a nice female voice came from the side, and Xiongzi was seen looking at the two of them in astonishment. The relationship between Xiongzi and Stella is subtle, which leads to the dull relationship between Li Yuhua and Stella. The smart Xiongzi naturally knows this, so the relationship between the three is originally somewhat hostile. But now, Xiongzi took the initiative to speak. Although Xiongzi has not been here for long, she has won the support of half of the class with her beauty and lively and cunning personality. We're also extremely surprised that Xiongzi took the initiative to talk to Stella Li Yuhua. Li Yuhua glanced at her. They were all classmates, and there was actually no conflict between them. He couldn't just ignore what she said. Many people on the street are saying that someone saw William go to the finance office to settle the bill and leave with his suitcase. Li Yuhua said angrily, Security Officer Lu helped everyone yesterday, but now he is being driven away. It's really unfair. Xiongzi was stunned for a moment, and she asked curiously, What did he do for you? Li Yuhua's heart was moved. She knew that Xiongzi was quite powerful. Otherwise, How could she suddenly become a transfer student of Tian'an University? Even if she was an international friend, she couldn't just come here as she wished. She simply recounted what happened last night, and Xiongzi finally understood that there was such an episode between her and William. Of course, Xiongzi knew that the security guard who claimed to be a poet was William. The truth was revealed by a simple search on the internet. William was the #1 most beautiful security guard, especially the heroic rescue incident last night, which was widely circulated on the internet. Xiongzi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are you going to let William leave Tian'an University just like that? Are you going to accept his help and remain indifferent? Stella felt empty inside and was irritated. How could she calm down when she thought that she might never see William again? Of course not. I'm looking for Stella to find a solution. Li Yuhua said unconvincedly. Don't you have any good ideas? Xiongzi didn't care about being arrested. She snorted and said, it's not that easy. Organize all the students who can be organized to go to the security team to protest, attract the school's attention, and let them know that William can't leave. Li Yuhua's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea, but doesn't this violate school rules? Will there be a mark on the graduation certificate? Thinking of this, she felt a little hesitant. I don't care what others do. At least I've made up my mind, Stella said softly, expressing her determination. Chapter 49. A large group of people arrives. Stella, let's go together, Xiongzi said without hesitation. After learning that William was driven away, she made the decision to go before Stella. Originally, I still had hope of seeing William for a week, which I had asked my brother for with great difficulty. But now someone is trying to ruin my plan, which of course I can't do. If the 2 most beautiful girls in class were going, wouldn't it be disloyal for the whole class not to go? Therefore, all 60 students in the class went out in full force. This caused such a huge shock that soon all the students in the foreign languages department knew about it, and most of them joined the team. As the news spread more and more students continued to join the team. By the time the security room arrived, there were more than 2,000 students. Students, what are you going to do? If there's something you can't figure out, you can go to the principal or the dean of the master program. Why do you have to take extreme measures by marching outside the school? A man hurried out from the security room. With a smile on his face, he made the most standard posture and said to the students with a smile, he is Lu Ming. He is the Captain Lu who drove Lu Baoan away. Jealous and narrow-minded. Look at Lu Baoan, then look at this guy. It's really like comparing people makes you die, and comparing goods makes you throw them away. The students immediately recognized the culprit. Originally, they had all had negative comments about the security captain, but now they all regarded Captain Lu as trash. Captain Lu was stunned for a moment. Why were they all coming for him and even mentioned William? Could it be that they were here for William as well? Captain Lu was shocked. This was a big deal. It was a big deal. As long as it involved students, there was no small matter. Moreover, it happened in front of his uncle and teacher Lisa. Although he still remained rational in his heart, he could not bear to be scolded in public by these students, and his face turned pale and blue. Excuse me, Captain Lu, why did you fire security guard William? What did he do wrong? Stella plucked up her courage and walked up to Captain Lu. Captain Lu glanced at Stella and couldn't help but feel jealous. Why would such a beautiful girl speak up for William in public? Why is there no one to support me? Classmates, calm down, calm down. Lisa and Manhwa both came out of the security room. Seeing them, Stella couldn't help but feel happy. Although she heard that Manhwa was a relative of Captain Lu, Director Shua's performance last night was still very good, and maybe he could help William. Especially since Teacher Lisa is here, it makes things even easier. Teacher Lisa's energy is much greater than all of ours combined. Students, what's going on? Why are you organizing a parade? If there are any unresolved issues, we will definitely deal with them impartially. More than a dozen teachers came running over breathlessly from a distance, and the leader was actually Principal Jia. Principal Jia immediately got the news of the students' disturbance and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Tian'an University is a nationally renowned university. If students cause trouble, wouldn't that tarnish the school's reputation? This ugly incident must not be made public. The problem must be resolved within the school, otherwise it will become a laughingstock across the country, or even the world. Principal John naturally understood that today's internet tools were developing too rapidly, and even if the information was thousands of miles away, it could be transmitted to the other side of the ocean in an instant. Therefore, this matter cannot be taken lightly and must be resolved immediately. Principal Jia had never reacted so quickly before. He immediately brought a dozen teachers to stop them. It was timely. Seeing that the students had already reached the school gate, he hurriedly shouted and chased after them. Teacher Lisa, Director Shaw, what's going on? Principal Jia asked, panting. Let the students speak for themselves, Lisa said calmly. Principal Jia recognized Stella at a glance. Stella was not only the most beautiful girl in the department, but also an excellent student in both character and academic performance. Naturally, he knew her and had a deep impression of her in his mind. Principal Jia, we are here to protest because of William. We are not going to march outside the school. Stella was also a little scared. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Principal Jia, Captain Liu is the captain of the security team, but he is jealous of other people's talents. After seeing that William was ranked first on the list of the most beautiful security guards, he actually used an excuse to drive security guard Liu away. We felt very dissatisfied, so we came here to protest, Xiongzi said eloquently. Lisa found her face familiar. After thinking about it, she suddenly remembered that she was the female transfer student. No one knew where she came from, but she was able to transfer to Tianjin University. However, William is very capable. Even a female international student protested for him. What is the relationship between these two people? It can't be that this girl is particularly righteous and stood up for William after knowing what happened, causing such a big scene. William, Principal Jiao was stunned. He stared at Captain Liu coldly and said, Xiao Liu, please tell me what happened. Is this the case? Damn, who's not easy to mess with. Why you have to mess with this great god? Do you really think he is here to be a security guard? Even if he plucks a hair from his waist, it will be much thicker than your waist. I can't afford to mess with him. So how dare you mess with him? Captain Liu broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly explained, this is all a misunderstanding by the students. William clearly slept from 9 p.m. last night until dawn, and I woke him up. How can it be linked to this security selection? Captain Liu is talking nonsense, Stella said angrily. Security guard Liu helped us get rid of Benjamin and his men around 9 o'clock in the evening. Later we met Director Shaw, and Director Shaw knew about this. What? Captain Liu was shocked. He knew he had said the wrong thing. In fact, he only needed to say that William was not at his post during working hours. He had seen it with his own eyes. But how could he know that such a thing would happen after 9 o'clock? Shuo Renhua nodded and said, yes, William did come to me around 9 or 10 o'clock. I have reported this to you, the principal. Principal Jia immediately understood that this incident was caused by Lu Ming. He was about to get angry when he suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums from behind him. Who is so tactless? At what time is it? And they're still beating drums and gongs. When he took a quick look, his face changed. It turned out that the person who came was Director Pong, the director of the Jingnan City Public Security Bureau. There were 2 girls beside him, all of whom he knew. Dora, a famous schoolgirl, and the other is Christina, the daughter of the director. Principal Jia was immediately overwhelmed. He quickly put on a smile and greeted him. Director Fong, how come you have the time to come to our school? Director Fong looked at the students who were making trouble. He also felt strange and smiled slightly, saying, Principal Jia, what are you acting out? Christina said angrily. Principal Jia, why did you drive away my master? Master Liu. She almost let the cat out of the bag. Captain Liu was about to collapse, thinking what was so good about William. Even the school beauty Han personally found someone to back him up. If I had known that William had such a powerful backer, I would never have offended him. Dora also stared at Captain Liu indignantly. She was shy by nature, and it was rare for her to behave like this. Today, Dora was sent to school by William. This was William's promise to Dora, and it made the girl very happy. Dora was originally worried, thinking that William might have just said it casually and didn't necessarily take her seriously. But when William came to see her, although she was shy in her heart, she was very happy. She hurried out of the house and met William. Dora's mother Jessica felt that her daughter, as the darling of Tianjin University, had a bright future. She could not be ungrateful because William had protected their home. Besides, William was not only good at fighting, but also good at healing. He saved her husband's thigh, which had been sentenced to death by the hospital. Therefore, she no longer objected to her daughter being with William. Dora to be sent to school by a boy. Naturally, she felt like her heart was jumping up and down. Along the way, many nosy neighbors recognized William and asked about their life when they saw them together. Dora walked out of the street under the shed with William as if she was escaping. When she thought about the neighbors asking her if he was her boyfriend and she nodded for some unknown reason, she found it unbelievable. Could it be that she had done this? However, love is love. Although William is a security guard and she is a college student at Tiananmen University, she always feels that if there is anyone who is not worthy of him, it is herself who is not worthy of William. The two of them went to take the bus together and happened to meet Christina. Christina stared at her best friend and asked her questions for a long time as if she was interrogating her, which made Dora blush. She didn't know whether to say yes or no. Christina, Dora, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. William smiled and said goodbye to the two women. Oh, goodbye, master. Christina was still wondering whether her best friend had a crush on her master, so she raised her hand without thinking too much. Dora opened her mouth. She was a little reluctant that her first trip with William should end in vain. However, William was gone, and she could only hope that William would pick her up from school again tomorrow. After asking for a long time, Christina still didn't get any answer. She was the kind of person who would get to the bottom of things, so she naturally couldn't accept it. At this moment, Dora's face changed. She took Christina's hand and asked, Christina, did you hear that? They seem to be talking about William's accident. It turned out that the few boys who just walked past were also from Tiananmen University, and they were talking about William being kicked out. College students do not necessarily have to live in school dormitories. Some can live in rental houses. Universities cannot control college students, who are already adults, too strictly. After all, they have reached the age limit. For example, Christina and Dora live in the provincial capital, so although they usually live in the dormitory, they can also go back home as long as they inform the school dormitory in advance. These boys are willing to spend their own money to live in a rental house. They feel that this gives them more freedom and also meets their needs for pursuing individuality. Christina smiled and said, Dora, don't change the subject. It's useless to me. Tell me, are you attracted to my master? My master has seen your body. There's nothing wrong with marrying my master. Even so, Christina still felt a little sad. Christina, I'm not kidding you, nor am I trying to change the subject. I really heard those boys say that. Dora said as she hurried over, Students, please stop for a moment. In fact, those boys also saw Christina and Dora. How could they not recognize the campus beauties of Tiananmen University? Even if they were not, they would definitely see such outstanding beauties like Dora and Christina, unless they were blind. They knew that they couldn't communicate with these two campus beauties, so they could only turn a blind eye to them. Of course, they still hoped that the two campus beauties could see them. Hearing Dora's urgent call, the boys couldn't help but feel happy. They quickly turned around in what they thought was a graceful pose and smiled what they thought was the most charming smile. School Beauty Lee, are you calling us? Chapter 50 Decision. Dora panted and said, Of course it's you. The boys were immediately flattered. Princess Lee, if you need any help, just tell us. We will definitely help you. They thought that Dora needed help with the suitcase in her hand, and that something might have gone wrong. They couldn't give up the opportunity to have close contact with the school beauty. How does this saying go? If there is an opportunity, you should go for it. If there is no opportunity, you should create conditions and go for it. William from the security room was kicked out. Is that true? Dora stared at the boys and suddenly looked nervous. Huh? School beauty Dora, what is your relationship with William? Are you relatives? Of course he is not her boyfriend. A school beauty like Dora can only be supported by a boss worth at least hundreds of millions. Stop talking nonsense. What happened to Master Lu? Was he really kicked out? Christina also came over. When she saw that Dora really went to ask, it seemed that this was really the case. Naturally, her expression did not look very good. Seeing that Christina was also interested in this matter, the boys didn't dare to say anything more. They all knew that Christina had practiced Taekwondo. Although she was beautiful, she was very powerful. It was better to avoid her. They quickly told each other what they knew. In fact, they had just received the news and had not seen it with their own eyes. Christina suddenly remembered that when she was questioning Dora just now, her WeChat on her phone was indeed ringing nonstop. Could it be that her master was really driven away? This made her secretly wonder who had such courage. Not even Principal Jia had such courage. Humph, you have to know that the master now has me, Christina, as his backer. Anyone who dares to drive him away is going against me. She quickly took out her cell phone and checked WeChat. Sure enough, it was messages from her best friends saying that Stella and Xiongzi had joined forces and were going to the security room to protest. Of course, it also mentioned how William attacked the school spirit team last night. Christina pulled Dora over and showed her the news. Dora couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. It must be me who caused him trouble. If I hadn't invited him to dinner, he wouldn't have been late. What are you talking about? It's obvious that Captain Lu is jealous of my master's talent and ability. He is jealous that my master has stolen his limelight, so he drove my master away. Christina shook her head and said, but there seems to be something wrong with this matter. Dora asked in confusion, what's the problem? Did you notice the key point? What are you worried about? How did Captain Lu drive my master out? It's easier to send a god away than to invite him back. When the time comes, he will have to invite my master back. How could he know how powerful my master is? Christina sneered. Dora couldn't help but ask doubtfully, so William is safe? What thrilling thing. It didn't happen. Christina laughed and said, I can guarantee that the one who will be in trouble is definitely Captain Lu. Hee, with so many students causing trouble, this is enough to make him suffer. In this case, we can't just do nothing. Dora felt a little relieved, but she was still rubbing her hands anxiously. Now even Manhwa is on my master's side. Marlin can't do anything to my master. How dare a small shrimp like Captain Lu dare to make trouble? The question is, now the two most beautiful girls in the foreign languages department have gone out. Why are they so excited? Christina asked, have you ever thought about it? Dora was stunned. She really hadn't thought so much about it and was just worried about William. Stella last night. This rumor is a bit outrageous, but we can't help but believe it. Dora, you have to admit that if you want to be with my master, then Stella is a strong rival. Christina said seriously. Well, this is not the point now. How can we help William? Dora felt a little uneasy, and she asked hesitantly. Stella and Cheongzi in this matter. Humph, you're my bestie, of course I have to help you. Christina snorted. If there's a problem, the disciples will do the work, so of course I will come forward. After saying that, Christina called Director Pong directly. Upon asking, she found out that Director Pong had already set out, personally leading a team to deliver the commendation order and bonus for his bravery to William. Soon, the two girls met up with Director Fong's team and entered the school gate together. Seeing the two school beauties pointing at Captain Lu's nose and asking questions, Principal Jia knew that it was all this boy's fault. But why did Director Fong come in person? Isn't it? Yesterday, your school's security guard William bravely stepped forward to help others. He saw a bully named Baldy Lu breaking into Miss Dora's home and smashing and looting the house. William, who was present, stepped forward and had a desperate battle with these hooligans. Director Fong said vividly. Director Fong must be talking in his sleep, or is he fighting to the death? He has blackmailed Baldy Lu to the point where he can't even cry. Christina and Dora, both of whom knew the situation, didn't even laugh out loud. Director Fong is really a funny guy. Director Fong. As a result, Mr. William was injured in many places and left without saying goodbye. After much investigation, we found out that it was your school security guard William who did the good deed. Therefore, we immediately applied for a Brave Act fund for him and awarded him the title of Jingnan City Good Citizen. It seems that Mr. William is no longer an employee here. What? Captain Lu was completely devastated. It turned out that William was there to do something heroic, not to be absent without reason. But how come I heard that he went out to eat with two beautiful girls? What on earth is going on? Principal Jia wanted to scold Captain Lu severely. Damn, what a high honor it is. Even Director Fong of the Public Security Bureau personally led a team to present the award and certificate. Director Fong is not only the director of the Public Security Bureau, but also the deputy mayor of Jingnan City. Such an honor is not something that ordinary schools can get. This shows that the atmosphere of Tian'an University is good, which is why such good employees appear. Can it push William away? Principal Jia quickly explained. It's a misunderstanding, unless William himself requested it. Anyone who wants to expel him is committing a crime against the school. Director Fong, I will immediately make a fair decision. Director Fong said meaningfully, I believe the school will not let our heroes shed blood and tears. Christina almost laughed out of control. My master was bleeding? How embarrassing. Principal Jia first comforted all the students. He smiled and said, everyone has heard that security guard Lu has one unprecedented reputation for Tian'an University, but Captain Lu was petty and drove our heroic staff out of the school. Naturally, he must be punished. Students, you have done a good job and reminded the school that there is no mistake. Therefore, you will not be deducted points, but will be rewarded with extra points. Long live the principal. To be honest, the students who came together to speak up for William were not without scruples in their hearts. After all, their actions could be said to be causing trouble in the school, and if the school punished them, they would not be lenient. Now that we are united, of course no one will say anything, But when it comes to the graduation evaluation, they can find fault with you at any time, and then you will regret it. And now, not only did Principal Jia announce it under the eyes of so many people, but the director of the Public Security Bureau and deputy mayor also made a public statement. They would never say one thing and do another. Principal Jia saw Director Pong applauding for his statement from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but say, "Last night, William saw a few low-quality students pretending to be the school spirit team and doing bad things. He once again stood up and protected the safety of many students. The school has made a decision. William is appointed as the director of the school spirit office and Lisa as the deputy director. They will spare no effort to crack down on the bad phenomena in the school. I will be their backer." There was applause all around. There is no doubt that this was deeply supported by the students, because Benjamin and his gang not only disturbed the student couples in the grove, but also bullied the weak students in the school. Those students who dared to defy their actions were beaten up by them. Now Lisa is the deputy and William is the principal. Everyone knows that Lisa has a strong background, and even Benjamin avoids her when he sees her. As for William, there is no need to say anything. Benjamin even asked Lisa for help when he was in William's hands. With him around, can Benjamin and others still be so arrogant? Principal Jia naturally could not just repeat the appointment decision, and he gave William a series of other awards, such as salary increase, bonuses, and the title of Advanced Worker of the Year. The reward was ready, and the next step was punishment. Principal Jia put away his smile and said in a deep voice, "Captain Liu, do you know what mistake you made?" If it was an ordinary security guard, there was no way he could make any mistakes. The problem lies with William, so Principal Jia will naturally not be polite. Captain Liu looked at his backer, Shuo Renhua, with pleading eyes. Shuo Renhua didn't even look at him, but applauded in support of the principal's decision. Captain Liu couldn't help but weaken. He knew it was too late. His backer must have felt that he could not resist the wrath of the principal, so he had to give up on him. That's right, not only the principal, but even Director Pong came to personally present William with the certificate and award. Even if my uncle cared about me, he didn't dare to step forward. How could he know that even without the support of Director Pong and Principal Jia, Shuo Renhua would still come after him? Because how could Shuo Renhua afford to offend William? He couldn't even flatter William enough. First of all, what qualifications do you have to fire William? Who gave you this right? Principal Jia said sternly, "William obviously did a good thing, but you ignored it and framed him. Why did you do this?" Captain Liu knew that he must not resist. As long as he could stay in Tiananmen University, everything would be fine. With his uncle's help, he would definitely be able to turn things around. I've been blinded by greed, and I am old and confused. Captain Liu, who is in his 30s, actually said such words, which made the students burst into laughter. "Liu Ming, from now on, you will be relieved of your position as captain. In addition, you must immediately invite William back," Principal Jia said coldly. "Otherwise, you will not have to work at Tiananmen University anymore." "Please, William." Captain Liu felt that the words sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered what William said to him when he left, and suddenly he understood. It turned out that all this was within the boy's expectations. He had already planned it out when he left and was just waiting for him to take advantage of it. But what else could he do? He could only agree to it. "Don't worry, everyone. Just go back and study hard. William will be invited back soon," Principal Jia said to the students with a smile. Stella and Xiongzi looked at each other. Their eyes had been fixed on the two school beauties, Dora and Christina. In fact, after Dora and Christina knew that this matter could be solved perfectly, their attention also turned to them. Crackling. When the four beauties' eyes met, they couldn't help but emit a sharp light. No one was willing to give in. It was just like the swords of Shimin Shushue and Yi Guqing clashing in the Forbidden City. Chapter 51 Girlfriend? Both sides could sense the hostility towards the other, and Christina was of course a pair with Dora, while Stella and Xiongzi, who originally had a delicate relationship, also became a pair in such an occasion. After hearing Principal Jia's assurance, they naturally knew that William's problem had been perfectly resolved, so they nodded. All the students walked towards the classroom, but the four beauties deliberately fell behind. "Stella, I know what happened to you yesterday." Christina crossed her arms and said hostilely, "I hope you can stop here and don't have any illusions about him." Stella said without showing any weakness, "Why? Is William your brother? It seems that you don't have the same last name, right?" Christina said proudly, "Is my master. You should know that Zai Longnu and Yonghua are master and apprentice." She dared to say such words. Even Dora was shocked by Christina's words and almost covered Christina's mouth. Stella couldn't help but open her mouth. You are William's apprentice? Of course, with a beautiful apprentice like me. Everyone except Dora should stay away from my master, Christina said proudly. Stella said anxiously, Then you can't be so domineering as an apprentice. I was seen by him. Christina was stunned and asked, You were seen naked by my master? Stella didn't expect Christina to be so fierce. Her pretty face flushed as she said, Not so much. I had an argument with Kevin. She now had only one thought in mind, which was to be with William. So she didn't care about being shy and told him about her experience of being helped by William. What she said actually cleared up the rumors of romance between her and William, and even Dora felt relieved. That's not a big deal. My master won't want you. There's nothing for you to do, Christina said with a smile. Of course there is. I like him. Are you going to stop me? Stella was so anxious that she didn't bother to express her feelings. Hey, if Dora didn't like it, why would she take off all her clothes in front of my master? Christina suddenly launched a heavyweight bomb, shocking the girls in front of her. Christina, what nonsense are you talking about? Dora didn't expect Christina to tell all her secrets. Her face turned red. Stella and Xiongzi didn't believe it. They knew Dora was a shy girl, so how could she do such a thing? Therefore, they both thought it was a trap set by Christina to make them leave tactfully. Did I say something wrong? Otherwise, why would I rush to my master and smash what was there to pieces? Otherwise, why would Teacher Lisa join us in asking for justice for my master? Also, the security guard in the security room can prove it. Hee, I won't say that Dora did this because she was drunk. The more I don't say, the more desperate you will feel. Anyway, this is true. When she said that, Dora couldn't help but lower her head, her neck turning red with embarrassment. Seeing Dora's expression, Stella's heart sank. Her conditions were still some distance away from Dora's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to compete to become the fourth campus beauty. Are we going to give up just like that? No, Stella, will never change my mind about what I have decided. Not to mention Dora. Even if it's Teacher Lisa, I won't back down. Lisa was so wronged. She was dragged into this matter for no apparent reason. Xiongzi said softly. Christina, if I'm not mistaken, you also like your master, right? Christina's pretty face turned red. Yes, so what? I like him too, Xiongzi said softly, which stunned the three women. Stella then understood why Xiongzi took the initiative to join forces with her to speak up for William. It turned out that she also had a crush on William. But how could she and William fall in love? Christina and Dora looked at each other. Christina said impatiently, Xiongzi, don't make things more complicated. We already have 3 of them. It's already messy enough. I'm telling the truth. I like him, Xiongzi said bitterly. I also hope that you can help me when the time comes, so that I won't have any regrets before I leave. You like him too? Aren't you a Japanese? Dora asked curiously. It has nothing to do with what country you are from. I didn't know I would fall in love with him the first time I met him. I just thought it was a plot in a novel, Xiongzi said softly. But it was not until I met him that I realized that love at first sight really exists in this world. Then just confess your feelings to him directly. Why do you need our help? Christina snorted, but Xiongzi's words reminded her of something. It seemed that she and her master had only met twice, and then, it's impossible for us. Even if I like him, it's useless. I have a fiancé, and I'm going back to my country soon. Xiongzi lowered her head involuntarily, her face full of gloom. Christina heard that Xiongzi was unable to control herself. She immediately stopped her sarcasm towards Xiongzi. Stella and Dora looked at her with sympathy. What do you want us to do for you? Christina asked with concern. I want to hold a farewell party this weekend, and I hope he can attend. Can you tell him the news? I hope he can come, but don't tell him my name. There was a gleam in Xiongzi's eyes, and she looked at the 3 women in front of her expectantly. Leave this to me. I will definitely help you. Christina snapped her fingers like a female knight and said, But why do you have to leave? Can your fiancé find his way to Tian'an University? If he dares to come, I will chase him away. Thank you, Sister Han, but I have to be responsible for my family, so I must go back and explain my wish to the family. Xiongzi raised her head. Perhaps I can get the family's understanding, then I will come back again, and maybe I can become your competitor. Okay, this is our agreement. I believe you will not break your promise. Xiongzi. Christina was already very sympathetic to Xiongzi's experience when Xiongzi called her Sister Han, and now she has an even better impression of her. Several pairs of hands were clasped together, tightly, as if the promise would definitely be fulfilled. Perhaps the most miserable person in the world is Captain Liu. Oh, now he's no longer the captain, but Liu Ming. Because he had been dismissed from his position, and he had to make an agreement with William in front of Director Fong and Principal Jia, asking him to come back. Otherwise, he would leave now. Of course, he wanted to keep this position. Even if he didn't become the security captain, not everyone could become a security guard at Tiananmen University. They had to compete for the position. However, whether he can still work as a security guard at Tiananmen University depends on the mood of his former subordinate William. Now, needless to say, he all knows that William has a very powerful background. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many heavyweights to help him. Since you have so many backers, there is nothing you can't do. Why be a small security guard? Aren't you kidding me? How much he hated William in his heart. He had no choice but to call William. William now? Haha, he's a man of his word. Isn't he chatting with the boss lady at the food stall where he used to eat for free? The boss lady was doing really good business today and was very busy. When William appeared beside her, she thought he was the young man she had just hired. I told you, why don't you come over here? Hey, young man, it's you. The landlady recognized William only after he quietly helped her do several things, and she couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, I'm eating your free food, so I'm here to work, right? William said with a casual smile. Working. The boss also saw William and walked over. Didn't your girlfriend pay your bill? William was stunned and looked at his boss in astonishment and asked, My girlfriend? Yes, young man. You are so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. She is pretty and has good temperament. And you can tell from her appearance that she is really good to you. Don't let her down. The proprietress immediately forgot about her stall, her eyes shining. As soon as William heard it, he knew that the proprietress must have a gossipy heart. The question is, when did I become a girlfriend? It seems that she is still a little different from Dora. Christina, that is my apprentice, and she is still an unrecognized apprentice, which is far from being a girlfriend. Lisa, I want her to be my girlfriend, but the problem is that although I have the intention, she doesn't pay any attention to me at all, so I am just dreaming. William didn't know that this was the most unlikely thing, but the most likely thing, and the one who paid him back was really Lisa. Boss, Madam Boss, although I'm already 24 years old, I still don't have a girlfriend, William said with a smile. Please stop joking with me. If it is convenient, please introduce one to me. You are a handsome young man. It's not easy to find a girlfriend, but you have such a good girlfriend. The one I introduced to you will definitely not be as good as her. So forget it. The proprietress smiled and said, When did we joke with you? That's what she said. In fact, the boss lady really remembered it wrong. She was always so busy with business that it was impossible for her to remember any details clearly. In her opinion, since Lisa was paying for a young man, could she be William's sister? The two of them didn't look alike. Besides, the image of Lisa running away is deeply rooted in the boss lady's mind. If she wasn't her lover, would she have behaved like that? Seeing the bewildered look on William's face, the boss believed him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Young man, is it possible that the girl secretly likes you and you don't know? Yes, I think so. Young man, you can't let the girl down, the proprietress said with a smile. William was confused. How could such a good thing happen? I was surrounded by men, and there were beautiful girls who had a crush on me. How could I not know? Did she tell her name? William asked quickly. Of course I didn't say anything. Just know that she is your girlfriend. Otherwise, why would she pay for you? The proprietress said with a smile. Young man, go back and look for her yourself. Don't let her down. Such a good girl is not easy to find. In this world, there are many gold-digging girls, but few are willing to give their all for you. William said depressedly, but I also need to know who she is. By the way, do you have any record of her appearance? The lady boss couldn't help but laugh. Young man, are you asking us to commit a crime? We can take photos of people at will, without their permission. You know what, if we really take photos of them, they will definitely be praised online as a beauty that only appears once in thousands of years. So beautiful? William couldn't help but feel itchy. He knew there was such a good girl who quietly paid the bill for him and then left quietly. This made him want to see the real person right now. Chapter 52, Christina's father. Suddenly, I had an idea. The only people who knew that I owed money here were Christina and Dora. Could it be that one of them helped me pay the bill? He quickly asked about the time when the incident happened and immediately overthrew the two women, because at that time he was working with the two women to deal with Lou Baldhead and his men. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Could it be a beautiful face that was as beautiful as the moon and flowers, and of course, a fairy face that was as cold as ice, flashed through William's mind. She was Lisa. Yes, I told Lisa about this. Will Lisa come over? William couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that Lisa has remembered me for a long time? The reason why she brought Christina and Dora to trouble me yesterday, and then she was so angry when she saw me helping Stella, is it because she thought she had made a mistake and actually had a crush on me for a long time? Thinking of this possibility, William couldn't help but feel excited. It was not because he was born lustful and felt proud of being able to win over the top campus beauty like Lisa, but because as long as he could win over Lisa, he would get to fulfill the promise that was very important to him. William's background was indeed prominent. He was a well-known figure in the army and was doing very well. But those old men transferred him away, perhaps because he was drunk or for some other reason. What stunned William was that he was asked to work as a security guard at Tiananmen University. Even if he had made a serious mistake and had to be transferred from the military to a cadre, he would not end up in such a miserable state. Later, one of the old men, his master chef Long Jun, told the truth. If you want to know your life experience, then go to Tiananmen University and pick up Lisa, the campus belle of Tiananmen University, and then I can tell you. It seems like I am his apprentice. Since he knows my life experience, he should have told me. How could there be such an irresponsible person who would use my life experience to threaten me and even have conditions? William was so angry that he didn't know what to say. How could a filial person like him not come? He came naturally, but didn't bear fruit for 3 years. William looks pretty good, handsome, and has everything he needs, but his job is too bad, just an ordinary security guard. Where did Lisa come from? Although William didn't know, he knew she had a strong background. Otherwise, how could she be parachuted into Tiananmen University as an art teacher at such a young age? And she is very beautiful. Otherwise, how could she be the #1 campus beauty? That is not officially announced, but everyone's reputation. How could such a person notice a small security guard like me? William was so angry, he thought, can't you give me another identity, such as the second generation of an official or a rich man, so that I would have the qualifications to pursue Lisa? Although being a security guard gives you access to great resources, but people won't even look at you, so do you still have a chance to succeed? However, the security industry is a big melting pot. What do security guards do? In name, they're responsible for security protection. But in reality, are there so many safety incidents that security guards need to solve? With the improvement of security systems, there are actually very few places where security guards actually have to do anything. So, I usually listen to those old security guards chatting and talking. Originally, William was such a pure person, but now he has changed and become smooth talking. But apart from this gain, I didn't even have the chance to talk to Lisa. Of course, he had some contact with Lisa in the past 2 days, but for William, it would be a long way off to win Lisa. If he can't capture Lisa, he won't be able to find out his own life story. In the past, those old guys always made excuses, saying that they were transformed from little monkeys. They even took out the Journey to the West, with the cover peeled off, as evidence. These 4 old scoundrels. Now that he has the chance, William certainly wants to know what his life story is about. So this condition must be met. Of course, if Lisa was a woman who was more dinosaur-like than a dinosaur, he would not be so enthusiastic. As long as he deceived her and then greased her soles, wouldn't he have already accomplished his mission? He would not be afraid that the old men would go back on their word. The problem is, Lisa is such a beauty. How can William win her heart? But now thinking that it is very likely that Lisa has already had her eyes on him, how can William not be excited? He felt that this was possible because only Lisa knew that he had agreed to work to pay off his debts while eating for free and had the time to commit the crime. She was the only one who met these 2 conditions. Besides, a girl like Lisa can be seen at first glance as someone who has no worries about food and clothing and comes from a well-off family. A girl with such temperament and beauty is definitely not a gold digger. Maybe she has already been attracted by the essence within her. But this needs to be confirmed. If it is really Lisa, then it will be easy. William suddenly thought of something. Didn't he have a photo of Lisa on his phone? Wouldn't he be able to recognize her if he just showed the photo to these 2 people? He was just about to take out his cell phone when he suddenly felt someone photographing him. He subconsciously dodged the camera. It's you? William was stunned. He looked at the embarrassed middle-aged man and said with a smile, Uncle Han, how come you are so free? It turned out that the person who patted him on the shoulder was Han Pong, Christina's father. Han Pong said awkwardly, William, do you know me? Isn't this nonsense? I saw Christina get on the car with my own eyes, and I also heard those people's discussions. I know exactly who you are. How could I not know? Han Pong also felt that he had said something nonsense. He smiled and said, William, what are you doing here? This guy has an unpredictable background. My daughter told me that he had just extorted hundreds of thousands of yuan from that evil boy named Marlin. How could he be so poor that he has to work here? There's so many strange things about this guy. William chuckled and said, Uncle Han, am I not paying off the debt for your daughter? Pay back the debt. Han Peng was stunned. William smiled and said, Uncle Han, let's sit down and talk, please. Han Peng came to find William for a purpose, of course. He wanted to find William in a small tea house to have a cup of tea, which would be the right atmosphere for a chat. He really didn't expect to chat in a food stall. However, William has already brought it up, and maybe this guy said it intentionally. Can I refuse? Han Peng thought for a moment and said with a smile, Okay. As he said this, he found an empty seat and sat down. This was an unprecedented experience for him. He had never thought that one day he would not be sitting on a sofa, but a simple long wooden bench. William smiled and said, Uncle Han, I'll get you some food. What do you need? I'll treat you today. Han Peng smiled and said, Whatever. William said something to the proprietress, went to get beer and snacks, and sat down face to face with Han Peng. The proprietress and the boss looked at the two men strangely, and finally their eyes fell on Han Peng. Why did they feel that this middle-aged man looked familiar? Forget it, there are always people with similar faces. No matter where he comes from, as long as he is a customer, he is the same. Although William didn't even have the money to pay yesterday, he still has that cheap girlfriend of his. Once there's twice. Besides, the middle-aged man who was talking to William was well-dressed and didn't look like someone who would default on his debt. Uncle Han, you haven't had the experience of a food stall, right? It's actually quite good here. Everything is free, and you can also enjoy the surrounding scenery. William smiled and said, Of course, it's also good to be at home, having these dishes and watching the World Cup. That's what it means to enjoy. Han Peng couldn't help but be attracted by what he said. Do you like watching the World Cup too? As a man, how can you not be passionate? No matter young or old, everyone likes the World Cup. Do you think we young people are all playing video games? William opened a can of beer and said to Han Peng, I'll drink first. As he said this, he drank it all in one gulp. To his surprise, Han Peng drank not much slower than him. When their eyes met, they both laughed. Young man, the World Cup is about to begin, so you have to take it easy. It's not good for your health if you stay up too late. Han Peng said with a smile. How is that possible? Drinking cold beer at night while watching the World Cup, wouldn't that be great? Why would you care about the time when watching the World Cup? William laughed and said, Uncle Han, I didn't expect you to like this too. Han Peng smiled and said, Didn't you just say that, regardless of age, I am one of the middle-aged people who likes the World Cup, but I am too busy with work? William nodded and said, Is that why you ignored Christina? Han Peng's expression froze. He put down the beer in his hand and said slowly, It seems that you already know why I came to see you. I really thank you very much. Last night was the happiest day for me since my wife passed away. If it weren't for you, I believe my daughter would not have changed so much. William smiled and said, How can I have such a great contribution? It's because Christina actually has an inseparable feeling for you. As long as the misunderstanding is explained, the hatred will turn into love. Uncle Han, you have a good daughter. Shall we have another drink for Christina? Han Peng's eyes flickered. I can't drink too much, after all. I still have a lot of work to do when I get back, but your persuasion is very successful. I am willing to drink another glass. Han Peng suddenly felt that this young man was indeed good. No wonder he caught the eye of his daughter. If his daughter insisted, it would not be unacceptable for him to marry her to him. But if that's the case, wouldn't I be like a father-in-law and son-in-law drinking together? Uncle Han, you must have something else to say to me. William smiled and said, I'm not rushing you. I know you must be very busy at work. If it weren't for Christina, you would definitely not come out specially. Okay, straightforward. I like dealing with straightforward people. Han Peng said with satisfaction, My purpose is for Christina. William nodded. He said nothing, waiting for the next words. You have helped us clear up the misunderstanding between father and daughter. I'm very grateful to you. I can tell from Christina's expression that she likes you very much. Han Peng said, his eyes fixed on William's face. William smiled and said, We've only known each other for less than a day, and she even smashed my room. Han Peng laughed dumbly and said, Christina also said that this was a misunderstanding. I don't think you, a grown man, would take such a small matter to heart. William, you don't know how proud my daughter is. She always feels that those men don't look down on her eyes. You're the first one. William smiled and said, Perhaps in her subconscious, she still regards you as her idol. So if she wants to choose someone stronger than her father, then it will be difficult. Han Peng felt very happy, even though he knew that he was trying to flatter him. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You kid, what do you say? Does she really think so?" William smiled and said, "Can you ask Christina?" "Uncle Han, I like Christina too, but we just met after all, and we need to understand each other before we can make the right choice." Han Peng smiled and said, "You have high standards. I think you already know my identity, and Christina likes you. You should know what it will mean to you if you marry Christina. But your words now are undoubtedly a rejection." William couldn't help sweating. "Uncle Han, I don't mean to refuse, but I think you already know that I came to Tian'an University for a reason that I can't tell you." Chapter 53. Cell phone falls into water. Han Peng nodded and said, "I checked your information." William smiled and said, "I wonder what you found out." Han Peng smiled and said, "It seems that you have expected this. Indeed, at the beginning, my subordinates couldn't even find out where you came from. I'm sorry, because of my suspicion of you, I used some personal connections." Suddenly, a young man appeared next to my daughter, and it was obvious that my daughter was very close to this man. She even relied on the power of this man to restore her relationship with him. But his subordinates told him that this guy was actually a security guard at Tian'an University. Han Peng was shocked. His subordinates clearly told him that this guy had trained the Iron Sand Palm to a level that was stronger than him, 90%, maybe even more. With this one trick alone, this guy is fully qualified to work in any national security agency, but he is just a security guard. Such a contrast, coupled with his concern for his daughter, certainly made Han Peng unable to take it lightly. So he used his selfish motives for the first time since entering the public security agency. William was not disgusted by Han Peng's behavior. Of course, he was unhappy about having his privacy pried into, but since he was Christina's father, it was a different matter. He was also doing it for his daughter's safety. A person whose origin he couldn't find out suddenly appeared next to his daughter. If he didn't take any action, it would mean that he didn't care about Christina, which would make William doubt whether Han Peng really treated his daughter the same way he imagined. Therefore, Han Peng was somewhat surprised when he found that there was no disgust on the young man's face. "Please go on. Don't mind my attitude. To be honest, you are Christina's father," William said indifferently. Han Peng smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you. I found out about the Dragon Team." William smiled and said, "Just these 3 words?" Han Peng sighed. "Do you think it's easy for me to find this number? I use my largest resource library to get it. If I had known you were a member of the Dragon Team, I wouldn't have worried about you. But after the mission is over, what are you going to do with Christina?" William smiled and said, "It's too early to say that, Uncle Han. We're still in the stage of getting to know each other." Han Peng said dissatisfiedly, "But Christina has fallen deeply in love with you. She was talking about you all night yesterday. How could I not see it from her expression?" William chuckled. "After what you said, I suddenly feel very confident in myself. Don't worry, I like Christina very much, and I will never leave her alone." Han Peng breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing William's identity, he knew that this matter was not something he could control. However, Christina was his daughter, and he absolutely did not want Christina's relationship to encounter any setbacks. "A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. I believe that what you say will never be an empty promise," Han Peng said and stood up. "Christina is my pride. She entered Tian'an University not because of my power, but because of her own ability. I don't want her to become a soldier or a policeman. I just hope that she could take a safe path. Your presence may make me feel at ease." William noticed that there was still worry on Han Peng's face, and he immediately knew what was going on. He stretched out 2 fingers, made a gesture, and said to Han Peng with a smile, "Are you relieved now?" William in surprise, and after a long pause he said, "You are still so young. How could you dash? It's all because of those old guys. I've suffered a lot at their hands. This one is a good job, but you can't imagine how perverted the previous missions were." "Forget it, Uncle Han. You won't be interested," William said indignantly. Han Peng smiled and said, "It's not that I'm not interested, but I'm looking forward to another occasion. I'll invite you to my house next Saturday. Here's the address." As he spoke, Han Peng handed a small note to William. William saw the words on it. He knew it must have been written by Han Peng, which gave him a different feeling in his heart. If it was a business card, the printing might be more beautiful, but the address written by Han Peng himself made him feel something different, as if he had really become a member of the Han family. "It seems that it is not bad to go from a beautiful apprentice to your wife. It seems that Christina also said Yanghua and Xiao Long knew. That's a deal then. Don't tell Christina. I think your arrival will definitely be a surprise to her," Han Peng said with a smile. William asked tentatively, "Then can you tell me who will cook at that time?" Pong said in surprise. Of course it's my daughter who cooks. William asked nervously. Is her cooking skill up to par? If not, should we just order all cold dishes instead? Or should we order takeout? Pong couldn't help but laugh in anger. How dare you look down on Christina? Christina has been cooking since she was a child. When I'm not at home, she cooks for her mother and her grandmother. I haven't eaten her cooking for a long time. I really miss it. Christina actually has such a unique skill. She's really good at both housework and cooking. Young man, that middle-aged man, looked familiar. You should be your girlfriend's father, right? As soon as Pong left, the proprietress came over with interest and said, So, your girlfriend was embarrassed to tell you, but now the father has come to tell you personally. Do you know who he is now? William couldn't help laughing and crying. He shook his head and said, Boss, you misunderstood. Why don't you admit it? I heard everything just now. Who else could the daughter he just mentioned be if not your girlfriend? The lady boss suddenly realized. She said embarrassedly, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just have sharp ears and heard some things. Young man, please don't take it as an offense. William laughed and said, How could that be? How much money was it just now? I brought money. William is now very wealthy. He not only has more than 500,000 yuan in cash, but also a large amount of debt. Why are you in such a hurry, young man? This girl is actively pursuing you, so don't let her down. It's rare to find a girl who is both beautiful and gentle, the proprietress said with a smile. William took out his cell phone, pulled up a picture, and handed it to the boss lady. Boss lady, is that the girl you're talking about? The proprietress immediately perked up. She quickly took the phone and was about to watch it when she suddenly felt a pain in her hand. Then she saw a scene that she had not expected. I saw the mobile phone flying into the air, then turned twice and flew accurately into the canal opposite, making a crisp sound of entering the water. William was also stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect something like this to happen, and he didn't even have time to react. Damn it, bitch, you still have time to look at your phone? Why haven't you paid this month's protection fee? A domineering voice came, and William saw several burly men with flesh on their faces, staring at the proprietress fiercely. The lady boss said anxiously, This is someone else's phone, not mine. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the protection fee immediately. Otherwise, you can no longer open this shop. These men were wearing urban management uniforms. The police uniforms, which were originally very impressive, looked so sloppy and ruffian on them. The boss hurried over with a stack of RMB and apologized repeatedly. We have been too busy with business these past 2 days, so we forgot to pay the protection fee. However, the phone is indeed someone else's. You guys dash. Nonsense, hand over the protection fee, a sturdy man shouted, snatched the RMB from the boss, quickly chewed it, and sneered, It's only 500 yuan. Don't you think it's too little? The boss was surprised and asked, Hasn't it always been 500 yuan a month? How come it's less? Our boss just announced the rules. If you voluntarily pay, it's 500 yuan. If you don't voluntarily pay, and we repeatedly ask you to pay, it's 10 times. The sturdy man sneered. We have to pay for our hard work when we come to collect 5,000. How could this small food stall withstand a blackmail of 5,000 yuan? This made the boss and his wife feel reluctant. Hey, can we pay a little less? We don't make much money. The boss pleaded with the men. How about we pay 1,000 yuan? No money? Then what is this? One of the men was sharp-eyed and saw the drawer behind the boss where the money was kept. He immediately pushed the boss aside and took out a dozen RMB from the drawer. He immediately became excited. You are still crying poor. Am I seeing things? Isn't this money? Not just a few thousand, but at least tens of thousands. Humph! I tell you to pay it or not. All of this is considered protection money. The lady boss couldn't help crying. This is the tuition money I spent on my child's college education. You can't take this money. As she said that, she rushed towards the sturdy man like crazy. The sturdy man kicked the proprietress without any hesitation. If she was really kicked, the proprietress would definitely be at least disabled, but his foot was in midair when he felt something hit his head, and his kick was immediately deflected. Damn it, who did this? Stand up. The sturdy man was immediately furious. Although it didn't hurt much, he naturally felt embarrassed to make a fool of himself in front of so many people. I did it, a young voice said calmly. You threw my phone into the river, so you have to give an explanation. As for other things, I don't care. Just give me the phone. When the sturdy man saw William, a young man holding a can of beer in his hand, he didn't think about how the can of beer, which hit him on the head, ended up in William's hand. Could William perform a magic trick? Boy, do you still want a cell phone? The sturdy man touched his head, blood came out, and he couldn't help but feel furious. Not only do I want the phone, but you also need to put the money down for me, or you'll suffer a loss. William said calmly. The boss came over and said, "Young man, this is none of your business. I'll pay for the phone. You can't afford to offend these people, so don't bother with them." The boss had good intentions and was afraid of implicating William, but he had no idea that William was so furious. William is really pitiful because he is here to work as a security guard, not to pretend to be the son of an official or a rich man. Therefore, although he has a mobile phone, it is a 100 yuan phone with very poor quality. Fortunately, William does not have the bad habit of playing games like young people, so it doesn't matter if the capacity is smaller or the quality is lower. But no matter what, this is my communication tool, and it actually fell into the river. How troublesome is that? Why are those communication companies so awesome? You know that once you use them, you will generally not leave them, and you will definitely use this number in various ways of contact. William left this number in many places. Now that his phone is like water, can he still save it? He will definitely be in a lot of trouble. Besides, I originally wanted to rely on the photos in the phone to let the boss lady recognize whether it was Lisa. Otherwise, even if there was no proof, and she would just roll her eyes and refuse to admit it no matter what. But now all of them are gone. Was it easy to get Lisa's photos? I bought them secretly from a college student who was selling them. At that time, I was not as rich as I am now. I had to save on everything and had only an income of 3,000 yuan. But Lisa charged me 100 yuan for just a photo of her. For this photo, I ate instant noodles for a week and didn't even want her to take out. Chapter 54, Blackmail. So, how could he not be angry today? Throwing away the beer was the lightest act. This was just the beginning. But the strong man didn't know how powerful William was. He got a bump on his head from being hit. He was even more furious. Damn it, if I don't throw you into the river today, you won't know how powerful I am. His companions treated this as a joke. In the past, when they collected protection fees, these small business owners always cooperated obediently, and there had never been any resistance. But today something new happened. A kid came out and actually dared to hit their companions with a beer bottle and succeeded. Of course, this was a surprise attack, so his companions would suffer. Otherwise, how could this kid succeed? Now, let's see the joke. Who told this guy to dare to swat a fly on a tiger's head for a broken mobile phone? He must be in trouble. The burly man pounced towards William, but William didn't even look at him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the burly man in his hand, making the guy scream in pain. "Do you know how I'm going to deal with you?" William said coldly, and suddenly a murderous aura emanated from him, which frightened the strong man. "You seem to be saying that you're going to throw me into the river." William sneered. "I won't kill you today. You have to go to the river and fish my phone out of the water intact. Otherwise, even if you come out of the river, I will throw you back." As he said that, William waved his hand and saw the sturdy man flying into the air, waving his arms and legs in the air, shouting something unknown. And then he fell into the river. "Help! Help! I can't swim! I can't swim!" The strong man panicked after entering the water. This is a canal, not a creek. If he falls in, it will be fatal. It would be unfair to say that he can't swim at all, but he only knows how to do 2 doggy paddles, which are definitely useless, as he was swallowed by the water in a blink of an eye. People who can't swim are most afraid of drinking water, so after taking a few gulps, they became panicked and then sank into the river. "Hurry up and rescue Lao Wu." The companions were shocked and rushed into the water to save him. Finally, they managed to rescue the strong man in time, but his face was pale and he was scared to see William as if he had seen a ghost. One of the young men was the leader of these people, and there was a tattoo of a scorpion on his arm. He had long forgotten his original name, and he called himself a Scorpion. Scorpion walked up to William and said in a deep voice, "Friend, it seems that you are also a gangster. May I ask where you are from? If we are friends, why would we cause a flood to destroy the Dragon King Temple?" That's a nice way of putting it. Since you want to know my origins, just come over and tell me. William seemed to have calmed down a little and said to Scorpion. Scorpion quickly put his ear close to him. He thought William was going to tell him the truth, but William raised his hand and slapped him twice. "Fuck, who do you think you are? How dare you ask my name? If you don't get my phone to me today, I will skin you alive." Scorpion could not help but get furious and said in a fierce voice, "Boy, you are shameless. I have to teach you a lesson today. Brothers, come on, destroy him for me." The big guys immediately surrounded William. The boss and his wife were shocked. How could they open a store like this? This guy looked like a good person to talk to. Why did he have such a bad temper? Was it necessary to offend these evil people just for a 100 yuan machine? But they didn't dare to step forward to persuade them, and there were more than a dozen food stalls in total, and people who were eating and doing business were all alarmed. When they found out that the tragedy was caused by a $100 phone, they couldn't help but laugh. As for the young man being so anxious about such a $100 phone, it seemed that his life was very tight. They all felt that William would definitely suffer, but who could afford to offend these thugs? They all treated them like masters, so they could only worry for William. Hey, isn't this William? There were a few people among the diners who remained calm. They were all police officers from Municipal Bureau, and one of them was the criminal police Captain Assel. Originally, they had not planned to be customers at the food stall. They were on a mission to hunt down wanted criminals and ended up feeling hungry, so they wanted to find a restaurant to eat something. They know that food stalls are unhygienic, and they will only eat there when they have no other choice. But at this moment, they saw William throwing a strong man into the river, and they were all shocked. Because William's action seems easy, but it is actually too difficult. Is he thinking of it as a plot in a martial arts novel, or as Jianwei in the Three Kingdoms who can use living people as weapons? None of these people can do it, so who is so powerful that he can throw someone into the river? When they saw clearly that it was William, these people all recognized him, but only Axel knew William's origins. The Dragon Team's instructor. The Dragon Team is the king of special forces. Being an instructor, there's a position that only an awesome person can achieve, and William, who is only in his 20s, can actually do it. Therefore, William is like a magnet to Axel, full of attraction, but unfortunately, he is not someone he can make friends with. In a sense, Axel is William's fan, but his fandom is more alternative. Most people chase after movie stars, singers, or sports stars, but he chases after people who are more powerful than himself. Since he couldn't find the drug dealer he wanted to catch for the moment, he might as well have a meal here and watch his idol. Maybe he could help William if he got the chance. But seeing that his subordinates were disrespectful to William, he couldn't help but glare at his subordinates and said lightly, "What are you talking about?" Stunned by the captain's sharp gaze, the subordinate asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "William is William. You'd better be polite to him. Even I have to respect him. So you are not qualified." As he said that, Assel turned his gaze to William and no longer looked at his men. These men were all stunned, because although they knew William, they did not take him too seriously, because they did not see how the high-ranking figure from the Dragon Team, who even their own director had to respect, looked when he saw William. Kai Meng is just an ordinary member of the Dragon Team, but even the director has to be polite to him. And William is a person that even Kai Meng treats with respect, so you can imagine how high his status is. But these subordinates had no idea. They only knew that William was reported by Director Zhao, and he left the Public Security Bureau unscathed. Just by seeing Assel's attitude, they knew that William was probably a person they could not compare to. How could such a big shot actually clash with a group of thugs? William was already furious, so he didn't show any courtesy and immediately beat those thugs till they were like turtles eating watermelons, rolling and crawling, all screaming in agony. "Master, sir, please treat us as if we are nothing and spare us." The scorpion finally realized that he had met a thorn in the side and begged again and again, "Whatever conditions you have, I can agree to them." William knew that he would never get his phone back, and these thugs had almost dealt with him, so his anger subsided a little. "Listen to me, you guys, you threw my phone into the river. I'm giving you two options." William grinned and said, "Would you like to take the first option or the second option?" Scorpion asked tentatively, "Young master, which one is your first one?" "That's easy. All you have to go into the canal and dig up my phone. It has to be intact and still usable as before." William sneered. These thugs looked at each other, complainingly at the burly man who was thrown into the water by William, thinking, if you hadn't thrown his phone into the river, how could such a thing have happened? Of course, we don't have the ability to do that. I'm afraid, even if we fish it out, it will be useless. Scorpion smiled apologetically. "What about the second one? The next day will be easier. You have to compensate me for my phone." William snorted. "This is indeed simple." Scorpion couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said quickly, "No matter how much money it costs, we will definitely compensate you accordingly." William said calmly, "My cell phone costs $3 million US. Take it out." $3 million? These people almost fainted. They had seen people extorting money before, but they had never seen such an extortion. Even though the iPhone was the most expensive in the world, it was only a few $1,000s. "What do you know? I'm a global limited edition with a huge database and positioning system. You won't understand, even if I tell you more. Why don't you pay me back for my phone? William glanced at them and said, 3 million US dollars. Even if you separate these people and sell them, you won't get even 1/10 of the price. The desperate pleas from these people finally moved the magnanimous William, who immediately decided to let them take out all the protection money they had just collected and put it on the table. The thugs then realized what William meant. They quickly and obediently took out the money they had just received and put it all on the table. Get lost, William said unhappily. The thugs quickly ran away to a place they thought was safe. They shouted at William, "Boy, we're going to find a boss to settle the score with you. You can't get away." William chuckled and said, "If you have the guts, find someone to come. I'll be waiting for you here." As soon as these hooligans left, the proprietress came over and said, "Young man, you've caused a big disaster. Their boss is the famous Baldy Lou, who is not someone you can easily mess with. He's a well-known bully. Should you leave here quickly?" William smiled and said, "Madam Boss, what will you do if I leave? They will definitely take revenge on you." The boss sighed and said, "Alas, there is no other way. I'd better quit and find another way to make a living." William smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a strong backer. I am not afraid of any trouble. This money is the protection fee they collected. Tell those who do business to come and get it." When the lady boss heard that William had a backer, she immediately believed it after seeing Pong talking to William. She smiled and said, "Young man, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't be afraid. I didn't expect you to be so skilled and have a backer. Those hooligans deserve to meet you. Just wait, I'll let them all come and take it." At first, even when the boss lady asked them to take back their share of the protection fee, they did not dare to move. But when the boss lady told them her guess about William, and that William was the son-in-law of a department director, they were not afraid anymore. "Director, this is absolutely noble for ordinary people. No wonder this young man is so unscrupulous. As the son-in-law of the director, how can he be afraid of these hooligans? They all came over and collected their own money, but some was left over. In fact, these thugs were so scared by William's horrible methods that they took out all the money they had, so some was left over." The lady boss pointed at the money and said, "Young man, keep this money. It should be enough for you to buy an iPhone." Chapter 55, An Unexpected Scene. William smiled and said, "My elder and I haven't paid for our meal yet, so let's just count these as the cost of the meal. As for the cell phone, I think someone will deliver it soon." The proprietress nodded quickly and unceremoniously put all the money on the table into her own drawer. She was indeed a bit greedy, but it was also because her daughter had just entered college and the price of a 3-year degree was even higher, so she needed the money. William couldn't help feeling depressed. It seems that Uncle Han and Christina are indeed father and daughter. The daughter is a defaulter, and the father is not bad at all. The boss was a little uneasy. "Young man, who would send a phone over here? Are you kidding us?" William pointed with a smile. "See, that's them." The boss then realized that there was a dark crowd in the distance, probably more than 30 people, holding sticks and clubs in their hands, which scared him silly. The one rushing in the lead was the Scorpion. It turned out that the Scorpion had called his boss over. Next to him stood a man over a meter tall, with a fierce look and a scar on his face, which labeled him as someone who was not easy to mess with. These small business owners and diners had never encountered such a scene before, and they were so scared that they either ran away or hid. The boss lady and the boss were also frightened. "Young man, can you do it? Can you find your backer?" "My backer?" William couldn't help but laugh. "What backer do I have? I'm just a security guard at the school." "What?" The proprietress was startled. "But didn't you just say—" "I was afraid that you would worry, so I told you a joke," William said with a smile. "Please get out of the way first. It's just a few dozen people. It's not in my eyes. Even if you're a fighting king, you are definitely no match for these people because there are too many of them." The boss and his wife were both terrified. "Boss, it was this guy who threw Lao Wu into the river, beat us up, and took away all the protection fees we collected." Scorpion quickly complained to the scarred man. The scarred man stared coldly at William, who seemed to be indifferent, and asked, "Did you hit my brother?" William didn't show any expression at first, but when he looked at the scarred man carefully, his expression suddenly changed. "Are you a soldier?" The man with the scar suddenly felt that the gentle-looking young man in front of him revealed an aura that made him feel a little breathless. He was shocked and stared at William blankly. "I'm asking you a question, soldier." William stared at him sternly. "Have you forgotten everything we taught you in the army? Stand at attention." The scarred man involuntarily straightened his waist towards William. William snorted. "That's better than it is. I never thought that a member of the Cheetah Special Forces would end up like this, becoming a gangster. Are you worthy of the title of Cheetah? If Lee Won-jong knew that his member had ended up like this, he would definitely come to your door in anger and beat you up. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Who could have thought that a gangster boss would be so respectful when seeing William, just like a soldier facing a drill instructor, not even daring to breathe? Those gangster brothers were all confused. Why was Boss Jiang so timid when he saw this kid? Even when Baldy Liu was around, he never gave in because he was a Special Forces soldier. It turns out that Baldy Liu offended William and was arrested. Now this scarred man has taken over and become the new street fighter. Some of these younger brothers had seen William before and recognized that it was William who had put Baldy Liu in prison. Even Baldy Liu's backer, Chief Zhao, could no longer work as a police officer. Couldn't help but shudder when they saw William and were ready to give a warning to the newly appointed Boss Jiang. After all, the lessons of the past should not be forgotten. This guy was the one who could trap Director Zhao and Baldy Liu into the police station. However, they also knew that Boss Jiang's personality and temper were even more difficult to deal with than Baldy Liu. Even if they tried to persuade him, they didn't know if he would listen. If he didn't listen, there was nothing they could do. But they didn't expect that a scene that they couldn't believe would appear. No matter what, Boss Jiang would never be so respectful to this young boy. Could it be that their eyes were blurry? The men who had filed the complaint were all dumbfounded. They had been counting on their boss to help them vent their anger, but now it seemed that something was not right. The boss and his wife were also stunned. After hearing what William said, they thought they were really finished. They couldn't help but secretly groan in their hearts, thinking that they couldn't escape today. But what they never expected was that this gangster boss would be so honest when he saw William. He was several times more honest than a son when he saw his father. Ouch! The boss couldn't help but cry out in pain. Although the boss's wife had always been the one in charge at home, he hadn't done anything wrong, yet she pinched him hard. It was the first time for him to do so. He rubbed his waist in dissatisfaction and asked, "What are you doing? Have I offended you?" "I was trying to figure out if I was dreaming," the lady boss said apologetically, "and now I know it's real." "Then why didn't you pinch yourself?" "But me." The boss couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, but under the boss's wife's dominance for many years, he could only complain in his heart. "I've seen this Scarface guy. He's very good at fighting. Several of us are no match for him. I didn't expect him to be so submissive in front of William." "Captain Lee, do you know what unit the cheetahs William was talking about are? Why can William speak to him in an imperative tone while this Scarface guy remains silent?" One of Axel's men exclaimed in amazement. Axel looked at him, snorted, and said, "Now you know how powerful he is, I tell you. You'd better be polite to him. Even our director has to flatter him." There was an involuntary gasp, and the director was about to flatter William. What kind of great man would this be? No one noticed that there was a thin man among the diners. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to walk past William and the gangsters, but when he saw William's terrifying aura, he hesitated and finally sat down. Boss Jiang didn't feel ashamed of his performance. Just based on the other person's aura and the fact that he called out the name of his former captain, he knew that he was not at the same level as this young man. He was dejected and scolded by William for a long time. Then he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, who are you? And how do you know our captain?" William snorted and said, "My surname is Liu. My full name is William." "The surname is Liu. William." Boss Jiang was stunned, and an unforgettable scene flashed through his mind. Under the attention of many people, an unimaginably young man walked up to the podium, and behind him it was written, "Dragon Team won the World Military Competition Championship." And everyone knew that it was this young man who led the Dragon Team to create a miracle for China. Before he appeared, China had always been ranked 5th or 6th, but because of his appearance, it won the championship and attracted the attention of the world. He looked at the cheering soldiers below the stage and gave everyone a standard military salute. "I am William." Everyone became his fan at this moment, and all the outstanding soldiers saluted in front of him. At this moment, he became the god of war in the army. God of War William. Boss Jiang is just one of the tens of thousands of outstanding soldiers in the audience. He is so small that he can be completely ignored, but he is the brightest star among the stars. Boss Jiang could only look up at him from afar, imprinting this outstanding and young man in his mind. However, after he left the army, he thought he would never see this pride of the army again, but now he actually saw him again. Although he was not wearing a military uniform, he did not expect this proud soldier to appear before him. However, when the other party showed a military posture and revealed a terrible murderous aura, He was confirmed by the other party's name. He is his idol, William. No wonder he knew his captain, because no matter how powerful his captain was, he could not compare with him. It was said that even the captain had been given a good beating by him. Instructor William, I didn't expect to see you in Jingnan City. Boss Jiang saluted excitedly. This is the standard etiquette for subordinates to their superiors. William put his index and middle fingers together and made a gesture that only they could understand as a return gesture. He stared at Boss Jiang and said slowly, "Sit down and talk first. If you don't have a reason that satisfies me, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Li Wenjong today. I think you have no objection." As if he was facing the iron-faced captain, Jiang Lao nodded repeatedly. Instructor William, should we find a place to sit down? This place is great. William snorted and sat down by himself. Why? Do you think this place is dirty? This sentence made Boss Jiang break out in a cold sweat. William didn't even despise him. So how could he dare to despise him? He quickly sat down opposite William. From a domineering gangster, he suddenly turned into a primary school student who sat upright and was afraid of being blamed by the teacher. This change was really big, but those younger brothers he brought with him were so scared that they dared not even breathe. We have met a distinguished person. This young man must be a prominent figure. He must be the son of a division commander or the nephew of an army commander. No wonder such a beautiful girl has a crush on him and pays for him in secret. The proprietress has already used her imagination to the highest extent. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Ordinary people didn't dare to get close, but that didn't stop them from pointing and talking about William's background. The thin man showed hesitation in his eyes. He absolutely didn't dare to get close to William now. He felt that William was a tiger that could not be provoked in the jungle. If he went over, he would definitely not be able to escape the other's cold eyes. But if he went back, he would definitely be discovered by his pursuers. He could only hide in the crowd and wait for his chance. William didn't seem to see the thin man. He was waiting for Boss Jiang's explanation. Don't talk nonsense to me. I don't want to hear anything like you've long heard of my name. I just want to know one thing, and that is why you, a cheetah warrior, have become a gangster boss here without any ambition. William asked in an irrefutable tone. After all, William is much older than Boss Jiang, and he is a head shorter than Boss Jiang. But to Boss Jiang, this is his superior, and he definitely does not have the courage to disobey his words. In fact, I was forced to leave the Cheetah Special Forces because my father was seriously ill and my younger sister needed my care. Considering this, I returned home and married my girlfriend who I had been in love with for many years. Boss Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. She has been waiting for me all the time, and I can't let her down. William smiled and said, "Congratulations." It seemed that the tense atmosphere around them finally had a hint of warmth, which made Boss Jiang feel a lot more relaxed. Later, my father became critically ill and my sister got married. Although my wife and I had a hard time, we were content with it. Chapter 56, Unexpected Gains. Boss Jiang fell into bitter memories. But 2 years ago, my wife suddenly became seriously ill and needed a large sum of money. I didn't have so much money, and my officer certificate was of no use at all. William's expression changed, and he clenched his fists. Soldiers serve the country and the people, but what about our security? When a soldier's family encounters difficulties, why should such a thing happen? Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Boss Jiang's voluntary degeneration into a gangster boss, but now he found that this was a man he sympathized with. I have the contact information of my comrades. Some of them could help me through the difficult times, but I can't because I don't want to lose face. Boss Jiang said with a wry smile. Later, I had no choice but to go to the underground black boxing arena to fight, and the gangsters here took a fancy to me and helped me save my wife. Later, Baldy Lou here got into trouble, and there was no one to take charge, so they asked me to come and take charge temporarily. Baldy Lou? I was the one who took him to the Public Security Bureau. Now he has no chance of getting out. William looked at Boss Jiang deeply and said, "Do you want to follow in Baldy Lou's footsteps?" Boss Jiang shook his head repeatedly and said, No, I also want to change now, and it would be best if I could help my brothers get on the right path. But right now, there's so many things to do that I haven't taken any action yet. Do you really think so? Then what happened to you today? William asked coldly. What were you going to do with these dozens of people just now? Boss Jiang said quickly, I listened to my subordinates and thought I was in trouble, so I came here. I didn't expect it to be you, instructor. Scorpion. As Boss Jiang spoke, his voice suddenly became stern, and he shouted so loudly that Scorpion was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. He knew that William was a troublemaker and that he could not deal with him. He originally thought that it would be easy for his boss to deal with him because he knew that this newly appointed boss was no ordinary person and came from a background of underworld boxing. If he had no interest in the local gang boss, he would have replaced Lu Tuzi long ago. He only came here reluctantly this time because his superiors sent him here. In terms of fighting power, Boss Jiang is definitely much stronger than Baldy Lu. However, when such a powerful man saw this young man, his originally mighty arrogance disappeared without a trace. Scorpion was not a fool. He immediately knew that he had hit a wall. How could he have offended such a person? He was a big shot that he could not afford to offend. Scorpion, what's going on? Tell me the truth. Boss Jiang asked coldly. Scorpion kowtowed repeatedly. I'm not a human. I'm a bastard, a beast, and I actually lied. This young master did not bully us. It was the fifth brother who knocked his phone into the river, and that resulted in a conflict. Later, we were taught a lesson by him and spit out all the protection money. I was not convinced, so I reported to the eldest brother that someone deliberately caused trouble. I was wrong. As he spoke, he slapped himself several times in the face, and blood came out of his mouth. Boss Jiang snorted, looked at William, and said, Instructor William, this is what happened. I thought someone was causing trouble, so I brought my brothers here, but it turned out that we met the instructor. William waved his hand and said, Forget it. I won't bother with him. After all, I've already punished him. I wanted you to compensate me for my phone, but forget it now. But listen to me, what's your name? I'm Jiang Tao. Boss Jiang quickly gave his name. Okay, Jiang Tao. From now on, you should act according to your own ideas, and don't let me see you appear as a gangster boss again. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily next time. William said coldly. Yes. Jiang Tao nodded quickly and said, I will definitely follow the instructor's instructions. Even if someone comes from above, I will not change my original intention. William was stunned and said, You have a boss. Is there another gang above the gang here? Jiang Tao nodded and said, I am a subordinate of Gao Wu, the boss of Shimen. There are 4 gates in the underworld, and Shimen is the fighting gate. It seemed that someone had mentioned this to him, but it was not very clear. However, William was too lazy to ask now, and said lightly, I don't care what sect you are from. Anyway, don't violate my bottom line in some things, otherwise I'll find you first after I know it. Jiang Tao nodded repeatedly and said, Of course I know what to do. Instructor William, where are you now? I can come and visit you. William couldn't help but said with both anger and amusement, You are now a gangster, and you still use all these words. What do you mean by visiting me? Why don't you just say you want to talk to me? I see that you are a friend worth making. If you have anything, come to my house. My cell phone number is Dash. He was just about to give his cell phone number when he suddenly remembered that his phone had fallen into the river and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jiang Tao is now more observant of people's words and expressions than he was in the army. In the army, he only had to follow orders, but in society, he needs to be good at dealing with people. This is the experience he has gained. Jiang Tao quickly gave out his cell phone number and said attentively, Instructor William, my men have stolen your cell phone. I will be responsible for compensation. Forget it. I really don't need these $2. We are all comrades. There is no need to take advantage of you. William didn't think so originally. He just wanted to wait for the boss behind Scorpion to come out so as to blackmail him. But now he gave up. Well, I'll tell you the number after you by the phone. If you have any trouble, you can tell me. William said slowly, You can leave now. Jiang Tao nodded quickly and said, Then I won't bother the instructor. By the way, instructor, does he know you? As he spoke, Jiang Tao pointed at a thin man in the crowd. This surprised the man, and his face changed. In fact, William had noticed it a long time ago. This thin man was acting sneaky, wanting to come over but hesitating. He was definitely a suspicious person. William has a good memory and knows that this is definitely not an acquaintance. If this is not an acquaintance, what is this doing? William looked at the thin man, suddenly patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, You are really an acquaintance of mine. You are Chun something. How could I have forgotten? The skinny guy was patted twice for no apparent reason and thought William had really recognized the wrong person. So he quickly smiled and said, Yes, it's me. I just don't dare to recognize you, Instructor William. He heard Jiang Tao address William as such, so he said the same thing as well, thinking it was nothing wrong. Suddenly, William's eyes became stern. Which unit are you from? Tell me your unit number and name. How could the thin man answer this question? He also didn't expect William to suddenly turn against him. His face turned pale and blue. Instructor William, he is... Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment, patted his head and said, I remember now. Aren't you the one sent by the North Gate? Your name is Philip. There are 4 gangs in Tian'an province's underworld. The West Gate is led by high-ranking martial artists and is the main force. It is the more peaceful one among the 4. But the other 3 gates are not so good, especially the North Gate, which is mainly for drugs. Drug trafficking. Philip had come to Jiangtao before and wanted to conduct a drug trafficking deal on Jiangtao's territory. How could Jiangtao agree to that? Although Jiangtao is no longer a soldier and has now become a gang boss, he has a bottom line in his heart, and there are some things he will never do. If he had not considered that the relationship between Westgate and Northgate was beyond his ability to prevent, he would have wanted to kill Philip. His response to Philip was never. This incident did not leave any deep impression on Jiangtao. He thought Philip had left long ago, but he did not expect him to appear here again. If it was the original Philip, he would be able to recognize him at a glance. But Philip now is different from the previous person. If he was not standing in front of him, he would not be able to recognize him. But the voice and the familiar face reminded him that he was Philip, the drug dealer. Philip. Assel was stunned when he saw Philip. He didn't expect that the drug dealer he was chasing was in the crowd, right under his nose. He immediately hurried over with his companions and walked in front of Philip. He knew that Philip could not escape this time, so he ignored this guy. When Philip saw Axel and others appear, his face turned ashen. He knew that he was in danger this time. If this instructor with a special identity hadn't suddenly appeared, how could he have escaped from danger? It turned out that after being rejected by Jiangtao, Philip did not leave Jingnan City, but secretly worked alone. Despite the temptation of huge profits, Jiangtao had a bottom line in his heart and was determined not to touch drugs, pornography, or gambling. However, the gangs in Jingnan City were not something he, Jiangtao, could control alone, so several gangs were tempted. After discovering the long-lost drug trade in Jingnan City, the Jingnan Public Security Bureau will certainly not take it lightly. Drugs have always been a top priority in China, and once discovered, they must be eradicated resolutely, and drugs will never be allowed to harm the people. Axel naturally has to shoulder his own responsibilities. He soon received a report from an informant and learned that a drug deal was about to take place, so he quickly made careful arrangements. After a fierce battle, the operation was a complete success and a number of drugs were seized. However, the main culprit, Philip, was very cunning. He used drugs to attract the attention of the police and escaped. Philip still had a lot of drugs on him, so Axel certainly couldn't let him go. As a result, during the pursuit, Axel had found his trace several times, but he just couldn't catch him, which gave Axel a headache. It was the same this time. He clearly saw this guy eating breakfast, and when he was about to take action, this guy suddenly disappeared. Axel was about to continue chasing and happened to see his idol William, but his sudden decision made him accidentally see Philip again. He was overjoyed and came over to William and said, "Instructor William, do you still recognize me?" "Well, don't call me instructor, Captain Lee," William said awkwardly. "Just call me Brother William. I'm just a small security guard at Tian'an University." "Ahem, it seems that I have resigned now." "What? Resign?" Axel couldn't believe his ears. He asked in disbelief, "Why did you resign?" "Hee hee, it's just a small matter." William smiled and said, "I was ostracized by the villain. Damn it, he actually dared to cause trouble for our instructor. This kid must be tired of living. I will go to Tian'an University now to help you, the instructor, vent your anger." "What's the kid's name?" Jiangtao said angrily. William glared at him and said, "You think there are no laws. You fight whenever you want. Even if you have retired, you can't forget that you were once a soldier. It's not easy for me to deal with that guy. Someone will do it for me. Captain Lee, it's really a coincidence. Why are you here?" Lou Dash. Axel wanted to call him instructor, but then he remembered that he had already reminded himself. Calling William brother? It seemed too impolite. He didn't know what to say. "It doesn't matter. I'm just an ordinary person now. After all, I'm still under your rule," William said with a smile. He saw what Axel was thinking. Chapter 57 Special Forces. Axel thought to himself, "How dare I call you that? If I call you Brother William, our director will skin me alive." He changed his mind and said with a smile, "I'd better call you Master William." He was a security guard. How did he become Master William? However, he also knew that Axel was in trouble, so he smiled and said, "Master William is Master William. I didn't expect that I would become a master after leaving the army. We are here for him." Axel pointed at Philip, who had a pale face, and said, "He is a drug dealer. He escaped from our hands before. We are trying to catch him, but he is very cunning and escaped from my hands several times." Now he has fallen into the hands of Master William. It's really true that the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. William smiled and said, I didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. Then you can take this guy away. Thank you, Master William. Master William, you have nowhere to go, right? Shall we go back to the police station together? Assel said with a smile. First of all, Philip's arrest is all your credit. If our chief knew that I let you go, he would definitely blame me. In addition, you can give us some pointers in our police station, which will help improve our combat effectiveness. Jiang Tao refused to let him go when he heard this. Instructor William, since you have nowhere to go for the time being, why don't you come to my place? After all, we are comrades in arms. How can we go to a strange place? This caused an argument. William smiled and said, I'm sorry, I'm not going anywhere. I have to go back to school soon. Jiang Tao and Assel both showed disappointment in their eyes. William smiled and said, as for giving instructions to the police, it's still possible. I'll go there when I have time. Assel felt like he had received a treasure after receiving William as promise. Although he failed to invite William to be the instructor of the police station, it was rare that he was willing to guide people like him. This promise was much more valuable than a fortune. Cuff him for me. Assel stared at Philip and shouted at several of his men. Two men came over quickly, showing their shiny handcuffs, and were about to attack Philip. Philip waved his hand and said, No, I have something else to say. What do you want to say? Axel frowned. I never thought that after so many storms and waves, I would capsize in this small ditch. I didn't lose to you guys, but to this man. Philip stared at William with a cold look. May I ask your name? Who are you? William smiled and said, Not bad. You have regained your composure so quickly. You are a good candidate. It's a pity that you took the wrong path. You should know my name. This is my real name. I am just an instructor in the army. Impossible. The instructors in the army won't be that powerful, Philip said coldly. I am not an unknown person either. I have also served in the army and was once a member of the Special Forces Wolfpack. But even our instructors are not as powerful as you. Members of the Wolfpack? The three Special Forces Wolfpack, Cheetah Team, and Dragon Team, I didn't expect that people would come today. William was also stunned. The instructor of the Dragon Team? Philip was shocked. Judging from your age, you should have some impression of my name. William said lightly. It is said that there are 12 instructors in the Dragon Team, all of whom are the strongest elites in the army. The youngest instructor is said to have become a special soldier at the age of 15. His name is William. It turns out to be you. Philip sighed. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura from you just now that is more powerful than mine. You are William. It is not unfair for me to fall into your hands. William snorted coldly and said, Philip, why did you go from being a Special Forces soldier to a drug dealer? This is completely different from Jiang Tao's situation. Jiang Tao still has a bottom line. He is just a gang boss, and he was forced because he owed usury. Even Philip also owed usury, but he actually sold drugs. This naturally made William unable to tolerate the anger in his heart. Philip laughed and said, Coach William, some people like sex, some people like money, and I just like excitement. I think drug trafficking can not only bring huge profits, but what I like more is excitement. Is this answer enough? How outrageous! Jiang Tao said angrily. How dare you be so rude to Instructor William? Instructor William, I know you are the pride of the army. This is more exciting for me. I want to try whether I can escape from your hands. Philip stomped his feet and flew out like lightning. You can move 4 steps in a row in 1 step, which is not bad, but in my eyes, you still have a long way to go. What's the use of being fast? It depends on who you are compared with. Compared with William, you are far behind. William took a step, and Li Chong and Jiang Tao all felt dizzy. William had already blocked Philip. Philip looked frightened and looked at William in disbelief. Knowing William's background, Philip felt that his wish was about to come true. Passionate blood was burning in his body. Aren't you the young god of war in the army? Didn't you win the championship of the World Military Games for your country? Aren't you a unique genius? Well, although I, Philip, am just a veteran of the Wolfpack, I was once the king of the Wolfpack. I want to see who is stronger, you or me. Speed is the first challenge Philip posed, and there will be more to come, and speed is his strong point. Originally, he wanted to use his speed to intimidate Chun Hanan, but he didn't expect that Chun Hanan would be faster than him, which dealt a heavy blow to his self-confidence. Jiang Tao couldn't help but feel ashamed. He didn't expect Philip to be so talented. He could move 4 steps in an instant, while he could only do 3 steps. This already made him feel proud. And if he and Philip were to compete against each other, he would definitely be outdone at this speed. He couldn't help but be curious. The instructor was undoubtedly faster than Philip. Otherwise, Philip wouldn't have this expression. So how many steps could he take in one step? Axel was stunned. He and his companions had never expected Philip to have such amazing strength. Such speed was far beyond their imagination. Philip in a downtown area, because as long as Philip hid in the crowd, they really had no way to deal with this guy. They thought about it more than once that with the blind spot of the crowd, he could use ordinary people to cover up. It was said that this guy could also modify his face to make himself unrecognizable. It would be easy to catch him if he could be in an open and deserted place. And now they realized that they had gotten a great advantage. If they really went to a place where there was no one, they would not even be able to see the other person's shadow. Is this the difference between special forces and ordinary criminal police? In fact, special forces have always looked down on the police. In their eyes, they are regular troops, while the police cannot even be compared with the regular troops. Axel and his companions couldn't help but feel lucky that they met Instructor William. Otherwise, who could stop this guy? Good Instructor William, you are even faster than me? Philip took a deep breath and said, You just took 5 steps in one step? William said calmly, 7 steps. 7 steps. Philip looked at William in shock and said, I admire you. It seems that you really live up to your reputation. I heard about your reputation from my former comrades. I was still unconvinced and thought that if I were in the army, I might not lose to you. But now I know that I was too arrogant. William smiled and said, Don't say nice things to me. What else do you want to compete with next? Hey, it's not that easy to make me. Philip, surrender. I want to make a deal with you. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want to me, but if I beat you, you have to let me leave safely. Philip said provocatively, What do you think? William chuckled and said, Okay, but this is not the place to do it. I can go to the police station. I believe you are a man who will not go back on your word. Philip mentioned a place that made Axel and others unbelievable, the police station. Wouldn't that be putting himself in danger? William couldn't help but think in his heart, You are indeed a crazy guy, but it's a pity that I have already cracked your trick. I am looking forward to seeing your expression then. Let's go to the Public Security Bureau. William nodded. Axel immediately made a phone call, and soon a police car arrived. Following Axel's instructions, William and Philip were sent to the motorcycle. Jiang Tao really wanted to see such an exciting contest, but there was no way. He was now a gang boss, so it was better for him not to go to the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, what impression would that give to his superiors? Moreover, he would have to explain the agreement between himself and Instructor William to them. William and Philip were on a police motorcycle. Axel knew that only in this way could he feel at ease. Otherwise, who could deal with Philip without handcuffs? Only William could do it. William and Philip sat together without feeling uncomfortable at all. They even chatted and laughed like old comrades, reminiscing about their time in the special forces, which made Axel stare in amazement. People who don't know would think that these two people are friends for life and death. How can they imagine that they are now in a hostile relationship? One is a pride of the army, the other is a drug dealer, and there will be a life and death duel between them. William was already an old acquaintance of the Jingnan Public Security Bureau. When the police at the door saw him, they couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this William? How come he regards our Public Security Bureau as his second home? A policeman said jokingly. William smiled and said, Aren't you here to visit? Who is your friend? Another policeman asked curiously. Drug dealer. Philip said coldly to Christina. Haha, you really like to joke. How could William's friend be a drug dealer? The two policemen were still laughing as they watched William and Philip swagger in, but they saw Axel, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, walk in. You two are not qualified to call William by his name. You have to call him Master William. Do you understand? Axel said seriously. If I hear you call him by his name again, I will make you the director. Captain, how can we have such qualifications? The two policemen looked at Axel in astonishment with a serious face and were confused for a moment. Qualified? I'm not talking about the chief of the police station, but the chief who is in charge of cleaning the toilets. Axel said seriously, and then walked past the two stunned policemen with a few of his men. Master William, you know that he is the captain's idol? One of Axel's men said jokingly. So, the power of fans is infinite. Suddenly they understood what was going on, and the two policemen immediately remembered that they should not offend Master William. Otherwise, his fans would not show mercy to them. In fact, Asser's subordinates originally didn't understand why Asser respected William so much, considering his age was only in his early 20s. But now they seemed to understand. The way they looked at William no longer had the previous contempt, but was filled with awe. Let's start the battle here. Philip stopped and looked at the empty field. William nodded and glanced at the policeman who came over after hearing the news, as if he didn't see anything. These are all Assel's backbone subordinates. He wants everyone to come and observe the real masters, so as to prepare for William to instruct these unruly guys in the future. Chapter 58. Fighting Philip Again. William, at least on the surface, looks like a scholar. His subordinates are all veteran detectives who have made many contributions to society and the country. Their catchphrase is, "Police officers are not police. We criminal police are the police." What about public security police, household registration police, traffic police? What kind of police are they? We criminal police go through life and death and face those vicious enemies. That is the real test of life and death. Who among you can compare to us? Without knowing the details, suddenly letting a pale-faced scholar teach them training. Isn't that a joke? However, if they could see the battle between William and Philip, these veteran detectives would be convinced. Oh, not all of them are veteran detectives. There is one who could be a fashion model if she took off her police uniform, but she just likes being a police officer. Her name is Grace. Grace's family is full of police officers. She was born into a police family. Even her brother, who is often bullied by her, is a police officer. Why can't I be a police officer? That doesn't make sense. Using this reason to convince her family, Grace became a police officer, and a very dangerous one at that. Originally, Director Pong wanted Grace to become a clerk, so that he could give an explanation to Grace's family. But he couldn't convince the stubborn Grace, and finally had a compromise. He secretly told Assel to be careful of her danger when taking action. She is the policewoman of our police station, and there can be no mistakes. Hey, isn't he just a handsome boy? Who's the person opposite him? He looks so thin and small. I guess he doesn't have any special abilities. This was Grace's first impression. But when Axel said that Philip was a vicious drug dealer and that Philip was on the list of China's 54 playing cards, Grace was shocked. You know, the characters selected for the 54 playing cards are all famous criminals. How could this skinny guy be a character on the playing cards? The criminals in these 54 playing cards are all fugitives. If they are caught, they will be updated immediately. Every detective must remember their appearance. Otherwise, if they meet them, they will let them go, right? These criminals naturally regard the police as their enemies. You may not be able to recognize them, but for them, it is enough for them to know your identity. They will definitely attack you. If you die in their hands or become their hostage, wouldn't that be too unfair? Grace is a very responsible policewoman. She immediately thought of the characters on the playing cards, but none of them matched Philip. Could it be that the captain was deceived? Axel did not explain to her. But fortunately, Philip immediately resolved Grace's doubts without him having to explain. Since I left the wolf pack, I haven't used my full strength. I can only use my full strength with my original body. Philip stared at William with cold eyes. Instructor William, I will use my full strength on you today. I hope you won't let me down. William waved his hand indifferently. Use it. Use it. I have something else to do. Can you please stop nagging me like this? Although William showed disdain for his performance, Philip knew that his current attitude was fully qualified after knowing what kind of terrifying speed William possessed. Philip in the drug trafficking group knows that this guy is a very arrogant and proud person. He is a trusted general of the leader of the poison sect, one of the 4 sects in Tianjin province. Even if the sect leader asks him to take action, he will ignore him. He has such strength that everyone who doesn't believe in his strength has suffered at his hands. When he first entered the poison sect, he was accepted as a trusted general by the sect leader, and soon the leader threw aside the 4 Vajras, whom he had thought were his important generals. Naturally, this made the 4 Vajras very dissatisfied. They secretly attacked Philip, but were defeated miserably by Philip. In the end, they had to admit defeat and disgrace and paid a heavy price. This is how he appears in the drug cartel, which means that he doesn't take these people and these tasks seriously at all. He thinks that it is enough without using his full strength. William couldn't let his guard down now. He had to use all his strength. As a click sound came from his body, Philip, who was originally short in stature, suddenly grew up in front of everyone's eyes. He was originally only 1.6 meters tall, but now he is over 1.85 meters tall, which is 1.5 heads taller than William. William looked at Philip with interest and smiled. You actually have such a wonderful disguise, Philip. You are really good at it. If someone else said such a thing, Philip would definitely be angry. But he was not angry at William, but instead vented his murderous aura. Just like a wolf, the wolf's aura is violent, ferocious, and intimidating. Instructor William, I didn't take Axel and the others seriously at first. Their strength was nothing to me. The only reason they allowed me to escape was because they had a gun. Philip was describing a perfectly normal fact. After being recognized by Axel and the others, Philip also felt despair. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight against bullets. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a miracle? But when it comes to skills, he is not afraid of anyone. Even if it is William, he has the confidence to defeat the opponent. If he does not have such confidence, he will not stand in front of William. I believe it. William nodded. If this guy couldn't even do this, he wouldn't be a member of the wolf pack. These words made many detectives show anger on their faces. They did not take Axel seriously at all. Axel was their captain and the strongest among them. If he doesn't even take Axel seriously, then what have we become in his eyes? Aren't we just good for nothings? But when Li Chong said that this guy was the J on the playing cards, all the detectives were speechless, because this guy was so terrifying that they had to admit that he was indeed not someone Axel could deal with. But could William be able to deal with this? From Axel's admiring eyes and Philip's tone, they couldn't help but look at William in shock, who didn't seem to be tall and didn't know any martial arts. Among them, Grace had his mouth open the widest, and his look was the most shocked. Judging from his age, he should be about the same age as me. How could he have such ability? Instructor William, you have surpassed me in speed just now. I hope to turn the tables in this round. This is the Wolfpack's gift to you, the pride of the army. Philip was interrupted by William before he could finish his words. You're no longer qualified. Now it's a competition between me and you, a drug dealer. You're no longer a member of the Wolfpack. Even if you are a shame to the Wolfpack, William said coldly. On Philip's face, but he quickly controlled his emotions and laughed. Okay, let me, a drug dealer, meet you and see your fist. The two men were originally 5 meters apart, but now they were very close. No one could believe that he could shorten the distance between them so quickly. He did it in the blink of an eye. This immediately made all the police officers exclaim in surprise. In terms of speed, you can't compare with me at all. You are such an idiot. Before everyone could see clearly what was going on, William's clear voice was heard, and the two of them had already separated. One is calm and composed, William. The other is breathless, Philip. The difference between the two is self-evident. Philip just lost to William in terms of speed, but he was still unwilling to accept it. He felt that he lost because he did not exert his strongest strength. If he exerted his full strength, he could also take 7 steps in 1 step. He had to get up from where he fell, so Philip did not change. Although he used his fists, speed still played the biggest role. He wanted to let William know that he could not be defeated so easily. But he never expected that William's 7 steps in 1 step was not his limit, and William was not using his highest strength either. Philip couldn't help but reveal an unbelievable look in his eyes. You, how many steps can you take in 1 step? William put his hands behind his back and said calmly, how much can you see? 8 steps, no, 9 steps. Philip said uncertainly. William nodded gently and said, you can see that 8 steps is already a good strength. In fact, the speed I used just now is indeed 1 step and 8 steps. Do you know what 8 steps to chase the cicada is? A cry of surprise came from the periphery of the fight between the two men. Even William couldn't help but look at the person who cried out. It was a pure face. A female police officer? She seems to know the skills I used. William was stunned. Why are you screaming so loudly? I've never seen you so unfocused before. Axel rolled his eyes at Grace beside him. Grace said embarrassedly, I didn't expect that, did I? Our family is a martial arts family. 8 steps to chase the cicada is a martial art passed down in our family, but it has been lost a long time ago. But he can actually use it. I must ask him where he learned it from. Nonsense, what is this place? Can you go in? If you must ask, it won't be too late to ask Instructor William when he is free and starts training us. Axel knew that a girl like Grace would hold back once she made up her mind, so it was not impossible for her to break in. Therefore, Axel could only give Grace hope and could not completely destroy the girl's plan. Grace then nodded and looked at William in doubt. Her original suspicion and even contempt for William were now replaced by admiration. If I meet this drug dealer, it would be very dangerous. I didn't want to admit it at first, but now I know that if I face this drug dealer, I will be committing suicide. However, this William, whom his captain called Instructor William, had a clear advantage over this highly skilled drug dealer, and even his opponent had to admit defeat. Even a proud girl like Grace was convinced, let alone other detectives. There's only one way to convince these veteran detectives, and that is to win with strength. As long as I can display strength that is superior to theirs, I will definitely make them feel convinced. And now, the young William had made them look up to him. They finally understood why the captain who refused to submit to anyone, spoke to William in such a respectful manner. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Philip's eyes lit up. So you're using this kind of light skill. It is said that Bodhidharma used this kind of light skill to cross the river on a reed, right? Although I am inferior to you in speed, I still want to compete with you. Pounced towards William like a leopard, at such an astonishing speed that the detectives could only see a white figure. But something happened that made them dumbfounded. William's speed was beyond their imagination. They even saw afterimages. There were 2 Williams. This is simply the height reached in fantasy novels, but it reappeared in reality. It turns out that there really are such magical martial arts and magical characters. Before, they thought they were just legends. Chapter 59, All Detonators. Snap, snap, snap. The 2 figures separated again. William still looked at his panting opponent calmly and said lightly, "Do you want to compete again? I didn't expect you to be able to practice Iron Sampalm to such a high level. I am indeed no match for you." Philip said with a dim look in his eyes, "I lost the 2nd game, but I still want to play the 3rd game. If I lose again, I will let you deal with me as you wish." William said sarcastically, "Can't I just kick you to the ground right now? Why do I have to let you make the arrangements?" Philip said, "Of course you can do this, but don't forget that I also have my own secrets. My accomplices are all in my mind. As long as you can defeat me again, I can provide them with information. Even as long as you speak, I will tell you all the secrets of our poison sect." The news was so shocking that Axel couldn't help but reveal a look of desire in his eyes. If he could make the decision on William's behalf, he would definitely be the first to jump out and agree on William's behalf. But he still restrained himself. He knew that only William could make the decision in this situation. Of course, he could also interrogate Philip after William caught him. But based on his experience, he knew that it was very difficult to get someone like Philip to tell the truth, and such a villain was not afraid of death at all. William said calmly, "Okay, then I will compete with you again. What do you want to compete this time?" "I want to use my marksmanship, which I am most proud of, to challenge you, the pride of the army." "Instructor William, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Philip's eyes showed a provocative light. He knew that William would definitely agree. William said calmly, "It's up to you." Philip smiled slightly and took out a handful of spare parts from his arms. When everyone didn't know what was going on, he moved quickly and assembled a submachine rifle in the blink of an eye. This was so amazing that everyone around them was breathless. Grace couldn't help but muttered, "Don't be so exaggerated. It's like a police movie." Axel had never seen such a dangerous enemy before, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's not news that drug dealers have guns with them. But as soon as Axel saw his actions, he knew that Philip was so familiar with the gun in his hand that it was unbelievable. He didn't even look at his hands. His eyes were fixed on William, watching William's expression, but he still finished installing it within 7 seconds. If Axel had not seen with his own eyes how fast William loaded his gun, he would have really lost confidence in William. If he really insisted on hunting down Philip, would he be able to come back alive? How could Axel not feel scared? With such a speed in loading the gun, he is so familiar with the gun as he is with his own fingers. I wonder if Instructor William could defeat him. It would be too dangerous for such a person to be released into society. "Coach William, my challenge is that we each fire 3 shots. Of course, we can also fire 10 shots, but I just don't think it's necessary." Philip said coldly, "If you can do the same, then I am willing to admit defeat." William smiled and said, "I accept your challenge." Then he walked towards Axel. Instructor William. In front of William, Axel was so nervous that he didn't look like a criminal police captain. He was just like Jiang Tao before, just an elementary school student. "Lend me your pistol." William smiled and stretched out his hand. Axel was stunned. He knew William had a gun, but why didn't he use his and instead borrow one from him? Axel immediately understood that William did not take the terrible Philip seriously at all. He felt that using his gun would not be a big deal even if he defeated Philip, so he asked him for the gun. "Isn't this too arrogant?" Instructor William is very arrogant, but Philip is not incompetent either. "Shouldn't you be more cautious in exaggerating?" Seeing Axel dumbfounded, William couldn't help but feel that his performance was so outstanding that even the criminal police captain was frightened. "But this is embarrassing. Do I really have to use my gun to intimidate Philip? This seems like an unfair victory. Here's my gun for you." Suddenly, A clear voice came from beside Axel, and then an exquisite little pistol was handed to William. William was stunned, and then he realized that the person who gave him the gun was the policewoman who screamed. He said in astonishment, "Thank you. I do have conditions. We'll talk about them when the time comes," said the policewoman with a smile. It's interesting that this female police officer is not shy at all, and there is no awe in her eyes that the male police officers share. He smiled and took the gun. "Thank you very much. I promise to return it to you in its original state." Seeing William leave without even asking her name, the policewoman couldn't help but pout. "Grace, you have a whole company of people chasing you, so you can't just ask me what my name is? This is too hurtful to your self-esteem." William staggered and thought, "What kind of occasion is this? You thought I was chatting with you in a coffee shop. Grace, I remember that. Do you really think you want to duel with me with this little pistol?" Philip's face turned pale. He admitted that he had never had the upper hand from the beginning to now, but William doing this still made him feel humiliated. Not only was he using someone else's gun, but it was obviously a woman's gun. What does he think of me? I am the king among the Wolf Special Forces. That should be enough to deal with you, William said calmly. Let's start. First shot. All the policemen were stunned. They had no intention of using a target to determine who was taller and who was shorter. Philip raised his hand and fired a shot, which flew towards William. There was no aiming at all, but Philip believed it would be easy to hit the target. However, William was not an ordinary person, and he was also observing William's performance. William dodged the shot with lightning speed, just at the critical moment. Okay. Philip knew that if William couldn't even dodge his first shot, he would not be considered a proud soldier in the army. Although William was 7 or 8 years younger than him, he was a strong opponent he had never encountered before. Knowing that William was fast enough to dodge the first shot, the second shot was fired while William was moving. With a bang, a dazzling light shot towards William's eyebrows. But William didn't even move. He grabbed his hand out like lightning and held the light tightly, while his eyes were always fixed on Philip. Catching bullets with your hands. How is this possible? All the police were stunned by William's performance. If there was a physicist here seeing this incredible scene, he would definitely feel that his understanding of physics had been overturned. The bullet fired has such high heat and such terrifying speed, but William can actually catch the bullet with his hands. Is this something a human can do? Philip finally understood why William was known as the pride of the army and the young god of war, why he was able to dominate among millions of soldiers and make so many unruly soldiers bow down to him. This was definitely not something he achieved by bragging. Is it the bow and arrow of ancient times? It is said that those famous generals could catch arrows and return them, but this is a bullet, which is far from comparable to the bow and arrow of ancient times. Previously, the police were already impressed by William's ability to easily dodge the opponent's shooting, and now they were even more shocked to see that he could even catch the bullet. Grace reacted quickly. She clapped her hands immediately. "Coach William, you are awesome. Instructor William, the king of war and the king of soldiers." After being reminded by Grace, they all couldn't help but applaud and cheer, and they admired William's performance beyond words. "William, you are awesome. I thought I could still wrestle with you, but now it seems unnecessary." Philip threw his gun to the ground and said to William, "But I have already shot you twice. I want to see if you can hit me." William smiled slightly. "Then I will help you." With a bang, a spark came out, and Philip let out a scream of pain and fell to the ground. Although his knees were bleeding and half of his foot was kneeling on the ground, he couldn't believe that he was hit. He could dodge it. So how could such a small pistol hit him? "I'm sorry, I have another gun here," William said with a smile. He knew it was not easy to hit Philip, so when Philip was concentrating on the borrowed pistol in his hand, a hand quickly took out his favorite gun and hit Philip with one shot. "William, you are the god of war in the army, and you actually cheated me." Philip couldn't help but reveal anger in his eyes. If this anger had been real, it would have burned William to ashes. William was surprised and asked, "When can't we use the second gun? Did we have an agreement before? Besides, if you were asked to do the same as me, would you be able to hit the other person at this moment?" Philip couldn't help but be stunned by what he said. If it were him, he really couldn't do it. The total speed of drawing and firing the gun is only 1 second. "I really can't do it," Philip said slowly. "William, you win." William smiled and said, "Then the next step is the police's business. I hope you can keep your promise and not tarnish your reputation as the Wolfpack King." Philip showed a grim smile on his face and said, "William, didn't you say that I am no longer qualified to be a Wolfpack warrior? Well, It won't matter if I break my promise now. William's brows could not help but frown slightly. What do you mean? What I mean is, Philip suddenly pulled his clothes, and with a cry of surprise, he saw that there were detonators inside his clothes. Either let me get out alive. I made a promise not to follow you. Otherwise, I'll cause even greater casualties. Philip's face was grim. Or we'll all die together. Anyway, I'll have enough to have you, the young god of war in the army, buried with me. Axel was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He didn't expect that Philip was well prepared. Even if he had known it earlier, it would not have worked. A desperate Axel would do anything. If he had not entered the Jingnan Public Security Bureau, if they wanted to arrest him, he had detonators with him and could create a major accident anywhere. It turns out that this guy is simply fearless. He knows that no one dares to do anything to him because no one dares to take the risk of killing him. As long as he pulls out the detonator and it explodes, who can take such responsibility? This is the provincial government of Tianan. But should I just listen to him and send him away safely? If so, it would be a small matter for me to be disciplined. If such a dangerous enemy is released into society, what kind of troubles will there be? In addition, how will the outside world and the people view this incident? After the criminals entered your provincial public security bureau, they were sent out by you in a swagger. How will foreign media slander China? And the people will definitely not trust the public security bureau's protection capabilities. This is really a dilemma. All the policemen became nervous, except Grace, who stared at William with her beautiful eyes, wondering, is it true that he is helpless? Chapter 60. Policewoman also chases stars. William's face also changed, and he shouted angrily. Philip, are you still a man like this? Do you think you're still a member of the Wolfpack Special Forces?